was frustrated because everything that was on the market basically looked like a glorified bathtub, and to me it wasn't perfect. When I reached out to the team at Master Spas, we were able to come up with, in my opinion, the perfect product. Being able to have access to a cold tub allows me to be my best self, and it gives me the best chance to accomplish the goals that I want, whether it's inside the gym, on the golf course, or at home with my family. I look forward to everybody being able to experience the best cold tub that the market has ever seen.
on. And now we hit a button, and the button works. That's what we're looking for. Hey, if I'm right here, is this? If I'm right here, do you hear this? Is this clear? Just on camera, it may look weird going right up here. I mean, if I'm here, is this clear or not? No? Need to go closer? No, we'll go closer. That works. You're good, Bubba. You're good, man. Trying, baby. Go on this way. Go ahead, I'll follow you. Good. First ever. All right, homie. All right, Carly. Whenever you're ready, give him the go, and he'll give me the thumbs up. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Masters Fitness Championship, as there are 500 athletes and an army of volunteers ready to get started. Hey, not only is it the Masters Fitness Championship that you're used to around this time every year, it's also the CrossFit Pairs Championship for the first time ever. That's right. Teams everywhere from age 18 up to 60 plus are going to get crowned the fittest duo in the world this weekend. I'm Kyle Shipp, going to be spending a ton of my time with you this weekend as we walk through 2 different floors, 500 athletes with all kinds of divisions of amazing athletes going to be showing their stuff and what they've got right here. Make sure that you enjoy this weekend. Make sure that you head over to the Instagram to find out all of the schedule for the broadcast. Welcome to the Masters Fitness Championship. Ladies and gentlemen, ready to get the weekend underway here at MFC in Fort Wayne, Indiana, starting off with the CrossFit Pairs Championship, as we've got an exciting weekend ahead. Going to crown the first ever CrossFit Pairs Champion, and we're starting off with Fast Break. It's a two-part workout. Workout part number one is going to be rowing and double unders here in our 55, 59, 60, 64 divisions. 140 double unders, 75 cal row for the men, 55 for the ladies. And we're going to get a chance to see these two athletes switch out with a pairs workout, as we've got 3 seconds left. Everybody trying to get back and reset. Hey, we're underway. Going to give you the rundown here in lane number 16 is going to be FAAFO out of Port CrossFit. Lane 15 is Pardoctus out of CrossFit Northgate. That's going to be your ladies. That's a team ladies 50 to 54 division. For the fellas in the 55 to 59 division, in lane number 6, Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair, as boy, can't we agree, all the fitness here, nobody can be too terribly powerful. Lane number 7, Rain Man and Blackout out of CrossFit Pleasanton. Lane number 8, No Regrets Training Think Tank. Lane number 9, QFE Masters out of CrossFit QFE. Lane number 10, Running Miles to Pay the Bills, CrossFit Glendora. And lane number 11, the Deputy and the Retiree, CrossFit Attain. As, hey, a two-part workout here. The first part, we talked about it, double unders. Double unders are going to be done in half and half. So you have to do 80. Your partner does 80. 160 for these 50 to 54 athletes. They're going to switch off, and then they get to do the cow row, and they can break that up however they would like. So it's going to be interesting to see how this row gets broken up. As waiting to see on the ladies, had a couple of quick switches. Going to see who's going to move over to the rowers first. Fellas now back and forth. Everybody on their double unders still. Haven't seen anybody move up to the rowers just yet. As a couple of trips. This is going to be interesting to see. You can lose a lot of ground by tripping on the double unders early. Can you catch your breath? Can you take a deep breath and get back to it? I think everybody who has done CrossFit knows the frustration. And first to the rower in lane number 11 is the Deputy and the Retiree. The Deputy and the Retiree, and here's the deal. They get to row at and switch out as often as they want. They've got 80 cows, so going to see, are they going to go 10 and 10? Is somebody going to get brave and go 40 and 40? Now joining them is No Regrets in lane number 8. No Regrets, easy to see. They've got the tattoo, the famous tattoo, but it's on their shirt right across their collarbone. And now both of our ladies' teams are on the rowers. Both in lane 15 and 16, Pardoctus and FAAFO. On to the rower. As 60 cows for our ladies. You can see a couple of different stroke rates on the ladies. In lane number 16, FAAFO, trying to go nice and smooth with the stroke rate. Lane number 15, Pardoctus is on. And so an opportunity here for in the first workout, and once they move out of this first workout, they're going to move right into the second part. You can get opportunity with the second part, all kinds of craziness between synchro wall balls, synchro toes to bar, even more double unders. One team on the double under still trying to come out. That's going to be Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair, as they're now moving on to the rower. Everybody else on the rower, we're seeing some transitions. Everybody's hanging on to the rower for a while here. As keeping in mind, 2 scores here, 2-part workout with 2 scores. So you got to keep in mind the second workout, because the second workout with more high skill and more technical, the wall ball may not be the highest skill on the face of the earth. However, having to synchro wall balls are a little bit different when you're fatigued versus whenever you're fresh. Everybody can keep pace whenever they're fresh. Men switching out once again in lane number 10. It's going to be Running Miles to pay the bills. As Running Miles to pay the bills, trying to row the miles to pay the bills. There's a switch in lane number 9 for QFE Masters. Boy, the ladies, you can see them getting close in lane number 16, FAAFO. Really pulling up the intensity on their rower, as this is the beginning of a very long weekend for everybody. Going to be a great one. Programming by Mayhem Athlete. Boys, we've been getting all kinds of feedback. They are excited about this weekend. Programming for Masters and programming for the 18 to 34 division as well. Still working through these ski calories. A lot of communication on the floor as well. In lane number 11, the deputy and the retiree, they were first onto the rower, having a conversation now about what their options are here on the rower. A lot of communication, as you can see, boy, trying to pull through. And there's your switch for the deputy and the retiree. They still appear to be in front. Not sure if anybody's going to, well, here we go in lane number 8. We've got them closing the gap. Lane number 8, no regrets. No regrets in lane number 16, FAAO. Hand in the air. So this is going to be a first event win for each of these teams. Well, wait a second. Boy, closing the gap. I don't know if we got a late hand or what. Actually, taking the victory is going to be Pardoctus. Pardoctus with a victory. They're going to move on back to the double unders. No regrets. Back onto the double unders. QFE Masters back onto the double unders. Lane number 10 is going to be Running Miles to pay the bills onto the double unders. And now joined also by lane number 11, the deputy and the retiree. So interesting. So the deputy and the retiree came off of the doublers onto the rower first. It was one of their partners, one of the smaller athletes on the floor, maybe affected by the rower. But now 4 athletes for the men's division, both teams in the ladies division, onto the floor. Everybody doing these double unders and moving through it smoothly. Boy, no regrets, looking fantastic moving through these double unders. So you go, I go format. They're going to move on to the synchronized wall balls. There's no regrets. So no regrets moves on to these synchronized wall balls. A little bit of communication with their judge. So joining is going to be lane number 9, QFE Masters. As does the deputy and the retiree. Boy, the jump rope for the deputy and the retiree is a real strength. See, they lose a little bit of ground on the rower, catch back up on the double unders. Long break for the deputy and the retiree, though. There's going to be a height difference as they're going to start moving through this. Back to the wall balls, FAAFO. Boy, a quick transition for FAAFO. And in lane number 15, Pardoctus. As we get a no rep early, boy, we talked about the problems that happen when you get fatigued. Boy, as one of the athletes dropping all the way down the ground, boy, lost a little bit of the handle. Boy, struggling to find that first rep. FAAFO starting to run away with it because of their teamwork and synchronization. It's what you want to see in a team event. 4 gentlemen onto the wall balls. Everybody's got to go up above that 10-foot mark. Got the plexiglass wall ball target.
Passing the 20 rep mark for our ladies in lane 16.
FAAFO passes the 20 rep mark.
These ladies are in our 50 to 54.
Lots of wall balls going on. Everybody working on the wall balls except for one team. Trying to get onto those wall balls is Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair. Long weekend, though, so one workout. Anybody who's been in competition before knows that at some point, one workout isn't going to go the way that you want, but for those moments, you just got to move through it and realize that's why you have multiple events. That's why you have a CrossFit competition where you have a whole bunch of different modalities to see who is the fittest. As continuing to work through everybody still on the wall balls. So for Fast Break Part 2 for the 50 to 54 division, 80 double unders, 40 at a time. We've seen those get knocked out. 60 synchro wall balls. Everybody on the floor is doing 60 synchro wall balls. You can see the toll that this is starting to take as athletes just trying to catch their breath. A lot of tension to this point. You come out and you've got a lot of nerves early on in the day. You start off with double unders. Hey, let's get the heart rate as high as we possibly can. We're going to put you onto a rower, and you're going to feel like you have to sprint, even though it's only about 80 cows. You're going out there giving as much as you can because you've got somebody next to you. Then you go back onto the double unders. We're going to jack your heart rate way back up. And now with the pairs wall balls, we're seeing the no rep starting to mount up on Pardoctus. Five reps left, hand in the air in lane number 16 for FAAFO. Boy, a nice wide shot for you to get a chance to see across the floor. Boy, this is going to continue to fill up throughout the weekend as we've got 20 lanes on this side, 20 lanes on floor number 2. There's going to be a lot of athletes on the floors this weekend. Moving back to the double unders, first on the entire floor is going to be FAAFO. FAAFO moving on to their double unders is now they've got 40 double unders, 20 at a time. They're going to finish off with 40 synchro toes to bar. Boy, don't count out how much of a toll this is taking on the midline, especially when you get fatigued on those double unders. You start holding your breath. We all know we're not supposed to, and yet we all do it. And a great job here now with FAAFO moving smooth through the doublers. Boy, and a really nice opportunity here to gain some ground early on. Back to the synchro toes to bar now for FAAFO. FAAFO out of Port CrossFit. Jennifer Gatz, Tracy O'Connell running away with event number 1. All men still on the wall balls. No regrets. You see the no regrets written right across the collarbone on the shirt. Hey, maybe a victory. They'll go ahead and get that fully tattooed across their chest. Let's start an Instagram poll. Should they get a tattoo of no regrets if they win? 60 synchro wall balls. Starting to take its toll. Lots of fatigue that is beginning to build. Seeing a little bit of jumping also with these wall balls. 16-minute time cap as we've just got 3 minutes left to go here in the oldest pairs division, the 50 to 54. Back onto the jump rope. Boy, and trying to move through this really quick. QFE Masters, as is running miles to pay the bills. QFE Masters, James English, Terry Lowry running miles to pay the bills. William Coates, Miles Van Pelt. Still waiting on a third team possibly to join. Haven't seen anybody join just yet. FAAFO still working on those toes to bar. They've got a significant lead as Pardoctus of Darcy Resch, Stacy Powell just about to finish up their wall balls. Wait, great synchro wall balls. Trying to catch up. Great hair wouldn't be fair. Got to the wall balls last. Boy, the best set of wall balls that we've seen right there from almost everybody. Synchro toes to bar becoming a little bit of an issue here at the end of the workout. Just 2 minutes left to go. Right in the middle of the floor, QFE Masters running miles to pay the bills. Both on the toes to bar. Each of them were starting to struggle with a little bit of no reps. QFE Masters, though, finding a rhythm and a little bit of height difference. You're kind of starting to see the wave as they're losing a little bit. QFE Masters, that's running miles to pay the bills in the red shirts. They're going to drop off. Boy, this is a close race between QFE Masters and running miles to pay the bills. Got 4 toes to bar left for FAAFO on the ladies' side, and they're going to finish off their first event. They've got 2 more now. With 1:40 left, there's enough time to possibly see these fellas. FAAFO going to run across the finish line. Congratulations to those ladies. They're going to take the first event of the weekend. And hey, congratulations, the first event win of the CrossFit Pairs Championship era. On the men's side, where you got a good view of the entire floor, we see where everybody is. No regrets. Back onto the double unders. They're going to be joined by Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair. Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair made up a ton of ground on the wall balls. No regrets, though, going to move to the toes to bar. So Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair has got about a minute to try and finish up some double unders. They struggled with them early on. See if maybe they can find a better rhythm this time. As 4 men's teams onto the toes to bar, as is Pardoctus. And now everyone on the floor remaining doing toes to bar. Again, 40 synchro toes to bar to wrap up this 16-minute workout. They got 35 seconds left. Don't see any hands in the air just yet. Close race between QFE Masters and Lane 9. Running Miles to pay the bills in Lane 10. As Running Miles to pay the bills, taking a breather right now, doubled over right in the middle of the floor. QFE Masters is going to jump down. 15 seconds left. Now everybody's back up on the rig. Can they hold on for 15 more seconds as they're trying to get a couple of reps, couple of no reps right here at the end. 3, 2, and 1. Boy, a close race. Going to be interesting to see how everything winds up as far as the men's field. Obviously, FAAFO takes the victory. QFE Masters and Running Miles to pay the bills, both right in the middle of the floor, battling back and forth. Nobody wound up finishing the workout. We didn't get a hand in the air. Hey, so we're going to transition over to the 45 to 49 men's and women's divisions. We're going to step away for 30 seconds. We'll be right back. Hey, starting off with the men's 45 to 49 and ladies 45 to 49 here to start off their CrossFit Pairs Championship weekend in Fort Wayne, Indiana. As an exciting matchup for these 45 to 49-year-olds. Got some big-time competitors on the floor. Hey, we're going to start off with the introductions in lane number 2, CrossFit Ahike. Ahike with Fraser Johnstone, Grant Slater. Lane number 3, the double unders, CrossFit Pleasanton. Hey, if you're going to name yourself the double unders, this better be a victory for you. As the double unders out of CrossFit Pleasanton, Zoltan Heights, Dave Bauer. Lane number 4, Zero Proof, CrossFit Decimate. Alex Escada, Kuho Fought. Lane number 5, Angel and Rudy from California, CrossFit Kauai. Angel Cardenas and Rudy Mendez Jr. You probably figured that out from the name, but we'll stick with it. Lane number 6, Jersey Classics out of CrossFit ECF. Dominic Compriel, Johnny Restrepo. Lane number 7, We're Okay. I promise, We're Okay. From CrossFit Orangeville, Eric Martel, Frederick Gobel. And nobody in lane number 8. On to the ladies division. In lane number 13, the Ponytail Express out of CrossFit Octus. It's going to be Michelle Hodnett and Renata Duarte. Lane number 14, Storm Surge from Kristen Pamazel, Stacy Snowden. Lo and Joe out of CrossFit Lindale, Jody McCollum and Lori Todd in lane number 15. Lane number 16, Slightly Pickled, CrossFit 32034, Lauren Barber, Aaron Carter, Slightly Pickled. They are picking back up from last year as Aaron Carter, former Games athlete. G. Slay in lane number 17, CrossFit Gold Standard Athletics, Angela Curie, Lori Pruitt. Lane number 18, NCC Buddies, CrossFit Training Yard and Rising Wave Athletics, Beth Smith and Ashley Fiala. And lane number 19, Milk, Grid City Strength and Conditioning. And for those of you that are of master's age, you know that at some point the phrase milk was a bad choice is going to come out of my mouth. Jen Weiss, Stephanie Butler, as now so many teams onto the rowers, almost all of our men's teams onto the rowers. Ladies moving through the rower as well. Once again, they're going to split up the double unders, and they get to split the row however they would like. In the first first heat of the day, we saw longer stretches early on, followed by shorter stretches of the rowers. So going to see how that plays out now. Are they going to continue with that? Or are we going to see some shorter transitions? Men already starting to transition on the far side of the floor. As everybody trying to save themselves just a tad, starting to get into the younger divisions here, the 45 to 49. A lot of these athletes have been competing for a long time, a lot of years, a lot of competition experience under their belts. Men trying to stay consistent on the row, as are the ladies. See the ladies a little bit more consistent with the pulling on the rower than we saw in heat number 1. And just waiting to see hands in the air. As in the 45 to 49. $160 double unders. They split it up 80 at a time. Men are splitting 80 cals on the rower. Ladies are splitting 60 cals on the rower. No hands just yet. Waiting to see. Nice transition. Transition's important. There's a lot of switching back and forth here on this rower. Getting in and out of the rower. Important as men and ladies waiting to try to move on. One of the workouts, it doesn't seem like it's going to take a long time, but a 16-minute cap, you just have to be able to sit and understand that you're not going to move through this very quickly. And a little bit of a tricky concept early on. You want to get on and you want to start really moving through this quickly, pushing the pace and start competing early. And yet what you have is you've got a bunch of double unders that you can't hold the breath on. You can't be overexcited. You got a bunch of rowing that's going to make you sit in a pace for a long time. And then you got a whole bunch of synchro. So the programming itself really trying to test not just your physical standing, but also your mental capabilities in CrossFit. You're going to be able to pull yourself back as hand in the air on the men's side of the floor and moving on back to the double unders. That's going to be in lane number, I believe that's lane number 3, the double unders out of CrossFit Pleasanton. Hey, and that's what we said. If you're going to name yourself the double unders, boy, this is your workout, as they're going to take the victory in the first event, the first of 2 events. This is a 2-part workout. Now moving on, going to be Angel and Rudy from California, as is Zero Proof. Boy, lots of double unders starting to happen now, as they're going to wind up switching out part of the way through the double unders. 80 double unders, 40 at a time for each. This is definitely doable within 1 set. And now moving on to the wall balls. Lane number 2, that's Ahike CrossFit. I apologize. Ahike CrossFit was the first to the double unders. Now first to the wall balls, I believe. $80 double unders, 60 synchro wall balls, 40 double unders, 40 toes to bar. As now almost all men onto the wall balls for the ladies. 2 teams, now 3 teams onto the wall balls. In lane 19 is going to be, that's going to be lane 18, NCC Buddies. Lane 17, G-Slay. And in lane 15 is Low and Joe. Wall balls functioning now. Just 1 ladies team left on the double unders. All men on the wall balls. As these teams working through the synchro, and a really great synchro in lane number 18, NCC Buddies, the CrossFit Training Yard and Rising Wave Athletics ladies. In nice sync, a good large chunk, might have been 15 or 20 wall ball right there. And when you got to move through as many wall balls as they have as a pair, chunks can help, but are you going to blow yourself out too early? Kind of what we're talking about for the entire weekend functions within the microcosm of this workout as well. Technique, height, fatigue, all of it is going to make a difference in what's going on. In lane 3, the double unders. All right, so I apologize. Earlier I said Ahike not here. In lane number 3, the double unders took workout number 1. Now here in workout number 2 seem to be leading the way as well. Zero Proof right next to him. And now coming off of the wall balls first, moving on to the double unders once again. So here in lane number 7, We're Okay out of CrossFit Orangeville goes on to the double unders. Boy, so great job from We're Okay. A little bit of confusion about where they were supposed to get the double unders started now or not. Like, hey, let's go for it. So We're Okay moving through and has a lead now very quickly through the first set of double unders, about to be in the second set of double unders for the second teammate, and then back to the toes to bar, as joining them is going to be lane number 4, Zero Proof, CrossFit Decimate. Zero Proof trying to catch up, and now to the toes to bar in lane number 7 is We're Okay out of CrossFit Orangeville. The double unders come back to the double unders. Wall balls slowed them down a little bit. Boy, if they can move quickly through the double unders, try and get back onto the toes to bar. Going to see how the gymnastics going to play in and gymnastics capability. Ladies on the floor, all still at the wall balls, have a hand in the air. That's going to be lane 18, NCC Buddies. NCC, but beating them is going to be G-Slay out of CrossFit Gold Standard Athletics, Angela Curry and Lori Pruitt, Back onto the double unders, as we got a little bit of a race building here between G-Slay and the NCC Buddies. However, joining them in lane number 14 is going to be Storm Surge. Lane 14, Storm Surge. Boy, trying to catch their breath after a lot of synchro wall balls. All but one team of the men on toes to bar. Boy, and moving through those toes to bar well is Angel and Rudy. Onto the toes to bar. Zero proof in the double unders, but your leader, we're okay, holding on to big sets here on the toes to bar as they're trying to finish this off. G-Slay onto the toes to bar. NCC Buddy is going to join them on the toes to bar. Now moving back as well in lane number 14 is Storm Surge, is looking on the wrong side of the paper for him. And boy, Angel and Rudy back on the toes to bar. Angel and Rudy going to try to finish this off. Excuse me, that's not Angel and Rudy. I was looking at the shirt. It's me in lane 6, Jersey Classics out of CrossFit ECF. CrossFit ECF trying to move back to the toes to bar. Boy, a long break here in lane number 7. We're okay. One partner bends over, one partner walks a circle around the pole, and we're up and running again. A nice quick break. Now they're going to singles. With fatigue battling, NCC Buddies with a great rhythm on the ladies' side. NCC Buddies with those bright red pants. And down to singles, are we going to have, as we're getting, and with 4:38 left in lane number 4, closely followed by lane number 5, Zero Proof is going to take the victory. Angel and Rudy from California try and sprint to catch him. Can't quite get there, but they're going to take second place. As We're Okay comes across in third place, waiting for our first group of ladies to see who's going to come across the lane first. NCC Buddies are still up and moving on those toes to bar. G-Slay tripping away, trying to move through them as well. Storm Surge on the toes to bar.
Passing that 4-minute mark remaining, athletes. 4 minutes remain.
Double unders trying to finish out their workout here in the first workout of the day. Double unders finish off and head back. So they're going to take a first place in the first workout. They take a 5th place here in workout number 2. And now, where's the hand going to come first? NCC Buddies appear to be in the lead, but no hands yet. G-Slay in the bright pink shorts trying to catch him, but boy, NCC Buddies. Now all of a sudden, though, NCC Buddies are really starting. We got one for G-Slay. There's a finger in the air for G-Slay. Are they going to wrap this up? As G-Slay wraps it up and takes the first place. Boy, G-Slay kind of sneaking up from behind. A great job staying consistent on the toes to bar from G-Slay. 12:50. What a great job from G-Slay. Now a hand in the air for NCC Buddies. NCC Buddies trying to keep their rhythm in these toes to bar. As NCC Buddies are going to finish off. NCC Buddies, Beth Smith, Ashley Fiala, G-Slay, Angela Curry, Lori Pruitt. Storm Surge is trying to finish off. Storm Surge appears to be the next team, but there's some space for possibly someone to step in between. Long rest from Storm Surge.
13:15 unofficial.
As in lane 15, Low and Joe trying to get a rhythm. In lane number 13, Ponytail Express. Boy, a set of 2 for Storm Surge. Ponytail Express up and moving, taking a swing in between a couple of kips. Still 1 minute and 50 left to go. No respite from the clock here for these ladies.
2 minutes, less than 2 minutes.
Boy, as Low and Joe wind up staying on the bar. They get a no rep, hang on to the bar, and go back up for another one. Storm Surge staying pretty consistent with 2, not getting a lot of no reps. Is that going to pay off here in a little bit? Team events, sometimes it's just about staying in sync and having a break at some point. Boy, there's a no rep for Storm Surge, a no rep for Low and Joe. Who's going to get a hand in the air next? My waiting game at this point, having to stay patient through these The more you try and rush these, the more you're going to fall apart. Not only are you going to get out of sync with your partner, but you're also just going to get so fatigued, it's going to be difficult to continue on. We're one event into this weekend, starting to see the effects of the fatigue in the middle of these workouts. Again, we said it, a 16-minute workout is offering no respite, using all of it. In the far lane, trying to finish off before the time cap is Milk. Milk of Jen Weiss, Stephanie Butler, getting some hollering from the side over here, trying to encourage Lowenjo. Lowenjo have a hand in the air. One more for Milk. Milk's going to hop down. Milk's going to run. They're going to finish off the event. Lowenjo are going to finish off as they've just got one more to go. Boy, can they get in sync for that last one? As they do, a nice job. Lowenjo finishes off. Hand in the air for Ponytail Express. Storm Surge trying to finish off. Boy, Ponytail Express with 5 seconds left. Don't think anybody's going to finish off. Both have a hand in the air. I think Ponytail Express is going to get one more rep than Storm Surge. That's the 45-49, men and women. Hey, we're going to step away for about 30 seconds as we bring on the 40-44 men and women. Starting the 40-44 heat of both men and women at the CrossFit Pairs Championship. For the ladies in lane number 17, CrossFit 970, out of CrossFit 970, Christina Moan and Daniel Preston, the Traps out of CrossFit Fenton, Kristen Dean, Jamie Lasco, Blacklisted out of Blacklisted HQ, Amy Quinton and Laura Philhauer. Canadian Bacon from CrossFit Renfrew, Megan Apostolaris and Amelie Verrett. And the fact that for Canada, probably it's Verret. You'll forgive my Texan that shows up every now and then. Lane number 13, the Little Giant from CrossFit Life, Joy Rodriguez, Meg Garrett. Number 12, Metcon Junkies out of CrossFit Kokomo, Vicky Dean, Diana Jones. On the men's side, lane number 8, we have the meats. CrossFit Crave, Casey Bruns, Kevin Stewart. OG Relentless in lane number 7, Joe Blumenauer and Matthew Burley. The Gator Boys in lane number 6 for Julian Cerna and Michael Spinetti, representing Columbia, going worldwide here in the Pairs CrossFit Championship. Canadian Silverback out of CrossFit RDL from Canada. Boy, I'm going to butcher these names. We're going to get a good pronunciation for these guys. As actually, you know what? They're not here, so I don't have to butcher their name. In lane number 4, Overkill out of Mad Apple CrossFit. Kevin Jones, Ryan Anderson.
as 200 double unders. They've got to go 100 apiece. These two groups probably going to wind up going a smooth 100. Kicks are going to be unusual here in the 40 to 44 division. Then they're going to move on for 100 cows on the men. 3 teams all at once for the men. That's going to be Overkill. OG Relentless, and we have the meets. Now, Little Giant, first to get onto the rower for the ladies. Also, lane number 13, Little Giant, Canadian Bacon, Blacklisted, all onto the rower. As is CrossFit 970. Boy, standing down here by the men as these C2 rowers are revving up. Boy, there is no backing off for these guys. 100 cows, they get to split it however they want. I got to tell you, they're probably already at about 20 right now. Listen to the way those are going. Meg Garrett in lane number 13, strong and powerful athlete, paired with Joy Rodriguez. Strength and speed right here is a couple of really good athletes. Meg Garrett trying to get a little bit healthy, competing with Joy. They're going to lean on each other for each other's strengths as Meg really pulling on that rower. Boy, 31 cows down for the men as they make a switch. Sounds like they probably switched at about 25. That flywheel just kept spinning for them. 100 cows, got to get it down for the men, 80 for the ladies. A switch for Little Giant here. Joy Rodriguez going to get onto the rower for Meg Garrett. In lane number 14, Canadian Bacon. Looks like they've made a switch, and one of the athletes already setting up their rope, so it looks like they've made one switch, and they're going to stick with it, and they're just going to finish it all 40 and 40.
We got a leader change for the women. Blacklisted in lane 15.
So Blacklisted in lane 15
Both pulling 1,600.
at the lead. Boy, pulling a remarkable 1,600 cows per hour right now. Well, anybody who's held 1,600 cows per hour, you know, when you got to get 80 cows out of the way, that's going to be tough. They make a quick switch. Nice switch as Amy Quinton takes over. Overkill, current leader on the men's side. A couple of really experienced athletes in Kevin Jones and Ryan Anderson. Anderson, multiple times police and fire games champion. Kevin Jones, CrossFit Games athlete. For those of you that follow Instagram, Blackbird Jones, you may recognize more. Ladies still waiting to see a hand in the air. Who's going to move to their double unders next? Remember, this is a 2-part workout. Part number 1, 200 double unders, 180 cow row. They're going to move on to 100 double unders, 75 wall balls, 50 double unders, 50 toes to bar. The wall balls and the toes to bar are synchro. Overkill at 91 cows, trying to wrap this off. We got a hand in the air for the Gator Boys. Gator Boys out of Columbia. Julian Cerna, Michael Spinetti, as they're going to get off first. Boy, just barely off first. And then joining them, though, in lane number 7, OG Relentless. Boy, three men's teams. Hand in the air in lane number 14 for Canadian Bacon. And Canadian Bacon winds up moving on. No, excuse me, they're going to switch. Boy, she had her hand in the air. Maybe she was counting down for the athlete. So still waiting for our first athlete to move on to the double unders. 100 double unders. They've got to do it 50 and 50. Moving through, Ryan Anderson's going to give way to Kevin Jones. And now, boy, another quick switch across, both with the Gator Boys and OG Relentless. Hand in the air, both for Blacklisted and CrossFit 970. Blacklisted is going to get started. Amy Quinton's going to start off with the double unders. And now CrossFit 970, Moan and Preston are on to their double unders. Little Giant trying to get wrapped up. They've got 2 cows left. Joy Rodriguez is going to finish up. Meg Garrett's going to start on the double unders. Casey Bruns on his double unders as moving again at the same time. How about lane number 7, OG Relentless, and lane number 4, Overkill? Who's going to be able to hang on to larger sets more consistently with the wall balls? As now every single female team onto the double unders. led by Blacklisted, but are they going to get caught? Meg Garrett looking really good on these double unders, as is Canadian Bacon. Canadian Bacon with real smooth double unders, moving very quickly. You can go 50 and 50. Meg Garrett gives way to Joy Rodriguez. Joy Rodriguez flying through these double unders. Going to see, is Little Giant going to come off of the double unders first? Canadian Bacon makes switch. No, Blacklisted HQ first on to the synchro wall balls. Blacklisted HQ with similar size athletes. Going to get another no rep for depth, not getting low enough here. So now Rodriguez and Garrett, Little Giant, are going to step up. Height difference here. Let's see how this is going to play out with these two. Ball's going to travel a long way for the difference between Garrett and Rodriguez. On to the men. Seeing some breaks here from the leaders. A long break from Overkill. Gator Boys. OG Relentless really hammering out these wall balls, though. OG Relentless with larger sets, and honestly, their cycle rate is faster. Very in sync, though, down from Overkill. I haven't seen a ton of no reps on the men's side yet, so not sure that no reps are going to play a factor, but still have 75 synchro wall balls. These balls, 20-pound balls. Waiting to see hands for the ladies. 3 teams onto the floor in Little Giant, Canadian Bacon, and Blacklisted. 970 still working through their double unders. No hands in the air just yet for the men. Sounds like OG Relentless may have... OG Relentless has just about 15 wall balls left, as Overkill trying to catch up. Gator Boys keep getting a no rep on about the last rep of every set that they do, and not sure if maybe that's just a miscommunication. One squats down, one doesn't, lets the ball hit, not sure. No hands yet for the ladies. The ladies also have 75 wall balls. So hand in the air in lane number 7 for OG Relentless. Joe Blumenauer, Matthew Burley, as now they're moving on to their double unders. They're going to have 50 double unders, 50 synchro toes to bar. It's a lot of synchro toes to bar. Going to see if we get any changes as we move through the toes to bar. But boy, a lot of time is passing as the OG Relentless team just getting reps under their belt. Boy, are they going to be? They're going to switch over an athlete. They really crushed the wall balls, because now they're going to switch over an athlete. They may actually get all the way back to the toes to bar before Overkill moves to the double unders. Still waiting on a hand in the air from the ladies. As Little Giant taking a very long break here. 2 very experienced athletes, though, so trying to bring that heart rate down a little bit. Canadian Bacon right next to him. Going to get a no rep right there. One athlete never came out of the hole. Blacklisted HQ has the ball rolled away from them. They've got to go get that. We got 6 minutes left to work, as Gator Boys are going to take over second place in the men's division. Still working on the wall balls is Overkill. Gator Boys now with their double unders in lane number 6. And Canadian Bacon's going to be your first team to move back to the the double unders. Canadian Bacon has taken the lead. They're going to go through the double unders, try to get back to their toes to bar. Overkill on the men's side now back to their double unders. Ryan Anderson's going to get things started off. Well, a lot of heavy breathing all the way across the floor. Still 5 minutes to go. And your men solidly is OG Relentless. Gator Boys going to have to do something pretty special on these toes to bar if they're going to catch OG Relentless, as they had about a full minute on the toes to bar, maybe a little bit more actually. Hand in the air for Little Giant. Blacklisted HQ came off of the double unders first, as they've dropped to third place now. Little Giant going to move to the double unders. Canadian Bacon is your first team on to the toes to bar. Let's see how many toes to bar they get before Little Giant can catch up. Boy, Canadian Bacon proficient in these toes to bar. They're going to get a set of 10 right off of the bat. So a set of 10 right off the bat before Little Giant even moves over to the next athlete, but they get 10. Joy Rodriguez steps up to the double unders now. We have the meets onto their double unders after the wall balls. Overkill onto the toes to bar. I'm going to see what Overkill does here with this toe to bar workout. Because those two guys, I know them both well. They love to hurt, and this is certainly a situation you can make yourself hurt. 50 toes bar at the end of this long workout. Blacklisted HQ on the ladies' side, back on to the double unders. Meg Garrett, Joy Rodriguez onto the toe to bar. Can Little Giant catch up to Canadian Bacon? Still no hands in the air on the men's side just yet. As a really big set from Little Giant. Canadian Bacon started out with a set of 10. This looks like to be a set of 10. Not sure what that was from Little Giant, though. That was a large set. OG Relentless with just about 7 reps left, though. So OG Relentless with a hand in the air. They've got 4 reps left. They're going to take this victory. Really nice job. Now it's about Gator Boys trying to make sure they hold off Overkill. And then on the women's side, a race between Canadian Bacon and Little Giant. Really big sets here from Little Giant. But Canadian Bacon had a pretty good head start, about a 10-rep head start. Can Little Giant make it up? As OG Relentless going to finish off. No need to sprint as they've got a significant lead. 1 rep left for Gator Boys, though the Gator Boys did a great job closing down the gap. My goodness, as they took it from a large gap to a very small gap. Good job for the Gator Boys. Man, the Gator Boys representing Columbia and CrossFit Hollandale Beach Gator. Waiting for a hand from the ladies. Boy, this is going to get really close. Canadian Bacon has been consistent, but Little Giant has had some large sets that they've been chipping away, and they're going to be back up on the rig first. No rep to start off. Boy, and Little Giant can't find their rhythm. Canadian Bacon with 1 rep left. Canadian Bacon's going to take the victory. Nice job from Canadian Bacon. Boy, as a high five. Hey, not even collapsing on the floor. Oh, I spoke too soon as we go down to the floor now. But I was going to say they made it look easy. Trying to wrap up. Overkill on the floor. We have the meets on the floor. Ladies, we got a race for second place in the event. As Blacklisted HQ and Little Giant trying to move through this. Boy, really good rhythm here for Blacklisted HQ. Little Giant may have just a little bit too much of an advantage, though. No hand in the air yet, so you never know until we see it. We got 90 seconds left.
You're going to want it. You're going to want to hold on now. Come on, ladies.
Little Giant back up onto the rig. On the men's side, we have the meets. Overkill still on the floor. Minute left to go. Long weekend here. 1 event finished. Not going to create too much of a problem. Don't want to give anything up, but also a little bit of a smaller field with a new element in CrossFit with these CrossFit pairs. Everybody just learning about how fun it is. 2 reps left for Little Giant. Little Giant's going to wind up finishing this off. They're going to take second place. Blacklisted HQ is going to be right behind them. 40 seconds left to go. Hey, as we have the meets trying to, boy, they are fighting these toes to bar, excuse me. As we have the meets trying to make a dent here in this workout, see if they can take it. Looks like Overkill's taking off their grips. They're going to go ahead and call it a workout. Hopefully that's just fatigue and not an injury.
All right, teams, you got 15 seconds.
10 seconds left. We have the meets trying to overtake. As Overkill has had to stop for a while. Blacklisted HQ gonna take 3rd place. Canadian Bacon and OG Relentless with the finish. Nice job from each of those teams. Hey, we're gonna step away for about a minute as we bring the next group onto the floor. 35-39, teams onto the floor. Hey, let's set up the men for you in lane number 4, Double D out of Midstate CrossFit. Daniel Mass, Daniel Fishman. Lane number 5, Biggie Smalls with Jesse Diaz and Greg Turner. Lane number 6, Raw Training, John Hansen and Ed Hurley. Lane number 7, B CrossFit, Travis Holmquist, Ronnie Minervini. Lane number 8, Team Tyranno out of CrossFit Tyranno. From Brazil, Vinicius Zola, Fabio De Chichi. Kazakh out of Tallinn CrossFit. From Kazakhstan, Yerlin Akhmenatov and Max Ospanov. Lane number 10, the Westfield Kings, Andrew Bartram and Logan Blackwell. On the ladies' side in lane number 14, SM from Bear Down Fitness, Melody Honecker, Sarah Lovett. Lane number 15, Not Like Us out of CrossFit Kindred, Katrina Olson, Liani Solya. Lane number 16, Las Gorditas, CrossFit STKN, Elizabeth Barassin and Fatima Archola, getting R's all over the place. Lane number 17, Team Principal Problems out of CrossFit Virtuosity, Danielle Hirschman and Nikki Berman starting off here in Fast Break. Fast Break is 100 double unders for one partner. They're going to move it over 100 double unders for the other partner. So 200 altogether, and then they're going to split 100 cows on the rower for the men, 80 cows on the rower for the ladies. That's going to be one event, and the next event is going to be the second element of this, as we've already got people onto the floor. Boy, I was setting up the floor. These guys are flying through this workout. Is for the ladies. First team onto the rower is going to be SM. That's going to be Melody Honecker and Sarah Levitt. All of the fellas onto the rower, as these double unders were basically just an annoyance for all these guys. Lane number 9, Kazakh out of Tallinn CrossFit. Yerlin Akhmenatov is the number 1 35 to 39-year-old in Estonia. Max Ospanov, the number 1 35 to 39-year-old in Kazakhstan. Got a chance to talk to these guys. They had just a little bit of a long flight yesterday. As already, boy, a quick switch in lane number 7 from B CrossFit. Lane number 5, Biggie Smalls also is going to get a switch, as is lane number 6 in Raw Training. The ladies in lane number 17, Team Principal Problems with a quick switch, as is Las Gorditas. So Las Gorditas trying to make up a little bit of ground. Las Gorditas out of Canada.
At 30 calories. 21 for Team Tyranno, 37.
Boy, it sounds like Team Tyranno out of Brazil with 41 cows. Tyranno moving through this very quickly. 45 for Biggie Smalls, but they're going to line up about with Tyranno, as Tyranno moving really fast. Boy, Biggie Smalls with a quick transition. As you can imagine, with a team named like Biggie Smalls, they've got one large athlete and one not so large athlete. Gonna see how that plays out as we move through this workout. Combining these size and speed is going to help at some points, and we've already seen it. Some of the gymnastics and the wall balls gets a little bit hairy with the size difference, especially under fatigue. Boy, as big pulls coming out of lane number 17, Team Principal Problems. Well, she is leaning as far back and pulling that chain all the way up to her chin. As we're going to get a quick switch now. Still waiting for hand in the air. Who's going to move on to the second workout? Remember, the team that's going to get off the rower first wins workout number 1 here. Workout number 2 is the second piece of this workout. 200 double unders followed by 100 calories on the rower for the men, 80 calories on the rower for the ladies. Really going to test your mental strength here. Are you willing to not redline early on in the weekend. A lot of excitement. Are you willing to not redline? Trust yourself as you move through this.
Gap is officially gone. Lanes 5, 6, and 7 are at 89, 86.
As we've got a hand in the air for Double D.
Who's got the final effort here?
Hand in the air for Team Tyranno.
Final stretch. Who's going to come off this roller first?
Team Tyranno gets onto the double unders first. Tyranno takes heat number one, or event number one in this heat. And coming behind them, lane number 5, Biggie Smalls. Tyranno followed by Biggie Smalls. Followed by Raw Training, B CrossFit. For the ladies, lane number 14, SM onto the double unders first. We saw SM. SM was the first to get onto the rower. They're the first to come off of the rower. Boy, Las Gorditas, Principal Problems. Very close here. Who's going to get off first? Team Principal Problems. Las Gorditas actually gets up and gets over, though. So Las Gorditas hustles up, makes the tag. They're going to take second in that workout, even though Team Principal Problems finished up the row first but didn't get the transition. Now we're back onto 100 double unders, 50 apiece before they go onto the 75 synchro wall balls. Back to 50 double unders, back to 50 toes to bar. And first onto the toes bar, there's Tyranno, or excuse me, onto the wall balls. Tyranno really moving through this well. Tyranno is going to be joined by a whole slew of men on the wall ball. Tyranno has held onto the wall ball the whole time. No break yet. Tyranno trying to put some space between them and the rest of the field. 75 synchro wall balls. Boy, and at the moment, it looks like they may go 3 sets of 25. Boy, is a no rep on depth next to Tyranno for B CrossFit. We're going to start seeing a little bit of separation now as first to the, on the ladies, SM first to the wall balls, followed by Las Gorditas, followed by Team Principal Problems. Principal Problems does a really good job of getting onto the wall ball very quickly, though. They didn't take a lot of time to get set up, made up a little bit of ground. As right now we've got 2 entire teams that are synchro for the ladies. They were synchro with each other. They're supposed to be synchro together, but I mean all together. And now all men are onto the wall ball. And I think Tyranno has put the wall ball down at some point. I looked away to look at the ladies. I look back and Tyranno is still doing wall balls.
All right, halfway through this time cap. 8 minutes.
Halfway through the time cap. This time cap is not going to be an issue for, I would say, every single team on this floor. 42 reps down for Team Tyranno. They're more than halfway there.
But they're going to have some company. The gap has been closed over here on the men's side.
B CrossFit.
Between 1 and 2.
Boy, B CrossFit closed a lot of space down. As it looks like their cycle time might be a little bit quicker. Tyranno trying to be more smooth, but B CrossFit moving very quickly through this. Boy, don't look now, but Kazakh. Well, as I, the announcer's curse, as I start talking about how good they look, they wind up getting a couple of no reps in a row. As Biggie Smalls, the not so big athlete, jumping on the wall balls. Gonna see how that plays out. 75 tiny jumps with a 20-pound weight in your hand will really wear on you and compound the way that wall ball adds up. No hands in the air yet for our ladies. Only team working at the moment is Las Gorditas. All men, all working right now. Now one team takes a break. Tyranno is still moving. Tyranno's going to take a break. They're going to back up and they're going to double over. See where B CrossFit is in the mix here. 68 reps for Tyranno, 65 for B CrossFit. Boy, don't sleep on B CrossFit, as Holmquist and Minervini have just stuck around, really thought that maybe Tyranno was going to try and run away with this. Boy, 2 no reps in a row for Tyranno. Now they're going to move on to the double unders. Taller athlete's going to go first.
And it's going to be Team Tyranno.
So Tyranno's going to go first, and B CrossFit's going to follow them very quickly. How much space can Tyranno create? They're going to move on to the toes to bar after this.
For Las Gorditas,
So Tyranno and B CrossFit both working together. B CrossFit has a trip. Tyranno goes clean. Hand in the air for Team Principal Problems. Wait, did Team Principal Problems close all that ground on the ladies' side? Team Principal Problems moves on to the double unders. Last to get to the wall ball, first to come off of it. Now, joining the men is going to be Raw Training. Hanson and Hurley joins B CrossFit and Tyranno. Tyranno first back to the toes to bar. Team Gorditas follows Team Principal Problems onto the double unders. Second athlete for Principal Problems takes a little bit longer getting that double under rolling. Team Gorditas maybe lost a little bit of time. They needed to take some time in the transition. Nice long breath. Boy, Team Tyranno and B CrossFit. Here's the deal. B CrossFit's cycle rate is much quicker. The only way that Tyranno's going to be able to hang on to this is if they have longer sets. I'm not sure that's going to happen, though. Tyranno had a little bit of a lead coming off of the double unders, but, boy, they didn't have very much of a lead. Now Raw Training. Boy, is Raw Training going to try and sneak up on Tyranno? Tyranno's going to have to stay pretty consistent across all three ladies' teams on the total bar. Team Principal Problems looks fantastic on the total bar. They've got 50 synchro as SM has to get a second riser. Trying to keep an eye on B CrossFit. B CrossFit has one athlete that's really starting to struggle. We've all been there when those toaster bars start to go and you just start kicking those feet as hard as you possibly can. Going to see if they can keep this up. Seeing that going on with B CrossFit. Raw trying to creep up behind them. B CrossFit with 38 reps down. 33 reps, so B CrossFit has taken the lead. They've only got about 11 reps left. Tyranno probably not going to be able to catch them as Tyranno's going to come down. Now the question becomes, where is Raw Training in all of this? Raw Training has been very good and consistent on the toaster bar. They've just kind of crept up. Hand in the air for B CrossFit. Waiting to see a hand in the air for Team Principal Problems. B CrossFit with a set of 3. And they're going to finish off. B CrossFit, nice job. They're going to take event number 2. Tyranno and Raw. Where is Raw? How are they doing here? Raw is in lane number 6. They've been very consistent. 2 reps left for Tyranno. No hand in the air yet for Raw. So I think we're going to see Tyranno take second place. As Tyranno is going to finish off, and the team from Brazil takes second place. No hand in the air on the ladies yet. Boy, the Gorditas, every time I turn around, I see them on the toaster bar. Are they going to make up some ground here on Principal Problems? 3 minutes remaining. Kazak takes a break on the total bar. Hand in the air for Raw. Raw with 1 rep left. They're going to finish it off, take third place. Still no hand in the air for the ladies just yet. Three men's teams still working. All 3 men's teams on the team toes to bar. Having to go synchro. Kazak, the larger athlete, Max Ospanov, trying to get Yerlin and say, hey, let's get up and let's finish these off. As the ladies, Principal Problems has 10 reps left. We've got 2 minutes left. There may be one team that doesn't wind up finishing this up. Still enough teams on the floor to really make you have to push. Principal Problems with a hand in the air now as they get a no rep. They've got 4 reps remaining. 2 minutes left. 3 reps left for Kazak as they've got to come off. They still got 3 reps left. Biggie Smalls trying to catch up as well. Team Principal Problems gets a couple of reps, has to come off. Las Gorditas trying to judge this. And Team Principal Problems going to finish off. Nice job from Team Principal Problems. Kazak is going to finish off. Kazak with about 90 seconds left. We got a hand in the air for SM. Las Gorditas, no hand in the air yet. Are they going to be close, though? Team Principal Problems Big hug on the side. 4 reps left for Las Gorditas. 2 reps, 1 rep, no reps for SM. SM finishes off. Las Gorditas trying to finish off. We've got a minute left. Las Gorditas, a no rep there. And they're going to get their final rep and finish off. 45 seconds left. Who's going to take this out of these last two? Biggie Smalls and Double D. As Biggie Smalls is going to finish off, they're going to cross the finish line with 30 seconds left. Double D, the only team left on the floor. As this workout pushing everybody. I thought we were going to get, I didn't think that the time cap was going to be this close. Teams started off really fast, and we talked about it. It kind of baits you into starting off fast. You have a lot of that cardio that starts off before you get into the muscle fatigue. It asks you, it begs you to come out really hot. Seeing the chaos that ensues after that. Well-programmed workout, as that's the time cap. Everybody, one team finishes. Hey, we're going to step away for about a minute, and we're going to bring on the youngsters, 18 to 34 teams. Welcome to the floor, my 18 to 34-year-old team divisions. We're going to step away for a minute, and then we'll set the floor for you. We're about to get started in the 18 to 34 Pairs CrossFit Championship. We've got a full floor, just a couple of spaces here. Hey, let's set the floor for you. In lane number 2, we've got Ross and Rob. Robert Casaquero and Ross Bradley out of Venezuela. Lane number 3, the Krieger boys out of Krieger Training from the United Kingdom. Matt Poole, Adam Gregg. The Thick Boys from Team Soul in Venezuela, Thomas Sandoval, Robbie Rodriguez. CrossFit de l'Est out of France, Dino Sana and Marcelo Clarizio. Short and tall from CrossFit Offset, Selvin Ramjatan and Derek Gullett. In lane number 7, the Moore Bros, Travis Moore and River Moore. Lane number 8, Sola Athletics FE. Timothy Perez, Austin Myers. Lane number 9, Honky Tonk Hustle out of CrossFit Trivium, Jacob Stoller, Justin Holland. Hey, I'm going to set the ladies for you in a minute because this is going to go really, really fast. 200 double unders. They've got to split it 100 apiece. I'm going to bet that you're not going to see many intentional stops, maybe a few kicks. Nerves do play in, but you're not going to see any intentional stops with the 18 to 34-year-olds. Then they're going to move on. They've got 200 calories to split for the men, 180 for the ladies. 160 for the ladies. They've got to split those. They split them however they would like. As we're gonna see who's gonna start changing over first. 100 double unders does take a little bit. It'll take a little over a minute for these teams. Hand in the air in lane number 9 already for Honky Tonk Hustle. First switch, Honky Tonk Hustle. Ross and Rob, the Critter Boys, both switch as well. The ladies are gonna wind up switching with the Mad Apple OGs. Hey, that's Maddie Shine, Shelly Rogers. Maddie Shine, I thought she was gonna wind up being a MC this weekend. Here's Maddie Shine out on the floor. The Quigs, Taylor Quigg, Kristen Kelly in lane 13. Lane 14, Breakville, Maddie Krasevich and Vanessa Miller. Lane number 15, Let Them Cook, Solar CrossFit, Hannah Black, Sierra Cole. We'll pick that up in just a minute. I'm waiting to see. We're about to see. Our men are about ready to move to the rower. We're going to see who moves first. As first onto the rower, lane number 5 is going to be CrossFit de l'Est. As again, the Texas pronunciation I know is not helping me. Ross and Rob onto the rower as well, and now joined by basically the entire field. Ladies onto the rower as well. Hey, let's finish off the ladies in lane number 16, Flex and Furious Water Bear CrossFit. Amanda McCanahan and Alex DeGarmo. Big Bear, Little Bear. Charlene Miller, Sarah Likens, the Disney Girls out of Kazakhstan, Camilla Takieva and Alina Alexandrova. And the Boston Baddies from Blacklisted HQ, Liana Ehrlich and Ashley Ianun. As now on to the rower, basically everyone on to the rower. Starting to see some switching, and they got to be quick because you got to switch behind that line. So how quick can you get back onto the rower and start pulling? As we've got one athlete, I believe that's from lane 4 in the Thick Boys. As that athlete is, well, no, I thought he was going back. He was going to wait back by the wall balls. He just went back to get a drink of water. I was like, boy, they're going to go 50 and 50 on these cows. As that would be Brave. Switching through, sounds like the men are already at 40 cows for the leaders. You're going to see where the ladies are as they're moving through this. Quick switches, though, for the men. Switch from the Krieger Boys. And another switch from Honky Tonk Hustle. Honky Tonk Hustle have had more switches than other teams. They're trying to stay fresh. Probably a good idea. We talked about it. You're going to use most of this 16 minutes in this workout. So try and stay fresh early, but you do have to finish quickly because, again, these first 2 movements are a score in and of themselves, and then you move into the next one. Boy, this brought to you by RX Smart Gear. RX Smart Gear not only sponsoring the workout, also sponsoring a prize for the fastest man and woman and the fastest male and female teams using RX jump ropes. So RX Smart Gear supporting both the Masters and the CrossFit Pairs Championship. Still waiting to see some hands on the rower. Haven't seen any hands just yet. And just waiting. Kind of choose your own adventure here as you get to switch on the rower whenever you want. You're dictated on the jump rope. We've said it in other divisions. We'll say it again, though. Boy, this is a tricky workout that kind of begs you to come out too fast. All cardio to start out at the beginning of the weekend. Hey, hand up in lane number 7 for Moore Bros. So it looks like the Moore Bros are going to wind up finishing off in first place for event number 1. Honky Tonk Hustle trying to finish off right behind them as we got another hand in lane number 4 with the Thick Boys. So the Moore Bros, Honky Tonk Hustle, the Thick Boys. First 3 to the double unders. They're going to be followed now by a couple of other teams. Ladies, we've got a hand in the air in lane number 15 for Let Them Cook. Excuse me, that's lane number 16, Flex and the Furious. So Flex and the Furious as they're going to finish off, and they move back. Two hands in the air, 2 fingers in the air for Big Bear, Little Bear as Big Bear, Little Bear gets started off. Hand in the air down on the far side for the Disney Girls. Disney Girls with a hand in the air. All men on the double unders. As now we are into workout number 2, 100 double unders, 50 and 50, 75 synchro toes to bar, 50 double unders, and 50 synchro toes to bar. I said 50. It's 75 synchro wall balls, not toes to bar. I apologize. Only one team left. The Mad Apple OGs on the rower. Everybody else on the double unders. For the men, only 2 teams remaining on the double unders. Everybody else on the wall balls now. First team to the wall balls will be the first team that was off of the rower in Flex and Furious. 5 fingers in the air for Mad Apple OGs. 5 hands is not possible. 5 fingers in the air for Mad Apple OG. Boy, as Flex and Furious is really moving through the wall balls very well. They've got a great rhythm now. Again, the announcer's curse, maybe starting to fall out of rhythm. They find it again. Really good job making the correction. Joining Flex and Furious is going to be Breakville. Breakville out of CrossFit Hendersonville. 2 very similar size athletes moving well and moving in synchro together. On the men's side, boy, wall balls going up and down everywhere. They've got to go up above that 10-foot blue line on these plexiglass targets. Great look as you've got a lot of our sponsors behind them. Got the Masters Fitness Championship and the CrossFit Pairs Championship. Title sponsor Chili Goat Cold Tubs, programmed by Mayhem Athlete. I was waiting to see, boy, is anybody going to separate themselves on the men's side? This is going to continue to get tight as these guys are hanging onto the wall balls for a very long time. Flex and Furious still appear to be in the lead, but Big Bear, Little Bear right next to them have a really good rhythm, and they're trying to create some issues. And right as I say that, Big Bear, Little Bear winds up hitting the bottom of the plexiglass. Ball falls. They've got to reset. So again, this is 75 synchro wall balls after basically nothing but cardio. That heart rate is way in the air, and now what we're going to do is we're going to change your elevation up and down, up and down. But these guys are in fantastic shape. These are some of the best pairs in the world here at the 18 to 34 division. A couple of no reps starting to build up in the men's side. And once again, the fatigue starting to build. As that fatigue builds, if you are not drilled at working at the same time, you're going to fatigue at different rates. All of a sudden, your movement maybe not as up to depth as your partners, but coming off of the wall balls first is the Honky Tonk Hustle. So Honky Tonk Hustle, hand in the air from Soul Athletics, hand in the air from More Bros. And on the ladies' side, the Flex and Furious move back to the double unders. Well, Honky Tonk Hustle looking to try to get a little bit of space on these toes to bar. Honky Tonk Hustle, by far the taller of the 2 teams. As they're now back to the toes to bar. Flex and Furious are going to get their second athlete onto the double unders before anyone else is even close. Breakville, though, is going to follow them. Excuse me, lane 15, Let Them Cook. Apologize, Let Them Cook wound over in the other lane for their wall balls. So Let Them Cook, not Breakville, is the team that is behind. Little Bear, Big Bear, though, very quickly into the double unders. Charlene Miller, Sarah Likens trying to catch up. Flex and Furious already onto the toes to bar, though. And for the men, 3 teams working, now 4 teams working through the toes to bar. Right now, look out. As the More Bros joined right next to the More Bros, short and tall hanging on a big set. More Bros going to see where the More Bros are as they had a great set. Boy, they got looks like they're wearing the jean shorts rocking the jorts. Boy, good set of toes to bar from the thick boys, though. Don't overlook the thick boys.
Big sets on these toe to bar, hanging up there. Not
Flex and Furious.
after all the work that they
Big sets from Flex and Furious as they're trying to get this wrapped up. Little Bear, Big Bear is trying to make up some ground. They've got a really fast cycle rate, as does next to them the Disney Girls. The Disney Girls with a fast cycle rate. Don't sleep on them at the end of the floor. These teams get on the end of the floor, and they can kind of get lost in some of these longer workouts.
As they are starting to get to the bottom half of these 50 reps.
Getting towards the end, the Moore Bros, boy, one of the athletes trying to encourage is trying to get this rolling. They want to get this finished off and take an event win here in event number 2. Try and start off their weekend hot and ready. Well, they're going to drop down as communication becoming an issue now. One athlete really starting to struggle, and one almost trying to pull him with him by moving quicker. Got to find a way to find that rhythm. 5 reps left. 4 minutes left. Short and tall. Short and tall have snuck up. Short and tall are going to take the victory. The Moore Bros are going to come up behind them. Great job from Short and Tall staying consistent. The Moore Bros are going to finish off. Boy, as a great race. The Moore Bros just stayed consistent. One finger in the air for Ross and Rob. Flex and Furious are going to finish on the ladies' side. Hey, there's the Disney Girls. Told you not to sleep on them. The Disney Girls just kept creeping up. A nice job from them. The thick boys trying to finish off. They've got a hand in the air. Who's going to take third place for the ladies? We've seen Let Them Cook as Honky Tonk Hustle on the men's side finish off. First place and a 4th place. Not a bad start for them for the first 2 events. Thick boys are going to finish off.
Number 4, Team Souls, Thick Boys.
Little Bear, Big Bear.
Crosser right around that 13.
Let Them Cook. Boy, lots of breaks here now. Having to come off the rig very frequently. And still with 2 minutes and 45 seconds left to work. This workout is far from over. Kind of getting the point where you feel like you just want to try and coast out the workout and just get this thing over with. But, well, there's still plenty of time left. Let Them Cook with 4 reps left.
Team split flopping back and forth throughout these heats.
Well, excuse me. No, okay, so I see the name placard now. So it is Breakville as they were back and forth between lanes. So that's going to be Breakville. Gets across the line, finishes up. Congratulations to Breakville. Hand in the air in lane number 13 from the Quigs. As the Quigs with just 1 rep left, hand in the air from Little Bear, Big Bear. And the Quigs are going to finish off. Little Bear, Big Bear, hand in the air. Just a couple of reps left on the far side. The Boston Baddies. The Boston Baddies trying to wrap up as well. 90 seconds left. The Krieger boys trying to work through these toes to bar as they found a rhythm now together. Mad Apple OGs working through their toes to bar. 1 minute and 15 seconds left as Little Bear, Big Bear finishes off. Over here on the men's side, lots of guys trying to stretch out those forearms. They held on to some really big sets on the toes to bar. 1 minute left. Boston Baddies have a pretty significant lead on the Mad Apple OGs. Don't believe that the OGs are going to be able to catch the Boston Baddies. The Boston Baddies, short sets, but doing a good job of getting right back up onto the rig. Again, finishing up here, fast break presented by RX Smart Gear. As RX Smart Gear not only sponsoring the workout, sponsoring a cash prize for the top male and female in the individual side and the top men's and women's teams as long as they're using an RX jump rope. One final rep in lane number 19. The Krieger boys going to finish up. The Boston Baddies are going to finish it up. 3 seconds remaining. Hey, and the first event of the CrossFit Pairs Championship is down. Ladies and gentlemen, boy, we saw some great performances on the floor here at the Masters Fitness Championship, presented by Chili Goat, programmed by Mayhem Athletes. Make sure you check out the Instagram for the programming of today, where you're going to be, on what floor, and when. As we're going to take a little bit of a break, we're going to move over to the side floor, catch the elite individuals coming up here in just a little bit from Fort Wayne, Indiana, and the Masters Fitness Championship.
Welcome back to the Masters Fitness Championship in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hey, we're into the elite individuals now on the broadcast, brought to you by Bear Complex. So make sure you're with us all weekend long for the Bear Complex broadcast. As you can find us on YouTube all weekend. Check out our Instagram page for the schedule of our broadcast events. Hey, on to the floor to start off for the individuals in the weekend is going to be our 50 to 54 and 60 to 64 elite individuals. Going to let you know who's on the floor, setting it up. In lane number 3, Shelly Deem. Lane 4, Sherry Wells. Lane 5, Kim Trupp. Lane 6, Jen Kennedy. Lane 7, Tammy Hiley. Lane 8, Jackie White. Lane 9, Denise Alba. Lane 10, Sorcha McCarthy. Lane 11, Laura Conkle. Lane 12, Dawn Rogers. Lane 13, Melanie Velasquez. Lane 16, Jennifer Hartnett Henderson. Lane 17, Karen Rotundo, as they're going to be taking on Full Court Press. Full Court Press is a 21-15-9 of deadlifts at 185 and 15-foot, 30-foot, and 60-foot handstand walks. So athletes going to be starting on their starting mats. And they're just waiting on the 3, 2, 1, go. Going to start with their back facing the bar. Look, this is an absolute wrecker of the midline. You're going to have the heavy deadlifts turning it into the handstand walk. You're going to see who's going to be able to brace that core, and quite frankly, who's going to be able to keep breathing through these. Holding your breath, obviously, you got to find that happy balance between keeping your core tension, but also being able to breathe. Holding your breath, never advantageous in CrossFit. I would not suggest it, though I have tried it on many occasions. As we're just waiting on the 3, 2, 1, go. We got both floors operating. We got RX on floor number 1 and Elite on floor number 2. The RX ladies are taking on Fast Break presented by RX Smart Gear. Hey, 3, 2, 1, go, and we're off and running with our 50 to 54 ladies and 60 to 64 ladies. 9-minute time cap on this workout. It's going to be a quick one, and it's asking you to move quickly. Who's going to hang on to these to start off? Is anybody going to try and rip through these? We got some really good competitors on the floor, as this year, Denise Alba, a 2-time semifinalist this year. Jackie White took 63rd in the semis. Sherry Wells, 101st in the semis. Shelly Deem, 85th in the open. On the ladies' side for the 60 to 64, Jennifer Hartnett Henderson, 96th overall. Karen Rotundo, 25th overall. As you see, the 60 to 64 ladies, not with the handstand walk, with the overhead double dumbbell overhead carry. So it's going to change the workout a little bit for them. It's going to speed it up, really, as they're not going to have to come and kick up for the handstand walk. Our first ladies in the 50 to 54 kicked up and walking on those handstand walks. It's going to be lane number 8, Jackie White. Jackie White out of the pit. Lane number 9, Denise Alba. We talked about Denise Alba. And coming back really quick, but making short work of this, as the handstand work will increase as the deadlift work decreases. So your first 2 ladies already back to the deadlift. We're starting to see a little bit of struggle here on the handstand walk for the ladies. In the 60 to 64, up and running. Karen Rotundo doing a good job moving through this very quickly, making short work of the deadlift. Boy, stronger athletes can have an advantage here, especially when you go into the overhead position for the dumbbell carry as opposed to the handstand walk. Still trying to move through those 5-foot segments on the near floor in the deadlifts. Deadlifts continuing to work. 6 minutes, 30 seconds down.
Tammy Hiley working through her deadlifts 5 feet at a time. In lane 6, that's going to be Jen Kennedy. Jen Kennedy working through her handstands. Tammy Hiley. Jackie White back in lane 8. In lane 9, Denise Alba. So seeing some ladies that are really making quick work of this as Alba and White right in the middle. Working through, now moving from the onto the 30 feet of handstand walking. Boy, as a no rep there for Jackie White. Those hands have to start behind the line, can't start on or in front. She gets brought back. Denise Alba, boy, really smooth. Alba's going to go the entire length of the floor here in the 50 to 54 division. I say the entire length, and there's the announcer's curse once again. Not the entire length, but she goes to the 1 or 5 feet section right in front. Tammy Hiley's trying to get past. Tammy Hiley, always a good sport. Trying to make sure I give Tammy Hiley a little bit of love, as last year, the best event she had, she completely dominated, and I called her the wrong name the entire time. I had the wrong lane in my head. Jackie White and Denise Alba back onto the deadlift now for their third deadlift. So they're trying to wrap this up. They've got 9 deadlifts, and they're going to move up to 60-foot handstand walk. So while it seems like you're almost at the end of this, really it's the longest portion of the workout. That handstand walk is going to be the longest segment that you're going to have. 4.5 minutes left to go. Only halfway through this workout, as ladies in the 60 to 64 division on, it appears to be their final set as well, as their cash out is going to be a 15-foot handstand walk. So the final piece of their workout in the 60 to 64, even though they had the overhead walk with the dumbbells, is they've got to get a 15-foot handstand walk. That's what both of them are working on, trying to get one segment all the way down the floor. Denise Alba and Jackie White both on their handstand walk. Alba having to take a little bit more time. Alba was so smooth on her handstand walks. Now Jackie White trying to open up the gap a little bit as Alba struggling to get past that white line. White's going to get all the way to the red. She's going to turn it around. Still a long way to go here in this event, though, as a 60-foot handstand walk is a good length. Coming back, though, boy, Jackie White looks fantastic on her hands, and she's very controlled moving through the segments, coming down, even though she looks strong, really smart at this point in the workout. 3 minutes left to go. So still a whole third of this workout. Jackie White, Denise Alba way out in front, as the rest of the field trying to make sure that they can, even though they're not going to keep pace with White and Alba, trying to at least just make sure they are keeping pace with everybody else in the group, as working through the handstands bit by bit. Interesting that we all come from different backgrounds, and so you have some that have come from backgrounds where walking on your hands is normal and usual, but then you have others that maybe their background doesn't have that. It's a really wild thing to even be able to learn and do 5 feet, even 3 feet at a time as a 50 to 54 athlete. Very impressive. Hey, speaking of, how about the 60 to 64 athletes as they are moving through their 15-foot handstand walk? Really great job as Karen Rotundo, 25th in the world this year in her division, able to get those 5-foot segments at a time. So there's 2 minutes remaining. Rotundo back up as the 60 to 64 athletes have to get these 5-foot segments as well. If you don't get it the 5-foot segment, you got to go all the way back to your previous segment, as Jackie White, Denise Alba, still trying to work through, really have seen the slowdown at this point of the workout. Alba now, though, starting to find it. Maybe the deadlifts took a little bit out of Alba, maybe as she was pushing and riding the line between how fast can I go and how controlled can I be. As Alba now going to take a breath, looks back down the floor. Jackie White is going to finish up that segment. Now looking to go one more segment here to see if they can finish off the workout under the time cap. Alba kicks up and kicks back down. So White taking a breather. Excuse me, is she taking a breather? Is she complete? I think. Actually, I'm sorry. Jackie White takes the victory. Well, came all the way back. Nice job for Jackie White. Denise Alba's got to go down and back one more time in the time that Jackie White got down. Great job to White as other athletes continue to try to finish here with about a minute left to go. As Alba catches herself, spins across. Next to Alba, Sorcha McCarthy. McCarthy is, oh boy, McCarthy just a little bit in front of that red line, trying to finish it off. Jen Kennedy working and trying to move past that line. Boy, Hiley's going to get called back for a no rep just over the rep. As that's going to be time, your 60-64 winner, Karen Rotundo. Jackie White, your 50-54 winner. As these ladies do a great job opening the weekend on this workout. Hey, we're going to reset the floor, allow a new group of ladies to come out. We'll be right back with our next heat. Welcome back to the Masters Fitness Championship live stream presented by Bear Complex. As the Masters Fitness Championships sponsored by Chili Goat, programmed by Mayhem Athlete, bringing to you all of the best Masters action this weekend, as well as the CrossFit Pairs Championship. Right now in the Elite Division, we got the 50-54 ladies getting lined up. Backs to the bar. They've got a 21-15-9 complex of deadlifts at 225, handstand walk of 15 feet, 30 feet, and 60 feet, as the workout is full court press. Starting off with 21 deadlifts. Who's going to break this up early? On the floor, in lane number 4 is going to be Erin Snellgrove. Lane 5, Allie Webster. Lane 6, Gretchen Fisher. Lane 7, Nancy Maywire. Lane 8, Terry Carter. Lane 9, Paula Causey. Lane 10, Sarah Blunk. Lane 11, Amanda Pond. Lane 12, Julie Reston. Lane 13, Marcy Fioc Martin. Lane 14, Krista Parkin. Lane 15, Michelle Overcash. And lane 16, Michelle Hooks. As hands in the air already, and we've got somebody up and rolling, as that's going to be lane number 10. Go figure, Sarah Blanc, multi-time games athlete, is right in front of you. And so she's going to take her segment, turn it right around, and come on back. So Sarah Blanc already with 1 rep in the bag. In lane number 5, that's going to be Allie Webster. Allie Webster is starting to make her move. Allie Webster this year finished 276th in the Open in her age group, so no small feat there. As moving through now in lane number 9, Paula Causey. Causey finishing 237th in the world. Trying to close the gap on Blunk, but boy, Blunk is absolutely moving. Blunk, a very strong athlete, but super skilled as well. Obviously a multi-time games athlete with Blunk. Competed at the 2017 regionals, 2017 games, 35-39, 2021 games, 40-44, and this year in the 45-49. So Blunk, a 3-time games athlete in 3 different divisions, as Blunk is continuing to work very quickly and very well. In lane number 8, that's going to be Terry Carter. Carter comes back as she's starting to get ready for a deadlift. So this is a 225, is a heavy deadlift, as it's really going to force these ladies to control the core throughout this workout. Early on, 21 reps, when you feel fresh, you might go ahead and try to rip through those. And then at the end of the workout, boy, you can't feel your core anymore. Everything feels wobbly. Hand in the air in lane number 6 for Gretchen Fisher. Waiting to see who's going to hop up as Sarah Blunk already on to her set of 9 deadlifts. So going to be 9 deadlifts with a 60-foot handstand walk. Longest handstand walk, easiest. I'm going to say easiest in terms of sheer volume, easiest on the deadlifts at 9. You see the light at the end of the tunnel, and Blunk is really moving through that really fast. As Blunk is going to head up, and Blunk's going to try to finish off this workout in under half the amount of time allotted for the time cap. Blunk working 2 lanes down from her is Amanda Pond. Pond working right next to her on the screen. Blunk running away with this. We're going to see who's going to try and keep pace with her as we start moving here into the 3rd part of this workout now. Blunk coming back down the lane, also coming back down the lane, Gretchen Fisher in lane number 6. Lane number 5, Allie Webster up and moving. Lane number 4, Erin Snellgrove trying to work down towards that 30-foot mark. As Sarah Blunk is going to finish off her workout, Sarah Blunk's going to turn around. She's got one more length. You know, math is hard for me sometimes. So she's going to turn around and head back down for that final group. Snellgrove started to walk back down and said, no, you got to keep handstand walking. So Sarah Blunk turns around like she's not even phased. She's going to walk all the way back down the floor. 2 hands, and she's going to finish on her mat. Nice job to Sarah Blunk as she's going to take event number 1. Who's going to come in behind her, though, for 2nd place? Starting to look at what does the field look like. In lane number 11, Amanda Pond going to turn around. She's got to start handstand walking back. Lane number 12 is Julie Reston. As Reston finished 41st this year in the semifinals. So Reston, a very good athlete, trying to move back down. Reston maybe trying to wrap this up as well. Allie Webster moving back, turning around for another set of handstand walks. And again, no one getting close to Blunk as Sarah Blunk ran away with this. About 4 minutes left, so we're still just under halfway through the time cap. Don't let the impressive nature of Sarah Blunk fool you, as this workout is really tight. We're moving through. We're starting to see a lot of the athletes moving almost in unison down the floor, as it started off very spread out and everything's starting to come back towards the center again. Paula Causey in lane number 9. In lane number 8, Terry Carter, as Paula and Terry trying to work their way back towards their bars. Erin Snellgrove in the white short, blue bra right in front of you on your screen. That's going to be 9 reps for her. She's going to try and wrap this up on the handstand walk now. 60 feet doesn't feel like very far, but when you flip upside down, everything else feels like a long way. And Snellgrove's going to take a lot of time, probably wise on her part. You can see right behind her kicking up, I believe that's Gretchen Fisher in lane number 6. Snellgrove doing a good job just working bit by bit. Nancy Maywire on the side next to Gretchen Fisher. She's trying to work back towards her bar as well. And so Snellgrove now working down towards that red line, trying to get down to the end. Lots of people on the deadlift and starting to take more time on the deadlift. Paula Causey going to wrap up her deadlift, so she's got 60 feet of handstand walk left before she wraps this up. Snellgrove trying to get over that red line as, well, we've all been there. You want to get another hand over that line, but your body just won't let you. Good job from Snellgrove, maintaining her balance, pushing it forward. Paula Causey up and moving, as is Terry Carter. Causey and Carter moving side by side. That may wind up becoming a race as we get closer to the time cap. Not sure if anybody is going to finish this off. Snellgrove has to come down the floor and go all the way back. So see if they're able to finish this off. But if not, it's going to be just two athletes right next to each other who can get farther. Snellgrove up with a big smile as she gets no reps. So up and moving Snellgrove moving down the near side of the floor, at least from where I'm seated. She's got the white shorts, blue bra. She just got out of your line of sight. She's got to come all the way back down the floor now. Boy, so much work, but doing a really good job here as the shoulders got to be getting fatigued, that midline fatigued. Boy, these athletes really fighting what's going on here early on. A diabolically programmed workout. Speaking of programming, Mayhem Athlete did the programming. Boy, they're going to push these athletes all weekend. We're already seeing that. We saw it in the teams this morning with Fast Break, sponsored by RX Smart Gear. Now we've got full court press, and boy, you can see the press going on as just about 17 seconds remaining in this workout. And looks like in the race between Terry Carter and Paula Causey, Terry Carter is going to get turned around a little bit quicker. I believe Terry Carter is going to take third. Snellgrove's going to take second. Carter's going to take third. Causey will take fourth, but running away with it, Sarah Blanc. Boy, running away with it indeed, as somebody made sure she's walking on her hands and not running on her feet. Hey, we're going to step away for a couple minutes. We're going to bring on the next heat of ladies as we continue on in the Masters Fitness Championship. back on the Bear Complex live stream for the Masters Fitness Championship. Hey, heading into the Elite 40 to 44 ladies. Boy, this is going to be a blazing heat. In lane 1, Lauren Hageman. Lane 2, Darcy Thompson. Lane 3, Jasmine Moeller. Lane 4, Dana Bird. Lane 5, Natalie Reed. Lane 6, Amy West. Lane 7, Leslie Raskin. Lane 8, Autumn Spence. Lane 9, Ashley Carlson. Lane 10, Carrie Miley. Lane 11, Anna Tobias. Lane 12, Jennifer Lauren. Lane 13, Kate Curry. Lane 14, Katie Rakowski. Lane 15, Lilani Mabry. Lane 16, Kristen Cooper. Lane 17, Christina McCamey. Lane 18, Rachel Byerly. Lane 19, Ashley Branoff Lamberti. And lane 20, Brianne Showman. As we have a full heat of ladies, 20 down the floor strong. And moving through the deadlift here as, well, you can see 21, 15, 9 on the full court press for our 40 to 44 ladies is going to be at 225. Boy, that is a heck of a deadlift. 225, 30, 60, and 120 feet of deadlift. 9-minute cap. Boy, you better believe we're going to use every bit of this 9-minute cap, as a lot of very experienced, very strong athletes on the floor. And what's going to win out? Is it going to be the strength? Is it going to be the gymnastic ability? More, it's kind of rhetorical, because we all know it's going to be about the midline. And off to a really fast start in lane number 8 is going to be Autumn Spence. Spence off and running. And, speaking of gymnastic ability, Carrie Miley. As Miley absolutely flying through, 17th at the games this year. Miley has a lot of experience and showing it already. 17th of the games this year, 24 and 25 semifinalist as well. Anna Tobias is going to turn around back for her set of handstand walks. How is this going to play out throughout the course of the entire event, though? We say it over and over again. You wind up in these situations where early on you feel really good and you've got 21 deadlifts. You rip those out. You do a handstand walk that's really relatively short for the whole workout. And you're like, yeah, this is awesome. And then you get to that middle round, which we all know in 3 rounds is by far the worst. And if you're like me, every now and then you stand up and you go, oh, I really messed up. As these ladies trying to work back in the handstands on round number 2. Carrie Miley puts her bar down. Miley, not a large athlete, but really strong. And now Miley, using her advantage in the gymnastic elements, moving down the floor very quickly. Hand in the air next to Carrie Miley. That's going to be Ashley Carlson. Carlson with a hand in the air trying to move on to the handstand walk. Miley's going to turn around and come back down. Leslie Raskin on the handstand walk. She's turning around trying to catch up to Miley. As Carlson now on the handstand walk. Jennifer Lauren on the handstand walk, going to turn around. Boy, no rep, tough no rep for Autumn Spence. Got a little bit in front of that line. Wasn't supposed to get too far in front of it. Miley is back onto the deadlift. Tobias now moves on to her handstand walk. But Miley on to 9 deadlifts as Miley very wisely doing singles here. She's got a pretty good lead, so going to be able to save as much of her energy as possible. Still under 4 minutes have passed in this event. As told you, these ladies were going to make this shorter than maybe anyone else that is watching would make it. A really good job from these very strong, very good ladies. Miley now up and off for her handstand walk. She's trying to finish this off. And she's got 120 feet of handstand walking. So she's going to double what she had to do in round number 2. Miley off and walking, though. Autumn Spence, Ashley Carlson trying to keep pace, both with a hand in the air. As up and walking right next to Carrie Miley, Ashley Carlson. So she's going to remind you, hey, I'm there, as they are passing each other right now on the floor. Miley, black pants, a red top, and a bright orange headband. And Autumn Spence, black top, black pants, army green top. Spence is up and walking right now. Miley's turning around. Well, elsewhere on the floor, Leslie Raskin is starting to make her move. Raskin, local out of Mad Apple CrossFit, so a local product here in the Masters Fitness Championship, as Raskin's going to turn it around. Miley, though, is trying to extend her lead, but catching up. Don't look now. Ashley Carlson right next to her, and Carlson turns around quickly. Asked her judge how many more. Carlson with a very quick transition. So it's a Miley and Carlson race right now. They've still got to keep going. This is not going to be it for them. They're going to turn around. And Miley takes the victory. Carlson right behind her. What a great job from Carrie Miley, who has the event win. Carlson finishes right behind her. Where else are we going to finish? As Raskin back to her deadlifts. Anna Tobias handstand walking back towards the line. As Tobias is going to finish it off. Tobias winds up taking what it looks like is third place. Maybe somebody on the far end might have finished. I don't think so, though. Miley, Carlson, Tobias. And the workout continues, though. This is a long weekend. A full heat of ladies. So the difference between taking 13th and 8th could mean the difference in a podium spot on the weekend. Unless you have people that just dominate all weekend long. But with a deep heat, I don't think that's going to happen. It's Tobias now, excuse me. So I said Tobias has finished. Tobias down and back. I think Tobias is still going to wind up in third place, though. Back and forth now as we're trying to work their way back down the floor. Darcy Thompson in lane number 2. Lane number 1, Lauren Hageman is trying to finish off her third set of handstand walking. Boy, the deadlift at 225 is being a struggle for some ladies, and it is a heavy deadlift at 225. Lots of different strength levels as CrossFit shows. Everybody's good at something. How good are you at everything? And now moving down the lane, lane number 12 is going to be Jennifer Lauren. Next to her is Kate Curry. Curry with a really nice handstand walk right now. Lane number 14, Katie Rutkowski. Rutkowski trying to hang on for about half the length of the floor. Jennifer Lauren with 90 seconds left. Athletes continuing to try to work, seeing who can move across the floor. 90 seconds remaining in this workout. Turning around down by her chest piece is going to be number 7, Leslie Raskin. In lane number 7, Leslie Raskin. Lane number 6, Amy West. Amy West being cheered on by those that have been here watching her. As West's going to turn around, she's got another length of handstand walk, joined by Natalie Reed. About 50 seconds remaining. In lane number 12, Jennifer Lauren going to get some support from Anna Tobias. And on the far side of the floor, lane 18, Rachel Byerly out of Raw Training. Byerly trying to hang on to a long set of handstand walks, trying to fight that balance. Boy, doing a good job. Staying on her hands for a long time here right at the end of this workout is Byerly. Byerly going to try and get all the way across this line. She's like, hey, I did all the work to get up. I'm just going to stay up here. Good job from Rachel Byerly for a really long handstand walk. In lane number 3, Jasmine Moeller is going to turn around on the floor. As 3, 2, and 1. That's going to be time for the 40 to 44 ladies. Carrie Miley absolutely crushing this workout, followed very closely by Ashley Carlson. Boy, a tight 1 and 2. We'll see how this develops as we move forward into the weekend. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, make sure you stick with us. We'll be back in about 1 minute as we set up the floor for our 35 to 39 ladies. Back on the Masters Fitness Championship live stream presented by Bear Complex. Hey, we're off and running with full court press. The 35 to 39 ladies, 21-15-9 deadlifts at 225. Boy, 315 would be a crazy workout for these ladies. 225, 30 foot, 60 foot, 120 feet of handstand walking for the leaders. It's going to go very quickly as we'll set up the floor for you. In lane number 1, Veronica Rodriguez. Lane 2, Heather Pay. Lane 3, Taylor Alton. Lane 4, Cynthia Dion. Lane 5, Julie Hobert. Lane 6, Kaylee Walsh. Lane 7, Katrina Rasmussen. Lane 8, Heather Tealking. Lane 9, Brittany Singer. Lane 10, Katie Sherritt. Lane 11, Ashley Rincon. Lane 12, Mary Terrell. Lane 13, Marin Banker. Lane 14, Brandy Jacobs. Lane 15, Leah Schaefer. Lane 16, Kayla Weiler. Lane 17, Allison Spencer. Lane 18, Melinda Golden. Lane 19, Samantha Fila. And lane 20, Randy Stevens. As off and running already. Boy, we talked about it. These are some strong ladies here in the 35 to 39 division. Moving back to her bar already in lane number 7, I believe that is going to be Katrina Rasmussen. As Rasmussen makes quick work of the deadlift and back to the bar. 21 deadlifts down. Now she's got 15 deadlifts with a 30-foot handstand walk. Now, a lot of ladies back on the deadlifts. Breaking the deadlifts here in this round of 15. Wise as well. So good job here trying to pace out this workout. They've had a chance to see other ladies do it. They've had probably some teammates. They've had some coaches watching. So an opportunity to see, hey, how fast is this going to go? How fast are the leaders? We've seen the leaders at about 5 minutes in this workout. This one looks like it's going to go a little bit slower as we're already down to 6 minutes. So 3 minutes already gone. 225 bar starting to take its toll. Up and running, though, already, boy, in lane number 7 as Katrina Rasmussen. Rasmussen was your leader getting back to the bar, and now your leader on the floor. But look out as basically running on her hands in lane number 5, Julie Hobert. Hobert out of Harborside CrossFit. Hobert's going to turn it around. Oh, excuse me. So Hober is actually 1 round behind. I apologize. So Rasmussen still in the lead. Saw Hober coming flying through. Rasmussen's going to turn it around as she's trying to get all the way back. Rasmussen's going to get brought back on a no rep. In lane number 12, sneaking up on her is Mary Terrell. Terrell going to take a breath as she turns around. Lane number 10 is Katie Sherritt. So Rasmussen slowing down a little bit here. She's going to take a planned break right in the middle of the floor. Wise of her. She's going to come back. She's only got 9 deadlifts, but then 120 feet of handstand walking. As that's 30 feet down and 30 feet back. So they've got the white line that they walk to first is 15 feet. The red line is 30 feet. And now Rasmussen back onto the deadlifts. Rasmussen right in the middle of the floor. A good target for everybody that's trying to chase her, as now athletes around her starting to chase her down a little bit. Boy, really fast on her hands. How about Brittany Singer in lane number 9? Singer comes back quickly as Rasmussen, 9 deadlifts very quickly. Rasmussen, a very strong athlete. Rasmussen up and walking once again. She's got 120 feet to go. She's going to stop halfway down the floor. Wise of her to stop halfway down the floor in lane number 9. Excuse me, lane number 9. That's right, Brittany Singer. Heather Tealking, is in lane number 8. Tealking was the one that came flying down on the handstand walk behind Rasmussen. So Singer taking a little bit more time. Back up and running, though, is Rasmussen. Rasmussen in lane number 7, your leader. And she's starting to stretch the field a little bit. People are having trouble catching up to her. Her handstand walks aren't quite as fast as some of the other ladies, but her deadlifts were incredibly fast, and she is proficient at handstand walks. Again, the CrossFit methodology. It's not that she's amazing at one and not great at the other. She's really, really, really good at one and still really good at the other. She's going to finish. She's going to turn around. She's got another 60 feet to go, so down and back once again. But don't look now. Right next to her in lane number 8, Heather Tealking. Tealking is the one who walks so quickly, and Tealking is moving. So Rasmussen moving down. She's eventually going to feel the heat from Tealking as Tealking is going to turn around. Tealking is very strong on her hands. 45 feet left to go for Rasmussen. Tealking needs to kick back up soon. I say needs to. It is the first workout. But in order for this workout, Tealking needs to kick back up soon. So Rasmussen now has 30 feet left to go. Tealking is going to have 60 feet left to go. Rasmussen is up and moving, though. Don't think Tealking, no matter how proficient she is going to be able to get back to it. Wow, especially seeing how she's still on the deadlift. Oh, no, she's on the handstand walk now. Boy, it confused me. She put her foot on the bar. I was like, oh, boy, I'm way off. Rasmussen comes walking back towards her starting mat. Rasmussen's about to finish this off and start with a event win for Rasmussen. A great job in lane number 7. Tealking moving down the lane. She's trying to take a second place here in event number 1. As Tealking looks like she's pretty easily going to take a second place finish as she finishes on the starting mat. Nice job for Tealking. And now with 2 minutes left to go, still a lot of athletes on the floor trying to see who's going to be able to wrap this up. We've got a couple athletes that have finished. Didn't get a chance to see who that was, but they're squatted down on the far side. So possibly maybe Mary Terrell on the ground over there. Mary Terrell, maybe a Marin Banker. Can't quite tell who's in those lanes, as it looks like possibly lane number 12, probably Mary Terrell, as Terrell, a familiar athlete here at the Masters Fitness Championship. Rasmussen, a former regional athlete back in 2017 in that South Regional. The good old South Regional back in the days when I was still actively attempting to compete in CrossFit at least. And wrapping it up in lane number 8, I believe. No, excuse me, lane number 6, Kaylee Walsh. So Kaylee Walsh comes across. Boy, you'll forgive me, ladies and gentlemen, at a little bit of an angle, so I'm trying to decipher it through the weekend. We'll get better throughout the weekend, I do promise. Boy, as these ladies fighting towards the end of this workout and moving well in the handstand walk. Here's the thing is, boy, really the determining factor has been the deadlift. The deadlift has slowed a lot of ladies down. Hey, finishing up here in lane number 1, Veronica Rodriguez out of Redemption Fitness. Deadlift becoming a little bit of a separator with that 225 weight. The handstand walks, obviously a lot of skill involved there, but starting to see the movement here as proficient on their hands. In the middle of the floor, Brittany Singer in lane number 9, still working on her handstand walks. Lane number 4, Cynthia Dean. And finishing it up in lane number 3, Taylor Alton. Lane number 2, Heather Pay. 30 seconds remaining. These athletes trying to finish it up as we got some athletes cheering for other athletes, walking and trying to get as far as they can. Boy, not even, she unhooks the belt but doesn't even take it off. In lane number 5 is Julie Hober. Hober with the belt up around her chest now is going to get about 2/3 of the way down the floor before she's got to come down, takes the belt off. Boy, every rep is going to count here over the course of a long weekend. So 3, 2, and 1, and that's it for the 35 to 39 ladies. As a great showing from Katrina Rasmussen, starting off day number 1, workout number 1. Hey, we're going to step away for a couple of moments, set up the floor for our 30 to 34 ladies. We'll be right back.
Did I have a double? Somebody have a double. God, I knew I had a double. What a dummy. What a dummy. I had all those notes. Golly. 30 to 34. Set up and ready to go 10 seconds before the 30 to 34 ladies. That's right, the Masters Fitness Championship. We consider our 30 to 34 friends Masters as well. Taking on full court press, 21-15-9 of deadlifts in 225, 30, 60, 120-foot handstand walk. Boy, this is a difficult workout, and these ladies though at 225 making this look easy. Wrapping it out right in the middle of the floor, lanes 9, 10, 11. Marianne Johnson, Emily Salome, and Casey Wells really moving through that well. Set up the floor for you in lane number 4, Natalia Brooks. Lane number 6, Lindsay Howell. Lane 7, Kristen Allen. Lane 8, Barbara Navas. Lane 9, Marianne Johnson. Lane 11, should be lane 10, Emily Salome. Lane 11, Casey Wells. Lane 12, Catherine Sandburn. Lane 13, Alexandra Rizzo. Lane 14, Elizabeth Jackson. Lane 15, Michelle Weiner. Lane 16, Caitlin Kuchek. Lane 17, Macy Berry. Lane 18, Lindsay Derby. As already heading back in lane number 11, there's Casey Wells. Wells is going to move back onto the deadlifts very quickly in the bright orange sports bra. Trying to help point her out for you. And right next to her, Emily Salome. Salome is pushing Wells for everything that they've got. Wells finished 262nd in the Open this year, 2022 and 2025 finalist. Salome 1,000th in the Open. Hey, how about the big 1,000 number? You don't see round numbers a lot in the CrossFit Open. This year, though, finishing 1,000. And keep in mind, this is the 30 to 34. So Salome at 1,000 is overall in the entire world. Wells at 262nd overall in the entire
walk, as does Salome. Really impressive for both those ladies. And so they immediately kick up, even though the deadlifts were starting to look a little bit fatiguing. Thought they were going to take some time. They're going to turn around. They both have to come just the length of the floor back. I say just, that's 30 feet. But in a moment, they're going to have 120 feet. It's 4 lengths of the floor on the hands. Wells goes quickly. She turns around. Salome now moving backward, back towards her bar as well. They're going to hop on 9 deadlifts. We're going to see how quickly these go. As very quickly moving into her second round in lane number 14, Elizabeth Jackson out of CrossFit Abilene, another Texas product. I'm from Texas myself, so I get excited when Texas reps. As Jackson moving back down the floor, boy, and she's moving quickly. She had a quicker turn than the other athletes that we've seen to this point. Can Jackson make up any ground here? Wells and Salome both going to break here on the deadlifts. Each of them, it appears, breaks 5 in. They've got 4 left to go. And how about Jackson up and on her hands again? So Jackson is going to go down. Jackson is in the lead here. Boy, have we overlooked Jackson the whole time? Jackson in the bright green shoes. She's turned around. And she looks like she's coming back to wrap up this workout. Boy, did Jackson sneak up on me? Somebody always sneaks up on me in these workouts. We're looking at Wells. And Salome, is Jackson about to finish the workout? She absolutely is. What a great job from Elizabeth Jackson down in lane number 14. She takes first place in impressive fashion. Still more than 5 minutes to go in the workout. Wells is going to wrap it up as Wells finishes it off. Salome finishes it off, boy, and a really nice job as they've got down and back still. So if that tells you how fast Elizabeth Jackson did that workout. Emily Salome and Casey Wells in second and third. As they are crushing this workout. Let's not mince words here. I mean, they're going to finish this workout with about 4 minutes left to go. So they're going to take just over half the time allotted for the time cap. 4 minutes left to go. Salome's waving out her arms. Casey Wells trying to get into a solid second place. Elizabeth Jackson, though, boy, it looked like she's using fake weights. We've got a great team of volunteers, but how strong is she? She's actually being congratulated. Is that in lane number 13? Did Alexandra Rizzo? Boy, I'm kind of blocked off by some of the fans. I believe Alexandra Rizzo might have got in there. Excuse me, okay, Alexandra Rizzo is deadlift. So she was just stopping, taking a break, and talking to Elizabeth Jackson. So Elizabeth Jackson takes first, Casey Wells second, Emily Salome third. Hey, by the way, we've still got more than 3 minutes left in this workout. Still more than a third of the workout. We're already talking about first, second, and third. Boy, in a battle, as we're seeing the deadlift stopping some athletes, others moving on the handstand walks as they're trying to finish off their workouts. Lane number 8, Barbara Navas. As Barbara Navas is going to turn around, she's got another 60 feet to go. Lane number 7 is Kristen Allen. Lane number 4, Natalia Brooks. This workout, a difficult workout. We've seen some make it very short work of it. They turn what is a grueling 9-minute workout into a 4-minute sprint. Lindsay Howell. Howell getting down the floor. She's going to stop 45 feet down the floor. Navas trying to get to that 15-foot marker as she's moving methodically. Navas just going to keep going. Navas taking balance from. Gets past that line as we are 1 minute left. So when I said 1 minute, I actually meant 2 minutes. I said 150. I thought I said 50 seconds. Still plenty of time left as East Lake's trying to come back. In lane number 6, that's Lindsay Howell. Howell trying to make her way back down the floor. Navas turning around. Navas proficient in the handstands, trying to come back. Lane number 17, that's going to be Macy Perry. Perry goes down. Luckily, she's up well again. We've all been there. Take that crash in the handstand walk. Lindsay Howell trying to get down to that last line. Howell getting stuck. Howell just losing a little bit of the locomotion in those shoulders. Now Howell's going to finish it off and finish it. Nice job for Howell. Just a couple of seconds remaining. Barbara Navas getting as many reps as she can. And that wraps up our elite ladies for full court press. Hey, we're going to move to the men here momentarily. We're going to stop, change out some weights. We'll be back on the Bear Complex broadcast at the Masters Fitness Championship. No chance that this was on too, right? Shoot, I was talking to that the whole time. Literally. Well, that stinks. Sorry.
No, you're good. I didn't know you.
Yeah, sorry.
We got here at 7, so
No worries.
just gonna charge, come back.
Okay, I'm running the restroom real quick. Trying to drink water to stay healthy and
Stay hydrated.
we get started here in the men's 60 to 64 and 65 plus division. As getting into full court press, 21, 15, 9 deadlifts with a 15, 30, and 60 foot handstand walk. For our 65 plus fellas, we've got a double dumbbell overhead carry with a 15-foot handstand walk cash out. So still got to do the handstand walks. 60 to 64, same thing, double dumbbell overhead carry with a 15-foot handstand walk. So this workout is going to go quickly at first for these gentlemen. Man, we got some strong guys in this heat. In lane number 3, Bob Emery. Lane number 4, Brett Kurihara. Lane number 5, Craig Fegan. Lane 6, Dennis McLean. Lane number 7, John Mullen. Lane 8, Ron Lebsock. Lane 9, Ted Kaminsky. Lane number 10, Bruce McLaughlin. Lane number 11, Bud Vasquez. Lane 12, David Herbert. Lane 13, John Crockett. Lane 14, Paul Palmer. Lane 15, Ronald Bernardi. Lane 16, Stephen Korf. Lane 17, Bruce Snethen. And lane 18, Howard Roberts. As these fellows moving through this workout and already seeing into round number 2 with the overhead walk, keeping those dumbbells up extended over their head. Deadlift at 155 for our 65 plus guys, 185 for our 60 to 64 fellas. So a major deadlift workout, but do not discount these overhead walks, especially when you have to finish off with a 15-foot handstand walk. That 15-foot handstand walk, 5-foot segments. They're going to go from that red line to the yellow, past the white, to that middle yellow line. That's their handstand walk. Going to see who's got the handstand walks in the bag here at this age. And, boy, impressive to see this anyway. When you look at the world, you look at the way that health has kind of developed at times. You see these guys at 65 plus, 60 to 64, inspirational, moving at the rate that they are moving. As already here into our deadlifts for some of these fellas. Looking at this final round, they finish off their overhead walk, now into the 15-foot handstand walk. Got a little bit of a race in lane 7 and 8. That's going to be John Mullen, Ron Lebsock. As they're both they drop the dumbbells and they're both trying to catch their breath a little bit. Up and moving in lane number 6, Dennis McLean. McLean gets 10 feet down in lane number 7. John Mullen kicks up, unable to get it too far down. As McLean looks like he's trying to take an event win here in the 60 to 64. As McLean just a couple feet from wrapping it up. McLean's got to get that other hand in. As you'll forgive me, I must have the wrong number here. I apologize. I thought it was 15 feet. I believe it must be 30 feet. So McLean going to try to get all 30 feet. Not going to get all the way there. As also working on the handstands, going to be Craig Fegan, Brett Kurihara, Bob Emery. So a lot of guys out here working on those handstands. No one on the far side just yet. Well, I've seen some hands kick up on the far side as the 65-plus gentlemen trying to work on getting their handstand walk, see if they can get at least 1 or 2 segments. Looks like on the far side, potentially 1 or 2 segments is going to completely change the dynamic of where you're going to finish in this workout. And still trying to finish up. At the moment, Dennis McLean has a big lead on most everybody. Coming up behind him, though, Brett Kurihara, Brett Kurihara. He is 10 feet behind McLean. McLean, though, starting to struggle. Kurihara finds a way to get past that line. As Kurihara now just 5 feet behind McLean. McLean, boy, after getting 20 feet, starting to struggle as he's getting a couple of feet at a time. Nice job. Now he gets another 5 feet, but Kurihara moves up as well. So neck and neck now. Kurihara kicks up. Kurihara, if he can get to that yellow line, boy, those elbows started to buckle. Kurihara trying to catch up to McLean. Not quite there yet, though, as McLean Is he going to get there? McLean gets all the way across that red line. He's going to run back and finish off. McLean is going to take event number 1. Great job from Dennis, as Kurahara has a large lead on everybody else. So 3 minutes still to go. And Brett, boy, a couple feet at a time. Brett's got some time to be able to take and give himself a moment to let his shoulders recover. As boy, we're seeing that buckle right about after 2 or 3 steps every single time. To this point, not seeing anybody else who has actually made a length yet. As lots of guys are getting about 4 feet down the lane. As Brett Kurahara still work. Oh, Brett Kurahara, okay, so he's done, so they're going to send Brett back. Brett was like, hey, do I have to turn around and do it again? Brett was excited. Brett wanted to do more handstand walks. Good job, Brett, taking second in the workout. And now, boy, lots of guys look good on their hands, just don't quite have that locomotion forward. Sometimes that's a range of motion. Just can't quite get that shoulder opened up enough. Two and a half minutes remaining, as all these guys, hey, at the beginning of the weekend too, and interesting as it goes, going to wind up condensing everything a little bit, as so many guys going to finish right together. Only 2 men finishing in Kurahara and McLean, as the 15-foot handstand walk cash out proving to be a little difficult. And hey, up on his feet and moving down on the far side of the floor. What a really nice job. I believe that's Howard Roberts, as I think he's on the far side of the floor. There's nobody down beyond him. Howard Roberts has got himself way down there. And starting to see as well, boy, in lane, we're going to try and get a good lane number for you, because we got Howard Roberts and somebody else trying to come up beside him as well. That's going to be in lane number 17. Is that Bruce Snethen? Yeah, so Snethen and Roberts, each with some handstand walks under their belt. So, hey, how about that? That's going to be in the 65-plus division. Think about that, 65-plus out walking on their hands. Lane number 15, is that Ronald Bernardi as well? Well, excuse me, I believe Stephen Korf. Stephen Korf with 10 feet under his belt. So with about 30 seconds left, we've got 3 gentlemen in the 65-plus division that have been moving forward. Stephen Korf now. Is Korf going to get all the way? Boy, Korf gets it. Korf gets down to 20 feet. So Korf is in the lead in the 65-plus division. Korf and Roberts, I think Roberts is 5 feet behind. Roberts trying to catch back up. Korf trying to get another 5 feet. Boy, Korf has really good positioning, very vertical, bounces those hands forward, gets credit for it. Stephen Korf of CrossFit sees the day in the 65-plus division. What a great job. As the 60 to 64 in the 65-plus division for the men here have completed their first workout. We're going to get set up. We've got some deadlifts to set up. We'll get set up for the next heat of 55 to 59 individual elite men. Hey, we'll be back in just a moment on the Bear Complex stream for the Masters Fitness Championship.
dominance, and he has brought a whole community along the ride with him.
We know why we do this. What about you?
I'm just trying to keep up with him.
When there's a difficult task at hand, I can always tackle whatever that is.
We're choosing to build a better future.
Yeah, Mayhem athletes are fit, but that's only one part of who we are.
Their values and my values align with each other.
I follow Mayhem because I know it'll get me ready.
When I couldn't do anything at all, Mayhem helped me start.
If you're ready, there's a spot for you.
And we're back with the 55-59 Elite Men. Hey, we'll set the floor up for you. In lane number 4 is Joseph Nicholas. Lane number 5, Patrick Engel. Lane 6, Pete Petrilli. Lane 7, Charles Cremians. Lane 8, Jay Sanderson. Lane 9, Chris Wellborn. Lane 10, John Kim. Lane 11, Darren Clement. Lane 12, Ben Kelly. Lane 13, Daniel Dufour. Lane 14, Dave Deering. Lane 15, James Robertson. Lane 16, Brian Scott, as these gentlemen take on full court press here at the Masters Fitness Championship. A 21-15-9 of deadlifts at 185 and 15, 30, 60-foot handstand walks. You're going to decrease your work on the deadlift as you increase it on the handstand walk. Pete Petrilli out and moving, trying to get to that 15-foot marker, as Pete's going to get there, but he's going to be just a little bit behind. Wait, who is that in lane number 9, I believe it is? Chris Wellborn. So Chris Wellborn is going to be first and quickly back to the deadlifts. As Wellborn here on the set of 15, followed very shortly by Petrilli. Petrilli, a big, strong athlete. Wellborn, though, came out flying on those handstand walks, did a great job. As Wellborn actually thought he had further to go. He was surprised when they told him to go back to the bar. Now up and walking is John Kim, Darren Clement. John Kim, a 3-time Games athlete. The Games in 18, 21, and 23, where he finished second in 2023. So Kim, no stranger to high-level competition. Pete Petrilli works through his deadlifts quickly, and now he's off. Boy, Petrilli's struggling a little bit on these early handstand walks. Petrilli gets off quicker than Wellborn. Or perhaps, excuse me, Sanderson, I believe. We're going to see. I'm waiting to get a little bit of stuff. So that is, it's going to be Wellborn. And so Petrilli is going to get 15 feet down the floor. He's got another 15 feet to go in a minute as he's going to turn it around. Petrilli in lane number 6, currently your leader. Was Petrilli a multiple-time MFC athlete? Petrilli never really gets through the hallway very easily as he stops and talks to everybody. John Kim, 30 feet down. He goes all the way down. Petrilli back working on his set of 9. Kim in lane number 10. Moving down, looks like he's first in the event. Boy, Kim worked through that very quickly as John Kim is going to take first place. Boy, John surprised me, moved through it really, really well. Petrilli here is about to move into his final set of handstand walks. He's going to be followed by Chris Wellborn. Wellborn working on singles in his deadlifts right now. So Petrilli's taking a lot of time to try and breathe, kicks up a little bit too quickly. Gets an O-rep. He's going to come back down, take some more. But John Kim, in under 4 minutes, finishes off this workout. Well, I think Kim did it so fast that I looked up and he'd already done a handstand walk. Well done for John Kim, 3-time Games athlete. Jay Sanderson up and walking on those hands. Pete Petrilli not going to be able to get that first link. So Petrilli going to maybe need to take a little bit of a breather, take more time here. He's got lots of time left. You got more than half of this workout left. Still 5 minutes to go. Trying to push right now, you may run yourself into so much fatigue that maybe you never get another length, which if you know Pete, you know how good of a guy he is. Nobody wants that. Pete, though, he's found it. Just had to find the rhythm. 10 feet down. Sanderson up and walking now. Sanderson gets another 10 feet. Sanderson going to go for that next yellow line, gets 15 feet all at once. He's got 5 feet before he winds up turning around, and then Sanderson's got to come all the way back. But once he comes back, that's the end of this workout for him. Petrilli kicks up. Petrilli, no shirt, black shorts. In lane number 4 is Joseph Nicholas. Blue shirt, black shorts. Sanderson's going to turn around. Sanderson's taking some time. I think Sanderson is able to take a look at the field around him and realize he doesn't have to rush necessarily. He can rest and recover for a while here. He's going to kick up. As he moves back down the floor, he's going to get a no rep. Just puts that hand on the tape. It seems really simple until you're in the middle of a workout and you're breathing heavy, and all of a sudden your hands don't go where you want them when you kick upside down. Sanderson, 5 feet down. Petrilli taking a big deep breath as he's trying to get a little bit of momentum, see if he can get moving forward once again. As on the far end of the floor, lots of deadlifts as they're trying to move through and get a few more reps with this 185 deadlift plus the handstand and that overhead position. Difficult on these athletes, really pushing them to their limits. As John Kim, looked like John Kim was, you just saw it on your screen there, John Kim was trying to help out, gave an elbow brace, looks like in lane number 11 possibly, Darren Clement. As I think Darren Clement, maybe an elbow issue, he's going to go ahead and, he's either taking a breather or he's calling it. Sanderson's still working his way back. Petrilli's got another 5 feet. Petrilli is going to get all the way across the line. He's going to turn around. Sanderson continues to try to push forward. He's kind of fighting it. Petrilli, if Petrilli could find maybe a rhythm here, he's got a chance to at least put some stress on Sanderson. Sanderson gets another no rep. Going down is Joseph Nicholas. As it's not Nicholas, I'm looking at Nicolulalis. I'm going to get that double checked. So for any Nick fans, I promise I'm going to get his name correct for you as the weekend goes on. Sanderson with just 5 feet left to go. Sanderson, trying to fight that balance, and he winds up getting there. Sanderson's going to finish it off. So Kim followed by Sanderson. Petrilli's still on the floor. Petrilli has turned around. No one else has turned around yet. However, in lane number 12 is Ben Kelly. Ben Kelly in the Open finished 17th this year. Games athlete in 21 and 26. So Kelly moving methodically, using the experience that he has, as he's got a wealth of competition experience. Petrilli goes down. Boy, I hope Pete's okay. We've seen Pete season end a couple of times with some injuries. So glad Pete's up and moving again. Talked to him earlier this week. He talked about how good he was feeling. So excited to see him on the floor. Kelly up and walking back now. Kelly has been very methodical. Kind of flies under the radar as he wasn't flying on the deadlifts, the handstand walk. He's not taking big chunks. Bit by bit, though, and right now he's threatening to catch up to Petrilli and overtake him. As right now I think the clock is Petrilli's biggest ally. With about 40 seconds remaining, Kelly gets a no rep. Petrilli looks like he's taking a breather. He's going to give it one more good shot, see if he can get one more segment. Kelly is now tied with Petrilli. If Kelly can get to the next line, he'll take second place. As Kelly has overtaken second place, on the far side of Kelly is that Daniel Dufour? No, excuse me, it's one lane down, Dave Deering. So Deering is now overtaken third place. And Deering tries to get to that next line, can't quite get there. John Kim in first, Ben Kelly in second, and I'm not sure either it's Dufour or it's Petrilli in third. Boy, really good workout as Kim runs away with it, and it's a battle the rest of the way. We're going to change things over on the floor. We'll go to the 50 to 54 men coming up next. back at the Chili Goat Masters CrossFit Championship with the men's individual 50 to 54 elite heat, as we've got full court press 50 to 54, 21, 15, 9, 225 on the deadlifts, 15, 30, and 60 foot handstand walk. Hey, we'll set the floor for you. In lane number 2, Christopher Wagner. Lane 3, David Bryson. Lane 4, Mark Anderson. Lane 5, John Wallen. Lane 6, Michael Whistler. Lane 7, Scott Abrams. Lane 8, Chris Lazaroff. Lane 9, David Finazzo. Lane 10, Brian Brink. Lane 11, Tim Davis. Lane 12, Michael Hubbard. Lane 13, Michael Unkefer. Lane 14, Justin Harmon. Lane 15, Greg Whitmire. Lane 16, Rodolfo D'Onofrio. Lane 17, Keith McNeil. Lane 18, Jonathan Lynch. And lane number 19, Matt Thurber. As look out for Matt Thurber when he gets up on his hands. He's going to be the far side of the floor, but boy, he'll fly when he gets up there. But speaking of flying, how about starting things off really quickly in lane number 10? That's going to be Brian Brink. Brink up and quickly working on the far side of Brink is Tim Davis, near side of Brink, Finazzo, all three men up and on their handstand walks, and we got lots of handstand walking now. The 225 deadlift slowing some down, but already up and moving through. We got several men back onto their deadlifts, including your leader, Tim Davis. Davis wearing the red shirt, doing the deadlifting. As looking for Davis to start handstand walking again. Davis just puts his deadlift down. Davis making very short work of his first set of deadlifts. Now back onto the deadlift. So Davis, far side of Davis, Michael Hubbard. Brian Brink. Initially the leader. Let's see if he continues with that. Brink, David Finazzo in the blue sleeveless. Finazzo letting the gun show today. As Brian Brink out for his second handstand walk. Boy, and Brink is proficient at these handstand walks. Doesn't really have to rush the deadlifts because he is so smooth with the handstand walks. Really impressive here. As on the far side, Matt Thurber up and walking on his hands now. Well, the gentlemen who are in the lead are not exactly ripping through the deadlifts because they trust their handstand walk. Thurber starting to close the gap a little bit as Brink cannot see Thurber, has no idea Thurber even exists in this world at this moment. Brink right in the middle of the floor, Thurber at the far end of the floor. Brink now back to his deadlifts. He's got 9 deadlifts before he heads up to back to his handstand walks. 60 feet of handstand walks coming up after this. Brink up and going as now onto his next set of handstand walks is going to be David Finazzo, but Finazzo falling further behind, going to be hard to catch up to Brink or to Thurber. Brink breaks up his deadlifts. Thurber's going to break up his deadlifts as well. As Brink now completes his deadlifts, he's going to roll that bar out of the way. He needs it no longer. Thurber still with 4 deadlifts left to go. See how quickly Thurber works through these as Brink kicks up onto his hands. Brink with great positioning, got those knees straight, heels just out over his fingertips. As I know, ideally it would be straight up and down, but I'm not gonna be picky here. I think the last time I did a handstand walk, I landed up turning it into a nose fall. Brink now moving back. Thurber is going to turn around. Thurber's going to squat down. Not even sure if he knows how close he is to Brink. As it works both ways. Brink goes down, though. Brink goes down right over the, about 20 feet in. He's got 10 feet to go. Thurber up on his hands. Thurber's not going to come down. Thurber on the far side of the floor walking across as Thurber is going to take the victory down in lane number 19. Brink's going to come across in lane 10. Excuse me, Thurber's got to go back. Boy, me and math. Thurber goes back. Now he's got to turn around. He turns around very quickly. Brink, no reps, trying to come back. I think maybe he's starting to hear Thurber's name as the MCs on the floor started to call Thurber's name. Now Thurber is off and moving. Thurber doing a great job. And Thurber now takes the victory. I was just about 20 seconds too early. Brink is getting stuck here on the floor. Be interesting to see, is Brink maybe starting to feel fatigue? Is anybody going to come up behind him? As Brink's got to get halfway down the floor before he turns back around. Still 3 minutes left to go in this workout. I'll tell you, I don't usually call it, but I knew Matt Thurber was going to do well in this workout. As Brink really struggling, trying to get those last 15 feet in. Who's going to come up and challenge Brink here? As lots of guys moving through, lots of guys on the deadlifts. Still with about a 2 minutes, 50 seconds to go. Brink now just with 5 feet remaining before he's going to finish this off, though. So I think Brink going to be able to take a really solid second place to open up his weekend. And he does. Nice job to Brian Brink. Brink wraps it up, but now there's a huge race behind him as a lot of guys still on the deadlifts. Here in lane number 2, we got Christopher Wagner. Wagner's going to turn around, so I'm not sure if Wagner's on his second or third round. Moving back towards his bar, I believe that's lane number 11, Tim Davis. As Tim Davis is going to turn around, he's got one more link to go. So Tim Davis trying to get into a third place position here. Davis wearing the, boy, kind of, is it a gray, maybe an army gray colored shirt. Got a belt on, black shorts, moving right in the middle of the floor now in lane number 11. As Davis appears to be your leader on the floor. No, excuse me, who finishes down at the end? Have a finisher at the end. Is that lane maybe 14? Justin Harmon could not really see down there, but we get a finisher down there, maybe Rodolfo D'Onofrio in 16. And there's your finish from Tim Davis. Watching Tim and got surprised. No, excuse me. I get tricked by somebody who's still, he was just, so whoever that was that I initially thought had finished in third was just high-fiving people around him, getting a little bit of encouragement. So nice job to Tim Davis, as Davis is going to take third place in the event. Now with less than a minute to go on the clock. Trying to work their way through this workout. Is anyone going to run towards the finish mat, see if they can take fourth place? Otherwise, we're just going to figure it out on the leaderboard. As Finazzo is going to make a turn. Finazzo is on his third round. Finazzo walking down. And a no rep for Finazzo. We've got 20 seconds remaining. As now it's just about how many reps can you get? How many lines can you cross in trying to get an extra rep? Because really you look up and look around, you're not entirely sure where everybody is. 3, 2, and 1. Boy, a tough workout as they make the jump from 185 to 225 in that weight. And only 3 guys finish, but a fight all the way across the floor. And a great job from the fellas. Hey, we're going to step away for a moment as we set up for the 45 to 49 men. We'll be right back on the Masters Fitness Championship stream, brought to you by Bear Complex.
Being in the water makes me who I am. I need that time in the water to be who I need to be who I want to be. The opportunity to be better is always there. When I wanted to create a cold tub, or a chili goat as we're calling it, my biggest thing was I wanted something that was wide enough, long enough, I could fit my whole body in, right? I know how important that is for people to be able to submerge themselves to really get the full effects of what the cold tub will offer.
I am Ben Hoffman, professional triathlete sponsored by Master Spas, and I had the opportunity to jump in the brand new Master Spas Cold Tub.
Hi, my name is Jennifer Worth, and I just got to experience the Master Spa Cold Tub.
It was an incredible experience, really exhilarating and also calming at the same time.
I loved it. I love how it looks, first of all. I think it's super sleek, really nice design. And then being a little bit taller myself, it's definitely hard to find things that fit my whole body into it.
Overall, I felt revitalized. I think everybody who hopped in, you could tell everybody was excited, talking a bit more, just a little bit more lively.
My morning routine is typically jumping in a cold shower, but now that we have the chili goat and the best cold tub out there, this is going to be my routine every day. Chill. It's Master Spas.
Welcome back to the Masters Fitness Championship, presented by Chili Goats, programmed by Mayhem Athlete, with Virus International as the clothing sponsor. Boy, putting these athletes in something special. .45 to 49 men coming onto the floor. In lane number 2, Jeff DePerna. Lane 3, Peter Brown. Lane 4, Roy Cardwell. Lane 5, Chris Smith. Lane 6, Sean Rowan. Lane 7, Jason Bowers. Lane 8, Brian Capone. Lane 9, Mike Kern. Lane 10, Derek Barca. Lane 11, Christopher Anderson. Lane 12, Rich Lunsford. Lane 13, Tim Sanchez. Lane 14, Jason Vins. Lane 15, Abe Ezel. Lane 16, Michael White. Lane 17, Nicholas Birdsall. Lane 18, Paul Clark. Lane 19, Keith Bollinger. As everybody getting warmed up on the floor, boy, star-studded cast here on the 45-49 as they're about to take on full court press. Full court press is 21, 15, 9. Deadlifts at 225, a 15, a 30, and a 60-foot handstand walk. So the 45 to 49 men turned around, about to ready to get started. Hey, watch out right in the middle of the floor. Mike Kern, multi-time games athlete. Games in 16, 17, 18, 21, 22, and 23. Second in 16, 21, and 22. It sounds like I'm just counting in order, counting off his games appearances. As starting off 21 deadlifts, hey, going to be a lot of volume on deadlifts early and a lot of volume on handstand walks late. So we're going to see the deadlift volume decreasing, handstand walk volume increasing. Got some interesting techniques here as we got some guys going unbroken, got some going in singles, going with the quick singles. Dropping, is that lane number 5? Is that Chris Smith? lane number 6, Sean Rowan. Sean Rowan is doing singles already in the middle of the floor, though. Lane number 11, Christopher Anderson. Lane number 10, Derek Barca. Lane number 9, Mike Kern. Excuse me, that's lane number 8, Brian Capone. Walking back now, lane number 3, Peter Brown. On the way down and quickly down, Jeff DePerna. Boy, DePerna making quick work of this handstand walk. He's going to turn around and come back. DePerna confident on his hands and really showing it. It's not how you start this workout, it's how you wind up finishing. As we've seen some fast starts and some slow finishes. We've also seen people come out of nowhere, and typically that's what happens in this type of event. So the people that come out of nowhere, we don't see them, and then all of a sudden they cross the finish line, and Kyle's got no idea what just happened. Turning around in lane number 11, Christopher Anderson, your leader currently. Anderson's going to turn around back up on his hands. Lane number 13, right behind him, Tim Sanchez. Sanchez up and moving. Sanchez, a former CrossFit, Masters CrossFit Championship winner, as now pushing Chris Anderson for a little bit of pace here. Derek Barca making his way back to the deadlifts now for his third set of deadlifts. Anderson and Sanchez taking their time. Anderson goes ahead and takes the belt off now. He's up and moving for the handstand walks as Anderson trying to create some space. Anderson's going to get down and turn around. Sanchez, though, is trying to close the gap. Sanchez about 15 feet behind him now. Anderson takes a look over to his left, looks right at Sanchez, and he's up and going. Sanchez with a quicker turn than Anderson, though. Can Sanchez keep up this pace? Anderson is just a little bit slower than Sanchez on his hands, but he had a head start on it. So Anderson's going to come down. He's got to turn around, do it once again. He takes another look over at Sanchez, and they're back up and running. As Sanchez is closing the gap on Anderson, but is he going to get there in time? Anderson's going to go all the way down. Sanchez is going to come back and go closer. Anderson's got to turn and run. He's going to wind up beating Tim Sanchez. Anderson takes the victory over Sanchez by just a couple of feet. Boy, what a race for those two guys. And then we moved back to the rest of the field because they finished it in less than 4 minutes. We've still got about 5.5 minutes for people to work. Lane number 10 is Derek Barca. Barca pops the top and gets back to work. We all know it's easier to be upside down when you don't have a shirt on. As Barca now coming back down the lane. And Barca's going to shake out those arms. He's got 30 more feet to go. In lane number 12 is Rich Lunsford. Lunsford, a big guy walking on those hands, and he's got to turn around and come back now. Barca trying to finish off. Barca got to get all the way down to that red line. Barca's going to get there. He's got to turn around and run. No, Barca, go, buddy. As Derek Barca goes, finishes off, takes third place. Now waiting to see who's going to take that that next spot. As they're all trying to get those last 60 feet out of the way. Boy, in lane number 6, how close is Sean Rowan? Lane number 7, Jason Bowers. Bowers trying to get to that next spot. Boy, Bowers fighting it. Had a long handstand walk there. Couldn't quite get all the way over. In lane number 5, Chris Smith. Rowan coming back, working his way down. Jason Bowers does not quite get there. Jason Bowers, boy, those knees hit before he got that next hand over the line. Got one, not two. Boy, coming back is that lane number 15 with Abe Ezel. Is Ezel working his way back, trying to wrap it up. They're going to have to turn around. When they finish, they're going to have to finish after 60 full feet. So Sean Rowan, here comes Rowan. Rowan quickly trying to finish off these last couple of feet. He's got another 30 feet left. Rowan up and walking. Looks like Rowan's all by himself. Rowan's trying to finish this. Is Rowan a no rep? Peter Brown in lane number 3 getting across the red line. Peter Brown finishes it off. So Peter Brown winds up taking third. And again, Peter Brown sneaks up on me, does a really good job. Rowan now, he's got 15 feet left to go. As in lane number 2, Jeff DePerna. DePerna sneaks in front of Rowan. As now Rowan crosses. In lane number 8, that's Brian Capone. Capone trying to make his way back on the far side. In lane number 19, Keith Bollinger. As Bollinger is going to make his way across, and he's going to finish off. Boy, who's coming next in lane number 7? Jason, no, excuse me, that's going to be lane number 8, Brian Capone. Capone's going to turn around. Capone's got a few more. No, Capone finished it off. I thought he was going to turn around. He was coming back for his last rep. Still about a minute to go. Boy, as quickly as the workout went for Sanchez and Anderson, it's amazing. It's felt like it's been a long time. They just went so quickly through this workout. A lot of work left to be done. Continuing to move through. Lane number 4 is going to be Roy Cardwell. Lane number 12, Rich Lunsford. Lane number 5, Chris Smith trying to move his way back as these guys working through. Still over a minute left. Chris Smith, boy, working his way back to that red line. Chris Smith is going to step across as he's still got 30 feet to go. So Chris Smith going to work through this. Right next to him, Roy Cardwell. Cardwell Boulder athlete. Chris Smith from the pit. As Smith gets out there, gets past that line, he's going to get turned around. Jason Bowers gets no rep. That hand comes down on that red line a little too soon. Going to back it back up. Chris Smith up and moving on his hands. In lane number 17 is Nicholas Birdsall. Birdsall looking to move forward. As Birdsall up and walking, try to get every rep here. Hard to tell where you are. So many men on the floor, and there have been so many before. 3, 2, and 1, and that's it for our 45 to 49 men. As the guys wrap it up, nice job here at the Masters Fitness Championship presented by Chili Goat Cold Tubs. Thanks to our sponsors, Mayhem Athlete, Virus, Yeti, Bear Complex, and RX Smart Gear. As, hey, we're going to step away. We'll take a couple of moments to let the men get set up here in the 40 to 44 division. Boy, we've got a race coming your way. And we're back on the Bear Complex stream at the Masters Fitness Championship presented by Chili Goat. The men's 40-44 are up with full court press. Hey, this is going to go really fast. 21-15-9 deadlifts at 3:15, 30-60, 120-foot handstand walk. We got some incredible men on the floor. Let me read them off to you. Lane number 2, Joey Perez. Lane 3, Ryan Berger. Lane 4, John Svan. Lane 5, Norman Bogdan. Lane 6, Joe Tucker. Lane 7, Justin White. Lane 8, Matthew Axtman. Lane 9, Rin Bourgeois. Lane 10, Ryan Kesterholt. Lane 11, Luke Offeld. Lane 12, Andres Escobar. Lane 13, Brandon Nolan. Lane 14, Christopher Pinedo. Lane 15, Matt Lamberti. Lane 16, Mike Rutkowski. Lane 17, Justin Roger. Lane 19, Benjamin Quilty. And lane 19, James Puckett. And up on their hands already. Told you this was going to go quick. Less than a minute. And in lane number 11, that's Luke Offeld. Lane number 7, Justin White. Ryan Kesterholt in lane number 10. Lane number 13 is Brandon Nolan. Rin Bourgeois now, and we've got some guys flying. Luke Offeld, a big, powerful athlete. I promise, though, last time it was his wife that was competing, and I said Luke, I talked about Luke being powerful. Let me tell you something. His wife, an amazing athlete, so giving shout-out to her, as Bridget is, we all know the athlete in the family, but Luke Offeld currently in the lead. Luke, a strongman competitor as well, a nationally ranked strongman competitor, so this weight, not much to him. In lane number 6, Joe Tucker heading down the lane. He's going to turn around for his 30-foot. Lane number 6, that's going to be, excuse me, lane number 5 was Norman Bogdan. Lane 6 now, Joe Tucker. Luke Offeld up and walking on his hands. Hey, a man that big's not supposed to be able to walk on his hands like that. In lane number 7, coming back, Justin White. Offeld's going to turn around, takes a breath. I think the strength of Offeld on the deadlifts has created some space. As Offeld turns around and has some time to take a look around. Offeld, Andres Escobar out of Chile on the other side is making some ground. Brandon Nolan now trying to follow Offeld. Kesterholt, you see Kesterholt passing Offeld in lane number 10. So Offeld right now a perfect balance of strength and gymnastics for this workout. As Offeld back to his deadlifts. He's got 9 deadlifts left. Christopher Pinedo up on the handstand walks. He's actually the only man on handstand walks. Now back onto the handstand walks is Ryan Kesterholt. Kesterholt's going to catch a no rep as he put his hand on that red line. But we've talked about it. It's easy to say, but when your arms are tired and your brain's not working, telling your hands not to step on the red line is really hard. Now coming back, Kesterholt finding a little bit of rhythm. Pinedo, though, is making up a ton of ground. Pinedo's got a good rhythm on these handstand walks. Looking for Offeld. Offeld's now back up and on his feet. He's got 120 feet left before he's going to wrap this up. Can he continue this? He's got a really big lead. Who's going to get on their hands next to be able to catch him within range? As Offeld, that's going to be 4 trips, down, back, before he wraps this up. Lane number 7, Justin White up on his hands. White's going to turn around and get on his hands in front of Offeld. Is White in front? Going to take a look and see if White turns around, if this is either his second or third round here. As White is in front, so White's going to turn around. Offeld now is chasing White. Justin White, Canadian athlete, moving through this, and he is creating more space now than Offeld's able to catch up to. Bourgeois is going to be taking a breather down in lane number 9, but White is firmly in control. Offeld turns around. Offeld's in second place. White now moving his way back down the floor. He's just got to get to that red line. He's going to wrap up a victory here as he is moving through this really quickly. And White finishes it off. Congratulations to Justin White. Boy, as he didn't come out early and hot, but boy, finished off incredibly fast. As now Affeld's going to get a no rep down on the far side. Affeld struggling just a little bit on these last 60 feet of handstand walks. Kesterholt making his way back. Bourgeois making his way back. Kesterholt's going to step onto the finish platform, and he's going to be wrapped up. Bourgeois steps onto the finish platform. He's finished up. Affeld turning around. And Affeld now making his way back down the floor. Athletes now in lane number 6. That's going to be Joe Tucker. Lane number 13, Brandon Nolan. Lane 19, James Puckett. Joey Perez here in lane number 2 as Perez is going to get ready for his handstand walks going back the other direction. Affeld still trying to finish it off. Can he get there? Lane number 6, Joe Tucker, as Tucker trying to fight that battle against gravity. Tucker gets across the line and finishes. Affeld gets across the line and finishes. Working on his deadlifts in lane number 5, Norman Bogdan. Well, excuse me, so Kesterholt, I gave Kesterholt the victory. Kesterholt actually around behind, I apologize. So Kesterholt around behind when he came back down and finished, thought that he'd finished and sat down. Apparently he just squatted down to catch his breath. So Kesterholt is actually back up on his hands. Brandon Nolan is trying to finish off. Nolan winds up finishing off on the mat. Nice job for Brandon Nolan. Chris Pinedo trying to come across as Pinedo, about 20 feet left to go. And on the far side is that lane number 18, Benjamin Quilty. Quilty trying to move through the handstand walks in lane number 16, Mike Rutkowski. Lane 17, Justin Roger. Boy, everybody on the handstand walks now, as still about 2 full minutes left to go, and I believe everyone is on their final set of handstand walks. Well, they're really moving through this well, showing no signs of slowing down. Is everybody going to finish this workout? This would be the first group where everyone finishes under the time cap if we get there. Roger trying to finish it off on the far side. He's going to bend over and take a breather. Squats down. Now he's back up and moving. Roger, big, powerful athlete. Impressive to see up on his hands like this. Moving on the far side in lane 5, Norman Bogdan. Bogdan battling gravity, doing a good job of it. Bourgeois coming across again. I gave Bourgeois a finish earlier, as I'm sure Kesterholt and Bourgeois would love to take the finishes I gave them early on, but Bourgeois got a couple more handstand walks to do, finishing at the far side. I believe that's lane number 16, Mike Rutkowski. 38 seconds, it appears. 38 seconds left to go. Justin Roger, Benjamin Quilty on the floor. Lane number 5, Norman Bogdan on the floor. Ren Bourgeois on the floor. As these guys trying to finish off. Boy, really having to push through this final little bit of the workout. Just a couple of seconds left. 3 seconds left to go, and that's going to wrap it up for the 40 to 44 men. Boy, a crazy battle as guys were moving through that up and down the floor. Hey, we're going to step away for a minute as we set the floor for the 35 to 39 men here at the Masters Fitness Championship. 35-39 men about to get started here in full court press. A 21-15-9 deadlifts at 315, 30, 60, 120 foot handstand walk. Boy, as this is proving to be a heck of a workout that is tightly contested across all divisions. Got a full division here in the 35-39 grouping. In lane 1, Josh Stotzel. Lane 3, Andrew Doman. Lane 4, Chris Goad. Lane 5, Mark Carpenter. Lane 6, Brandon Wallen. Lane 7, Joseph Weigel. Lane 8, Andy Giron. Lane 9, Blake Sama. Lane 10, Jared Lovett. Lane 11, Christopher Pay. Lane 12, AJ Lazat. Lane 13, Gerald Sasser. Lane 14, Scott Mays. Lane 15, Anders Gronsund. Lane 16, Trevor Turner. Lane 17, Anthony Luchansky. Lane 18, Zachariah Jones. Lane 19, Barry Peel. As these guys are off and rolling. 3:15 on the bar. 21 reps to get things started off with. How are you going to approach it is becoming the name of the game. Are you going to rip through it early on and try to get your lead and just hang on? Or are you going to break early, take your breaths, and trust that everybody that jumps out in front of you is going to come back to the pack eventually? It's the mentality in CrossFit. Can you hold yourself back and let's use a phrase that we hear a lot, run your own race, knowing what your body can do? Or are you going to run somebody else's race and try and chase after them? We've seen that not work out well for everybody, as up on their hands first in lane number 5 and in lane number 12. Lane number 12 is going to be AJ Lazat. Lane number 5, Mark Carpenter. Was these guys moving quickly through this workout and already back to the deadlifts, where you see everybody moving up and down the floor, back and forth. As back to the deadlifts, and very quickly back to the deadlifts. The 21 deadlifts plus just 30 feet of handstand walk does not feel like it takes very long. And then when you wind up flipping that thing around, all of a sudden you've got 15 and 60, and you realize, holy moly, I've got a long way to go on this. Now up and running lane number 5, Mark Carpenter. So Mark Carpenter into his 30-foot handstand walk. Waiting to see, as we've got now up, and I was waiting to see our leader now in lane number 12. That's going to be AJ Lazat. Lazat all the way down. He's going to turn around. He's got to come back, but just this side, Christopher Pay in lane number 11. Pay with an incredibly fast turn. Pay is ready for these handstand walks. On the far side is Gerald Sasser. Sasser getting into the mix a little bit. In lane number 10, Jared Lovett is in the mix. So Lazat was your leader, but Pay steps up, and now Pay is taking the lead back. Pay, boy, really quick on those handstand walks. He's taking a little bit longer break than Lazat did on the deadlifts. Now they're breaking it up, though. This is the final set of deadlifts, a set of 9. How quickly can you get back into your handstand walks, especially for Christopher Pay? This feels like this is right where he wants to be. Wants to be within reaching distance of any leader on the handstand walk. He certainly feels like he is. As, boy, there goes Pay on the handstand walk in lane number 11. Pay is going to get a turnaround. He's got Lazat coming up behind him, but boy, Pay looks way more comfortable and confident on his hands. Very well balanced, moving well through it. He's got to come down. He's going to got 2 more laps on the floor, down and back, before he's ready to go and call it an early morning here in Fort Wayne. As Pay way out in front. Jared Lovett also on his handstand walks in the last round. But Pay only has 30 more feet before his workout is over. This is one of the faster iterations of this workout I've seen, as Pay going to come across and take the victory Boy, Christopher Pay, what a great job from Christopher Pay. Levitt's going to turn around. He's still got some more handstand walking to do. They finished right by each other, but Pay is the one who finishes. Boy, where is Lizotte? Is Lizotte moving? Lizotte is still trying to work back down the floor away from the finish mats. So Pay easily in first place by a long way, but now it's just important for Lizotte to not lose too many spaces. Coming up behind him is going to be Levitt. As Lizotte now turning around, he's got 30 more feet to go. But Levitt has been good on his hands to this point. He's not been overwhelming, but if Lizotte winds up struggling, Lizotte comes down after 10 feet, Levitt's going to take a breather. He takes a look over at Lizotte and realizes that maybe he can reach him. But Lizotte with a really nice job, hops back up on the hands. He's going to get 15 feet. And here comes Levitt, though. Levitt's not coming down. Levitt's got to finish it off. Lizotte realizes it too. Who's going to be able to keep their focus? Lizotte comes down. Levitt comes down. Each of them have 5 feet left. They both got to go quickly. As Levitt looks like he's going to wind up getting across. Levitt takes the finish. Lizotte's going to come in just a couple of seconds behind. Boy, that was an incredible race. Levitt just stayed steady the whole way. As now looking for who are our next finishers. Boy, we are, and a finisher down on the end. Boy, is that lane number 17, Anthony Luchansky possibly? Couldn't tell, possibly now lane number 14, Scott Mays, as a whole bunch of men in that middle grouping finishing up. Boy, this workout really testing limits, and especially these younger groups, there are some really great battles back and forth. As we see not only speed, but also patience within that. Can you once again stay within yourself, run your own race? I think working out on the floor, I believe that's Gerald Sasser in lane number 13. Moving back now in lane number 7, Joseph Weigel. Weigel on his hands. Boy, a long stretch to wrap it up. Nice job for him. As Weigel does a good job to get across, and now, boy, a lot of speed here in lane number 4, Chris Goad. Goad does a good job as Goad's going to get set up. He's going to call it a day right there. Nice job from Chris Goad. Lane number 3, Andrew Doman. Doman working his way back towards the bars. Lane number 6, Brandon Wallen. Wallen's going to get 15 feet. He's going to take a planned break. In lane number 18, Zachariah Jones still working. Or possibly lane 17, actually. So 18, Zachariah Jones may be finished. That may actually be Anthony Luchansky. Lane number 6, Brandon Wallen's going to take a breather. As back up and running is Luchansky. Now Wallen up and running, as is Andrew Doman. These guys trying to finish off their workout here for the first workout of the weekend. Doman's got 5 more feet. Can he get there? As no rep for Doman. Wallen is able to get those last 5 feet. So 2 guys trying to fight for that last position here. As Wallen's going to get all the way across. Wallen's going to sneak in front of Doman. Doman now finishes. In lane 17, Anthony Luchansky. Luchansky trying to get that body lean. Does he get those last 5 feet? He does. Boy, as moving across 5 feet at a time, when those arms get heavy, that core is exhausted. 5 more feet, and this will be the first event where everyone finishes inside the time cap, as they do. Nice job for the fellas. And so the 35 to 39 men wrap it up all under the time cap, as we're going to step away here at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athletes. We'll be back with a Bear Complex broadcast as we bring the 30 to 34 men onto the floor. Back for the Masters 30 to 34 men here at the Masters CrossFit Championship, as we've got a heck of a heat coming up for you. In full court press, 21, 15, 9, deadlifts at 315, 30, 60, 120 foot, handstand walk. Hey, let's set up the floor for you. Lane number 2, Tim Sheftick. Lane 3, Nick Niedzwiecki. Man, I'm sorry, Niedzwiecki. Lane number 4, Jacob William. Lane number 5, Kenneth Provost. Lane 6, Danny Campagna. Lane 7, Justin Blunk. Lane 8, Chris Shimley. Lane 9, Alex Bookout. Lane 10, Sonny Zigfus. Lane 11, Ted Starkweather. Lane 12, Colby Mills. Lane 13, Ethan Motley. Lane 14, Sean Pantone. Lane 15, Austin Kapatanakis. I'm so sorry, Austin. Man, I apologize. Lane 16, Kevin Lescarabou. Lane 17, Garrett Hudson. Lane 18, Cameron Price. Lane 19, Ian Burkhart. Boy, as they saved all the tough ones for me for literally the last one of the event. Man, up and walking already. We've got all kinds of men throughout this event on their 30-foot handstand walk. We're going to have to wait and see in the next round. Are we going to get a little bit more spacing in this event, as the 315 deadlift not slowing a lot of guys down early on, but 21s early turns into some struggles later on. See, are these men going to be able to hang on to this pace? A lot more braking here in the set of 15. Are you going to stay within the plan that you set out initially, as this is a loaded field with a lot of guys that are former regional competitors, games competitors, and everything in between, as a lot of competition experience in this 30 to 34 group. Want to start seeing, as we've got lots of hands in the air for deadlifts, I think we're going to see a lot of people come off at one time. Is that lane number 13? 13 might be Ethan Motley, as that is Ethan Motley first off on the handstand walk. Boy, and first off by a little ways. Motley is going to get all the way down. He's got to come back. Then in lane number 10 is going to be Sonny Zigfus. Shoot, that's lane number 11. Lane number 11 is Ted Starkweather. Lane number 10 is Sonny Zigfus now, as they're attempting to catch up to Motley. So Starkweather for out of CrossFit Mayhem, if you remember him on CrossFit Independence when they took fourth. Starkweather now turns around for the deadlifts at the same time that Ethan Motley does. He's going to get back to those deadlifts. Lane number 10, Sonny Zigfus. See who is continuing to move now. In lane number 7, Justin Blunk. Blunk with a big push here in the handstand walks. He's going to get back to the deadlifts pretty quickly. As Starkweather and Motley, who's going to get off those deadlifts first? and start off into their handstand walks. Starkweather steps back, takes his belt off. He's going to immediately jump into the handstand walks, but he is not in front of Motley. Motley gets out first. Motley's going to turn around in lane 13, takes a walk back to his chest piece. Now he's going to turn around in lane number 3. Nick Niedzwiecki. Keep an eye over here on Nick. Don't want to lose Nick in my side of vision. Ian Burkhart to the far side in the red shorts. Ted Starkweather now passing Motley. Starkweather comes down. Motley comes back up as Motley now moving through. Motley, is he going to wind up getting across the red line? Now he's got to turn around. He's going to get no reps, so Starkweather takes the lead back. Boy, back and forth here. As Starkweather is going to kick back up. He's got 60 feet left, down and back, as does Motley. But Starkweather right now looks to be in control. Motley's slowing down a little bit. Starkweather is going to take a planned break here about 15 feet in. He's back up and moving. Motley trying to use those legs to lean forward. Starkweather leaning forward as well. Looks to be a little bit more in control with the body positioning, though. Lane 4, Jacob William crosses down on this last red line. Starkweather coming back. Motley kicks up. Are we going to see something surprising from Motley? As Starkweather's got 15 more feet, Starkweather's starting to create more of a gap. He's going to make it all the way to the red line. Starkweather's going to finish off for the victory. Motley just about 3 seconds right behind him. Boy, a great job from Starkweather and Motley to really set the pace for this workout. Now we move back to everybody else. Boy, there's still great races going on all the way across. In lane number 7 with Justin Blunk coming back. Excuse me, is that lane number 8 possibly? Chris Shimley. As I believe Justin Blunk finishes it off. Down on the end, turning around, coming back. Boy, moving very quickly. Is this lane number 12? Colby Mills possibly. Mills with a very fast handstand walk as Mills is going to turn around, come back for some more deadlifts. And we are now lots of men finishing up right here in this time frame. Boy, still with lots of time left on the clock. As we got about 2 minutes remaining still in this workout, a 9-minute workout that only two men, still on the deadlifts. I say 2 minutes. I'm kind of struggling to see the clock. 2 men still on the deadlifts, and not very many men that are out actually on the floor doing the handstand walk, really powering through this workout. In lane 8, Chris Shimley. Lane 9, Alex Bookout. Lane 10, Sonny Zigfoos. So I've been talking about Chris Shimley. I think I'm actually talking about lane 9, Alex Bookout, and lane 10, Sonny Zigfoos. Some familiar names, really strong athletes. So you see the depth of this field. As coming across is going to be Alex Bookout. Sonny Zigfoos now trying to come across and finish off his workout. Zigfoos 5 feet at a time now. In lane 14, Sean Pantone on his hands. Zigfoos gets across the red line. His workout is going to be completed here in workout number 1. Nick Niedzwiecki, 5 feet at a time, trying to get his workout finished off in lane number 3. Lane 12, Colby Mills. Mills really good on his hand. Deadlift slowed him down a little bit. Moving through well with his hands, though. Ian Burkhart in lane 19, close to wrapping up his workout. Colby Mills crosses, going to wind up turning around now. Mills still with 60 feet to go, down and back. As Zigfoos trying to get down and back as well. With 1 minute remaining. In lane number 2, Tim Sheftick. turns around. He's got 60 feet remaining. 3 men on the floor. They're all trying to finish it off. They've got 60 feet remaining. Looks like probably the only one that has an opportunity is going to be Colby Mills. Mills going to squat down, take a breather. Mills very proficient on his hands. So I think Mills is going to kick up. He's going to go 30 feet and finish this. Well, excuse me. Broadcaster's curse. I've talked about how proficient he is. He almost falls over. 30 seconds remaining. Mills just got to make sure he stays in front of the two guys that are next to him. He can see both of those. Now he's up on his hands and walking, a little bit more controlled this time. Zigfoos and Sheftik back and forth now as Zigfoos and Sheftik trying to make sure. Zigfoos is 5 feet ahead of Sheftik. Now Sheftik's trying to pull into a tie with him. Sheftik gets up. Now they're both tied. Sheftik's going to try to get another 5 feet. Sheftik gets 5 feet. Zigfoos calls it. Sheftik gets another 5 feet. Sheftik slides up a spot as that's the end of full court press for the men and the women elites. Hey, make sure that you head over to our Instagram page as you're going to get an opportunity to see what our broadcast schedule is here on the Masters Fitness Championship YouTube, the stream presented by Bear Complex. Ladies and gentlemen, hey, we'll be back in about 15 minutes as we continue our coverage here from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Masters Fitness Championship with the CrossFit Games Pairs Championship. That's right, we're crowning the fittest pairs on earth. We're back here with the men and women 45 to 49 pairs in full court press. It's going to be partner one, a 15-12-9 deadlift at 275 for the men, 185 for the ladies. Handstand walk, 15, 30, and 60 feet. They're going to tag off, and partner two is going to do a 9, 12, 15 deadlift at 275, 185, and then 60, 30, and 15 on the handstand walk. So they're going to do everything a little bit backwards, as we're going to start off with CrossFit Ahike in lane 2 for the men. Lane 3, the double unders. Lane 4, zero proof. Lane 5, Angel and Rudy from California. Lane 6, Jersey Classics. Lane 7, We're Okay. On the lady side, lane 13, Ponytail Express. Lane 14, Storm Surge. Lane 15, Low and Joe. Lane 16, Slightly Pickled. Lane 17, G-Slay. Lane 18, NCC Buddies. Lane 19, Milk. As we are already into lane number 2 on full court press. 15, 12, 9 again. In lane number 4, we've got Zero Proof. Zero Proof is working through their deadlifts here. Now everybody with a hand in the air on the deadlifts. That was the set of 12. Quickly up, we're going to get a no rep in lane number 5 for Angel and Rudy from California. Hands have to be behind that red tape, so your first up is going to be lane number 7, We're Okay. Ladies going to be up and walking as well on their handstand walks. Men coming back. And back, so 15 feet is 3 segments, 30 feet is down and back. 60 feet, they're going to come all the way down to the red stripe and then turn around and go back. As the ladies now moving into their third set. Athlete number 1 has to complete the entire workout before they hand it over to athlete number 2. In lane number 15, you got Low and Joe. As Low and Joe moving through this, matching and opposite once again. Low and Joe in the one athlete in the black sports ball red pants, the other in the red sports ball black pants. Down on the end though. Don't look now. But in lane number 18 is NCC Buddies. NCC Buddies has hopped out to a lead last time. Wound up finishing second. As now going to turn it around, trying to finish this off in lane number 14. You've got Storm Surge. Storm Surge off of their deadlifts. So first to tag in for the men is Angel and Rudy from California. So they're getting started off in lane number 7. In lane number 8. Excuse me, in lane number 6, you've got the Jersey Classics. Jersey Classics trying to wrap this up. In lane number 8 is, I believe that's We're Okay. I don't think that's Silverbacks. I think that's We're Okay. So We're Okay transitions out now. Number 2 in lane 17 and 18, G-Slay and NCC Buddies. Milk still working through their first athlete. Boy, and very quick handstand walks down in lane number 4 from Zero Proof. Zero Proof showing all the proof they need right here. He's going to flip it around and get back in a hurry. As lane number 6, Jersey Classics working back towards his bar, working back to switch over to a partner. Got to get behind that red line again. 10-minute time cap here. Halfway done with this workout. It's turning it back around. Adds a different element to this workout. going from 15-12-9 to 9-12-15. You got a lot more work right at the end of this workout, even though there's more on the handstand walk. As Johnny Restrepo trying to use those legs to get some momentum, move forward. Angel Cardenas from Angel and Rudy from California. As now moving back to the deadlifts from Angel and Rudy from California. The double unders in lane number 3. Now going to move on to the handstand walks, lane number 8, trying to wrap this up. A lot of coaching coming from the sidelines, trying to slow everybody down. On the ladies' side, we got 4 minutes remaining. G Slate at their final athlete working, as does NCC Buddies. NCC Buddies and G Slay. Let's see who's going to wind up jumping in the lead right now. G Slay with a hand in the air. As hand in the air for G Slay. NCC Buddies trying to make some ground up. Rudy and Angel from California, final round of handstand walks. He's going to finish it off, and gonna be a first place finish for Angel and Rudy from California. What a great job, boy, as they dominate this event. Zero Proof is gonna finish off across the line. G Slay is gonna wrap it up. G Slay is gonna finish it up. 3 minutes left. We got 3 teams, 1 lady, and 2 men have wrapped it up. As NCC Buddies are going to wrap it up. 2 NCC Buddies take a second place in lane number 18. Finishing off with a 15-foot handstand walk. That's just 3 segments. Starting at the red line, yellow line, white line, yellow line. Trying to wrap it up. We're okay. As We're okay. Kicks up and handstand walks. And that's going to be it. As, excuse me, they're going to move back into the deadlifts. I apologize. I was 1 round ahead. Move back into the deadlifts. Going into the singles with these 25s. Heavy singles here. Jersey Classics get back to their bar. They're going to roll the bar back, and they're going to continue their deadlifts. 1:45 left on the clock.
Multiple teams still trying to get through those handstand walks. We have about 90 seconds on the clock, athletes. 90 seconds.
90 seconds on the clock. In the ladies, Lowenjo getting back to the deadlifts. Lowenjo going to go quickly into the deadlifts. In lane 14, Storm Surge, boy, almost excited. A couple of feet away from getting the segment, as a lot of people cheering for them, trying to get them across that line. Good handstand walk here from Ponytail Express in lane number 13. Lane 15, Lowenjo finishing off their deadlifts. 1 minute left to try and get 15 feet of handstand walking now. In lane 3, the double unders. In lane 8, oh, gotta go the other way. Lane 8, they're gonna finish it off in lane number 8. Very nice. Great job from lane number 8. I'm gonna get it. I called them we're okay in the first workout. Then Silverbacks here. We're gonna get it. Figure out exactly who they are. Jersey Classics gonna cross the line. As ladies still going, Lowenjo and Storm Surge still going, Milk still going. And 23 seconds left, trying to figure out who's going to finish next. Milk. Boy, Milk with a really nice handstand walk there. With just 9 seconds left, boy, G-Slay is going to take it for the ladies. Angel and Rudy from California are going to take it for the fellas. Hey, we're going to step away for a moment while we bring on the next set of athletes. We're going to take about a minute break. We'll be right back. Back at the Masters Fitness Championship featuring the CrossFit Games Pairs Championship as we're crowning the fittest pairs on the floor. Going to be the 40 to 44 men and women taking on full court press. Full court press. Partner one's got a 15-12-9 deadlifts at 315 with a 30, 60, and 90-foot handstand walk. They're going to tag out after they complete all of that work and turn it over 9, 12, 15. Again, deadlifts at 315, 90, 60, 30 handstand walk. As each of these groupings take the floor, looking to be crowned as the fittest duo in the world. We're going to set up the floor for you in lane number 4. Overkill out of Mad Apple CrossFit. Lane number 5, Canadian Silverback. Excuse me, they're not here. Lane number 6, Gator Boys. Lane number 7, OG Relentless. Lane number 8, we have the Meats. On the lady side, lane number 12, lane number 13, Little Giant. Lane number 14, Canadian Bacon. Lane number 15, Blacklisted. And lane number 17, CrossFit 970. As these gentlemen working through 315, ladies at 225. Some big, strong athletes on the men's side of the floor. Kevin Jones going unbroken. He's going to hop up now. Kevin Jones into his handstand walk as he's got 15. He's quickly on to 15. He's got to turn it around now. Casey Bruns, big athlete himself. He went with individual, went with singles. Quick singles. He had something fall out of his pocket. He's creating obstacles for himself in his own lane. As 30 feet down, and now Kevin Jones back as Joy Rodriguez does a turn in the lane, says, I'm not even going to come down on my feet. I'm just going to do it on my hands because I'm that good. Rodriguez is going to work her way back to her barbell. Going to move back as she's joined by Canadian Bacon. Rodriguez is going to chalk up Canadian Bacon, goes right back to the bar. As she's going to do one before she has to move her bar back up. Blacklisted HQ trying to get their second length on this 30-foot handstand walk. Kevin Jones for the men up and walking once again. He's got 30 feet. Excuse me, he's got 60 feet as they're doing the full length. So he's got 30 down, 30 back. In lane number 7, OG Relentless took a win in event number 2. But Casey Bruns is going to go down hard. Boy, as Bruns goes all the way back to the yellow, or excuse me, back to the white. Kevin Jones is going to finish off. He's going to move to his 9 deadlifts now. Bruns is going to finish off his handstand walk. Both hands on. Canadian Bacon and Little Giant in a battle here. Joy Rodriguez is going to kick up, and Joy Rodriguez good on her hand as, boy, she just spun around last time, didn't even come down to her feet. Is she going to do it again? She's got to go 60 feet this time. Canadian Bacon struggling on the deadlift rep. As Rodriguez now with a pretty significant lead. She's got Meg Garrett behind her. Garrett, a very strong athlete. Deadlift's not going to be a problem for her whatsoever. High-level athletes all across the floor. Now on the men's side, Kevin Jones is going to wrap up his deadlifts. He's going to move on to the handstand walks now. He's got 120 feet. That's 4 lengths of the floor up and walking. As Canadian Bacon and Blacklisted HQ neck and neck in their handstand walks now. Rodriguez taking her time. Rodriguez kind of playing the field, realizes she's got plenty of time as she's going to come back with that deadlift. 225-pound deadlift. She's going to hang on to the bar. Kevin Jones going to come back on a length of the floor. Ryan Anderson, his partner, is waiting. The Gator Boys, Julian Cerna and Michael Spinetti out of Columbia. Boy, as they are working through those deadlifts. Deadlifts in a competition setting, definitely different. It's still the same movement, boy. The intensity, we always feel like you can hang on to a little bit more. Kevin Jones up and walking once again. Joy Rodriguez now off of the deadlifts and onto the handstand walk. Casey Bruns gets another 10 feet forward. The Gator Boys starting to make their move, though. Kevin Jones is about to tag out to Ryan Anderson. Jones with 5 feet left. Trying to get the bar over to Ryan Anderson. As the tag is made, first team to make the switch is going to be overkill. Ryan Anderson now onto the deadlift. Joy Rodriguez 1 length down, going to come back. As Canadian Bacon struggling with the deadlift. They got 9 deadlifts at 225. Boy, and she is giving the old strongman rock back. Doing everything that she can. This is a heavy, heavy weight, and she's doing a great job working through it. She's got to get to those handstand walks. Rodriguez, every moment just trying to lengthen out a little bit this lead that they've got. Blacklisted HQ also at the same time moves on to the handstand walks. Blacklisted, though, and Amy Quinton are up a little bit quicker. But Canadian Bacon, boy, after that struggle with the deadlift, what an incredible job of getting right up and maintaining the handstand walk. This is impressive. As much as she was struggling, to be able to come back and do 30 feet immediately onto the floor is really impressive. Joy Rodriguez a little slow going as she's getting into her second trip down and back. On the men's side, Ryan Anderson wrapping up his 120 feet handstand walk. He's going to move now. Gator Boys make a switch. They're going to try and make a move. As OG Relentless running on his hands. I'm not exactly in shape anymore, and I'm not sure I could outrun him on my feet. As wraps up now, turns around as, boy, he's fresh trying to get back. We have the meets trying to get their partners switched out. Casey Bruns trying to get back to his partner. Meg Garrett now ready to go for the deadlifts Garrett does her deadlifts. Now she's already moving on to the handstand walk as they tag out. That's right, they got confused, I got confused. As the Gator Boys, nice handstand walk, trying to move themselves back into position. A lot of work to be done. As OG Relentless, very fast on the hands now, breaking up the deadlifts because they got to save a little bit in the tank. 9, 15, 21 on those deadlifts. Ryan Anderson's going to take a break on his handstand walks. Excuse me, 15, 12, 9, 9, 12, 15. I'm trying to give them more work. I'm not sure they're wanting more work. As Ryan Anderson back to his final deadlift here momentarily. He's going to move that bar up. He's got 15 deadlifts left, 3 minutes to go. Meg Garrett now moves on. She's got one more set of handstand walks, one down. Amy Quinton trying to wrap up her handstand walks. Canadian Bacon onto their second athlete as well. Blacklisted HQ is going to, Blacklisted moves to their second athlete. Gator Boys on their handstand walk. Ryan Anderson slowing down on the deadlifts. Boy, stepping back, having to take a breath. As Gator Boys now trying to communicate, saying this is who you got to stay ahead of and who you got to try to beat. 2.5 minutes left to go. Canadian Bacon making their way back on the handstand walk. As is Canadian Bacon going to take the lead? Canadian Bacon takes the lead back. Now they're on to the deadlifts. Meg Garrett on the handstand walk coming across. She's going to get to those deadlifts momentarily at 225 as well. Ryan Anderson into his handstand walks. He's got one more length yet left, and he'll be done. As Ryan Anderson is going to come down, gets a no rep, has to go back 5 feet. So they're going to turn around. Excuse me, did Gator Boys take the victory? Where did Gator Boys come from? My goodness. So Gator Boys take the victory. I thought that was impressive from them. I thought that Overkill was in the lead the whole time. Gator Boys flew in that last workout. Absolutely amazing as Overkill takes second place. Over here on the ladies' side again, Meg Garrett working through the deadlifts. Canadian Bacon just a little bit ahead of Little Giant. OG Relentless wrap up their workout. We have the meets. Last team on the floor trying to finish it up. As now Meg Garrett on her handstand walks. Canadian Bacon moving back for their set of 60 feet. Blacklisted trying to get back up on their hands, trying to move through. 45 seconds left to go. Boy, Canadian Bacon has really done a great job with this second athlete, taking the lead from Little Giant. Now they're going to move quickly into the deadlift. I don't think they need to, though, as they're trying to stay ahead of Blacklisted here. Canadian Bacon in the singles, Blacklisted trying to make up some ground. 15 seconds remaining. 7:39 for the Gator Boys. Really impressive run from the Gator Boys, as that second athlete was absolutely amazing in the way in which he moved through that workout. Very fast on his hands, very good on the deadlifts, as that's the time, and a nice job from both the men and the women here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship, hosted by the Masters Fitness Championship in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Hey, we're going to step away for just a moment. We're going to bring on the 35 to 39 men and women. We'll be right back. CrossFit Pairs Championship hosted by the Masters Fitness Championship here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Thanks for watching the Bear Complex live stream of all the action. Head over to the Masters Fitness Championship Instagram to get the schedule of broadcasting for the weekend. Full court press here for our 35 to 39 men and women. Workout is going to be a I go, you go. Part number 1, 15, 12, 9 deadlifts at 315 for the men, 225 for the ladies. Then a 30, 60, 90-foot handstand walk. They're going to tag off to their next partner, 9, 12, 15 deadlifts at the same weight. 90, 60, 30-foot handstand walk. They're going to just switch it around. 2 very different workouts combined in 2 teams. Hey, set up the floor for you for the ladies. Lane number 17, Team Principal Problems. Lane number 16, Las Gorditas. And lane number 14, SM. In lane number 9, Kazakh. Lane number 8, Team Tyranno. Lane number 7, B CrossFit. Lane number 6, Raw Training. Lane 5, Biggie Smalls. And lane number 4, Double D. As first athlete onto the handstand walks is going to be lane number 5, Biggie Smalls. For the ladies, SM is the first. And SM is absolutely flying, as that is so fast. Really running on her hands. Now most of the men on their handstand walks. Double D looks like they're going to be the last ones on the handstand walk. Lane 8, Team Tyranno moving quickly through the handstand walks. See how these handstand walks combined with deadlifts start to affect. That core is going to start to break down. Come out fast. You come out on fire because you're excited. You know you've got a little bit of work to get it to your teammate. Forget that it's still a 10-minute workout, and you've got about 5 of them. A lot of hands in the air on the men's side for the ladies. SM, your current leaders, are there. Las Gorditas trying to finish off. As Las Gorditas gets a no rep, didn't get all the way over the line. Hands have to get clearly over the line, then turn around. SM, really fast handstand walk once again. Boy, building a lead. Not overly fast on the deadlifts, not slow either, but not overly fast, but building the lead on the handstand walks. Lane number 8, Team Tyranno out of Brazil. Vinicius Zola, Fabio De Chichi moving back down. SM already, though, for the ladies, moving back to their 9 deadlifts left. Team Kazakh getting called back as the fittest 35 to 39-year-old in Kazakhstan and the fittest 35 to 39-year-old in Estonia joining forces. Long 16-hour plane flight for those fellas, trying to wrap up and turn over to a different teammate here. As boy, nice job. He's going to turn it around. He's got one last set of deadlifts. Team Principal Problems completes 30 feet on the handstand walk. SM now on the deadlifts. She's got 1 deadlift remaining. Las Gorditas on to the handstand walks as their first athlete's going to get stuck right on that red line and shot out of a cannon. SM. Team Tyranno in the lead for the fellas. Tyranno lots of handstand walking ahead of them, trying to finish this off and flip it over to the next partner as everybody's trying to get it over the partner now. At the point of the workout where you're starting to realize how tired you actually feel and you're just trying to get it to your partner. Biggie Smalls up on their hands. SM trying to finish off their handstand walks. She's been so good on the handstand walks. She's got a no rep, got a little bit on the red line with her hands now. And Team Toronto is going to switch over. Toronto is going to move on. 15 deadlifts followed by the handstand walk. Turning it over, 9, 15, 12 on the deadlifts, 90, 60, 30 on the handstand walks. SM has now switched over on the ladies side to their second athlete. They're the first team to do it. They've got a significant lead in lane number 8. Lane number 7, excuse me, B CrossFit. B CrossFit switching out. Raw Training has switched out their athletes. So Raw Training trying to make some progress here. Team Kazakh trying to finish off these handstand walks, see if they can get their next athlete on the floor. SM still significantly in the lead, the only team with their second athlete on the floor. As Team Toronto back to their second set of deadlifts. Biggie Smalls onto their second athlete. He's moving through his handstand walks now. We're starting to see a lot of the freshness. Team Kazakh trying to move past that yellow line. He gets past and boy, goes straight down on his head. He's up and moving again though, so he's doing okay. SM onto their handstand walks. Team Principal Problems trying to finish off their handstand walks as well. Las Gorditas working her final set of deadlifts at 225. Team Kazakh with their second athlete on the floor. Why is Team Kazakh going to be able to make up any ground here with a new athlete on the floor? Team Toronto handstand walking back towards their bar. Raw Training drops down, taking a long breather here. 3 minutes, 12 seconds left to go. They're going to wind up finishing up with 15 deadlifts, 30-foot handstand walk. Team Principal Problems. Second athlete is on the floor and moving. Flying through the handstand walk. Is she going to be able to make up some ground here? Well, certainly seems comfortable on the handstand walks. Does she have enough time maybe to push Team SM? Team Kazakh up, walking on their hands. 90-foot handstand walk for Team Kazakh. Biggie Smalls on their handstand walks as well. Team Toronto, hand in the air. They've got 5 deadlifts remaining before he moves on to his handstand walk. Double D makes the switch. Their athlete is ripping through some deadlifts. He's trying to make up a little bit of ground, but as both at the same time, Team Toronto and B CrossFit pull the bar out of the way, start their handstand walk. But boy, B CrossFit turns around at 15 feet. Are they going to finish off at 30 feet and call it as B CrossFit, just constant and steady, finishes it off, takes the heat win, as they're going to take a victory and they're going to move into their next workout on a high. As B CrossFit has 2 victories on the day already. Team SM, handstand walking to the far end, going to turn around. Team Kazakh with 2 teams in. Team Toronto, B CrossFit trying to take 3rd place right now. Double D. Raw Training, Kazakh on the floor. 1 minute remaining. Points left to be had on the floor. Has no time to stop and rest just yet. We got 55 seconds before that happens. Teams pushing. In lane number 14, Team SM. Lane number 17, Principal Problems. As Principal Problems, well, maybe running a little bit out of gas. Saw those elbows really start to buckle. Team SM is going to come across the line and going to turn over to their final set of deadlifts. Probably not going to finish this set of deadlifts, and really no need to. She's going to continue to work through the singles. She's got 15 deadlifts. Team Kazakh, oh boy, the front flip from Team Double D. Luckily got that head tuck, didn't go right on the nose. 15 seconds left. Team Kazakh steps back. Big athlete in Max Ospanov. And that's the time as Las Gorditas finishes off their first athlete in time. Nice job as she runs back. And that's going to be it for the 35 to 39 men and women here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship hosted by Masters Fitness Championship. Hey, we're going to move over to the wait, what am I? I'm getting everything all turned around. We're going to move over to the 18 to 34 men and women next. We'll be right back. Final heat of the Pairs Championship here on Full Court Press. 15-12-9 for partner number one of deadlifts at 225 for the ladies, 315 for the men. 30, 60, 90 foot handstand walk. Partner two, 9, 12, 15 deadlifts. 90, 60, 30 handstand walk. So they're just going to flip it around as these teams, the 18 to 34, taking the floor, starting off hot as CrossFit number 5, or excuse me, lane number 5, CrossFit de l'Est, leading the way as they're going to hop on their 30-foot handstand walk very quickly. Hey, setting the floor for you. Lane number 2, Ross and Rob. Lane number 3, the Critter Boys. Lane number 4, Thick Boys. Lane number 5, CrossFit de l'Est. Lane number 6, Short and Tall. Lane number 7, More Bros. Lane number 8, Sola Athletics. Lane number 9, Honky Tonk Hustle. For the ladies, lane number 13, the Quigs. Lane number 14, Break. Lane number 15, Let Them Cook. Lane number 16, Flex and Furious. Lane number 17, Big Bear, Little Bear. Lane number 18, Disney Girls. Lane number 19, Boston Baddies. As we are well into round number 2 already, a 10-minute workout, but absolutely moving. Lane number 7, More Bros. Boy, saw More Bros with a really impressive performance this morning, heading back into their 60-foot handstand walk. In lane number 2, Robin Ross also back for their 60-foot handstand walk. On to their last deadlift. As that sounds crazy, boy, this is going to take a while here as the 90-foot handstand walk has proved to be a little tough, but boy, these guys are moving through it very quickly, very well, making short work. 225 deadlift for the ladies, a heavy weight, and then they've got to turn around and stabilize in the midline throughout this workout. And impressive to see, they go from a really heavy weight and they struggle with the deadlift, then they hop right up onto their hands, show a lot of proficiency with their hands. as Matt Apple OG in lane number 12. Looking for who's going to tag in their second partner. Only a couple of minutes into this workout, just about 3 minutes in, and looking to see who's going to tag in the partner next. As in lane number 9, that's going to be Honky Tonk Hustle. Honky Tonk Hustle out of CrossFit Trivium, heading back for another round of handstand walks. Transition of a partner in lane number 2 with Ross and Rob. Ross and Rob moving quickly on the workout. Boy, looking for the Thick Boys trying to get to the next partner as well. On the ladies' side, moving through, and our partner, first partner, is going to go lane 16 with Flex and Furious. Flex and Furious won the first workout going away. Are they going to do the same here? Boy, lane number 6, Short and Tall. Partner number 2, and partner number 2 is flying on his hands. Boy, Short and Tall moved it around, and now they've got a gymnasty gentleman on the floor. The Moorbros, though, really quickly as well. Gymnastics not a problem in this heat whatsoever, as this is just becoming a sprint to the finish. Big Boys trying to finish up their final set of handstand walks. And now heading back, Honky Tonk Hustle onto their second athlete. In lane number 6, Short and Tall onto the deadlift. The Moorbros heading back. They're trying to stay in touch with the deadlifts. Lane number 5, CrossFit Dallas, as they head off. Lane number 6, Short and Tall. So doing this in reverse once again. Short and Tall with an absolutely moving handstand walk. As going to turn around. So he got the 90 out of the way. He's on to the 60. He's got 15 deadlifts followed by 30 feet of handstand walking. And I don't think the 30 feet is going to be a problem for him. For the ladies, still looking to turn it over to a couple of athletes, the second athlete in the grouping. As it looks like for the ladies, the first athlete has been really important to try to get the lead and try to turn it over to the second athlete. For the guys, it's just become a straight sprint to the finish. I think the deadlift weight may be a big factor in a lot of that. A lot of proficient handstand walkers on the ladies, but a little bit slower on the deadlift for the ladies than the men. So the Moorbros trying to keep up, but Short and Tall onto their final set of handstand walk. He's going to hit that 15-foot mark. He's going to turn it around and go back. He's going to finish it off and take a victory here in full court press. Short and Tall take the victory. Short and Tall for the men take the victory. Looking for ladies. See who's going to be moving through on the ladies. Boy, a great handstand walk in lane number 17 from Big Bear Little Bear. Big Bear Little Bear trying to make up some ground here. As the smaller of the two athletes moving through the handstand walk well. CrossFit Delay finishes off. CrossFit Delay, a nice job taking second place. As Short and Tall just outpaced him a little bit. The Moorbros fall off a little bit. Still in line for a third place finish. They've just got to get 15 feet back towards the line as they're going to make it all the way across and finish off. On the ladies' side, lane number 16, Flex and Furious. Flex and Furious working through this deadlift very well. Lane 14 is going to be Breakville. Breakville on the handstand walk for their 60-foot handstand walk. They get 15 feet down. Hand in the air in lane number 16 for Flex and Furious. Ross and Rob finish off in lane number 2. So Robinson Rob doing a good job battling back as the workout continues on. In lane number 19, the Boston Baddies moving through 5 feet at a time. Boy, a great set, huge set from CrossFit, or from Breakville and CrossFit Hendersonville. In lane number 16, Flex and Furious out of Waterbear CrossFit, moving down for 30 feet of handstand walking, and she's going to wrap it up. Take another victory for Flex and Furious. Big Bear, Little Bear, and then in lane number 18, the Disney Girls. The Disney Girls sneak up again. As the Disney Girls, I'm not going to let them do that to me the next time. I'm going to watch the Disney Girls from the beginning. Big Bear, Little Bear onto their final set of handstand walks. In lane number 13, that's going to be the Quigs. The Quigs onto their last set of deadlifts. 90 seconds left. The Thick Boys working back for their final set of handstand walks. The Krieger Boys still working on their deadlifts. Honky Tonk Hustle trying to finish off their set of 30-foot handstand walk. As he gets it, he's going to turn around and go back the other way. The Quigs in lane number 13 on their deadlifts, turning it around for their final handstand walk. In lane number 14, Breakville, CrossFit Hendersonville, cross the line. Less than 1 minute left. Boy, just a couple of feet away. As in lane number 9, Honky Tonk Hustle goes down. Couldn't quite get there. Boy, battling that fatigue. He makes it and finishes off the workout. Lane number 13, the Quigs out of CrossFit Trivium. 30 seconds left. Boy, a battle from the Man Apple OGs. It's going to be Shelly Rogers battling that bar up as she goes. The Quigs going to get about 10 more feet. Is she going to keep going? She's got to come down. But a really nice effort, though. 3, 2, and 1. As she does. She gets the full length. Really nice job from the Quigs fighting at the end there. As that is going to be the heat completion in the Pairs Championship hosted by the Masters Fitness Championship. Hey, thanks for joining us here all weekend on the Bear Complex live stream, programmed by Mayhem Athletes. Make sure you support our sponsors, RX Spark Gear, Virus International, Yeti, Chili Goat Cold Tubs. As we continue throughout the weekend, head over to the Instagram and check out what our schedule of events is so you can catch all the action right here. I'm Kyle Ship. Hey, we'll be right back as our schedule continues. Welcome back, everybody, to the Masters Fitness Championship, located in Fort Wayne, Indiana, presented by Chili Goat Cold Tubs, programmed by Mayhem Athletes, as we've got RX competition beginning. Going to line up the floor for you, then we'll talk to you about the workout. Lane number 1, Yuka Miller. Lane number 2, Colette Cowan. Lane number 3, Stephanie Russell. Lane number 4, Katie Tavard. Lane number 5, Julie Schaefer. Lane number 6, Carol Turnbow. Lane number 8, Ann Severino. That's the 55 to 59 ladies. In lane number 9, Georgette Ray. Lane number 10, Jeanette Perret Gentle. Lane number 11, Julie Fagan. Lane number 12, Kathy Bunch. Lane number 13, Lillian Vickery. Lane number 14, Marianne Waller. That's the 60 to 64 division. And then in lane number 16, Joanna Tunnicliffe. Lane number 17, Pat Rhodes. Number 18, Susan Provoznak. And lane number 19, Janice Piro Ledinoff. That's your 65 plus. Hey, these ladies are taking on full court press here at the Grand Wayne Convention Center. Full court press is 21-15-9 of deadlifts. For these ladies, the deadlift is 110. And for the 65 plus and the 60 to 64 division, they start off with an overhead carry of 15, 30, and 60 feet. They're going to cash it out with a 15-foot handstand walk. So still going to continue to push the skills, test the skills. 15 feet of handstand walking at the end. In previous heats, we've seen if you've got handstand walks, it makes all the difference in the world in this workout. In the 55 to 59 division, 185-pound deadlift, 130-pound. I was looking at the men's weight, 130-pound deadlift, 15, 30, and 60 on the handstand walk. For the 60-64, they also have a 130-pound deadlift. So going to see as these ladies moving through it, lots of familiar faces, as we've got a lot of returning athletes in this division, especially looking in the 65-plus division. Joanna Tunnicliffe, the mother of Anna Tobias Tunnicliffe. I got a chance to talk to them yesterday, and currently Joanna is winning in the Tunnicliffe battle as the year that they were competing, not in the same heat, but competing in the same competition. Joanna swept every event, and Anna didn't sweep every event. She won all but one. She finished second in that event. So far in the Battle of the Tunnicliffes, Joanna is leading Anna, which Anna really appreciated me reminding her of yesterday. Colette Cowan, another familiar face, as these ladies moving through the workout. Handstand walks, especially in that 55 to 59 ladies, becoming a separator. Some ladies have them to a small degree, and some are still working to get them. Part of the Masters Fitness Championship, we always see athletes working on new skills, learning new skills, getting new skills. As taking a look here down at our 65 plus ladies, as these are incredible athletes doing amazing things at 65 plus years old. Moving on as we take a look at athletes that are continuing their handstand walks, just working to try to find that balance. We've already got 5 feet down. Hey, we're going to get another 5 feet in. 5 feet in. Hey, why not? Let's not stop at 5. We're going to get all the way to 9. Got to get all the way to that white line. Get both hands over that white line in order to move to the next one. And you want to talk about some excitement? How about Yuka Miller out of Aloha CrossFit? Yuka finishes her handstand walks, moves on to the deadlifts. So Yuka really moving through this workout well, as now onto the deadlifts. And these deadlifts are nothing for Yuka. Yuka in that 55 to 59 division. So that barbell is 130 pounds. Yuka at the bottom of your screen. Colette Cowan Up above her, Stephanie Russell out of Raw Training. You see Stephanie squatted down. She's taking some time as she's trying to get into this handstand walk. 15 deadlifts here for Yuka Miller. As Yuka continues to work through those, Colette Cowan just moved out of your screen as Colette moving down towards the end of that lane. Apologize. And so Yuka Miller once again moves on. Athletes starting to move back down as they've moved in past that 15-foot round, turn around. Boys, lots of athletes on the floor and doing a good job, you see, as the workout progresses, continuing to move a little bit further at a time. A lot of fans here supporting as we've got floors back to back. Right now you're looking at the side floor. Behind the fans that you can see is the main floor, so lots of fans standing, cheering, shouting, lots of coaching, lots of all the good stuff that community of CrossFit brings here at the Masters Fitness Championship. As continuing to work towards those handstand walks, move further forward. Boy, with a whole slew of great competitors this weekend, whether they are in the RX, the Elite, or the Pairs Championship. Yuka Miller continuing to work down those lanes. As Yuka out of Aloha CrossFit, as you can see from her shirt. Her shirt not just telling you hello and goodbye, also representing the gym that she's from. Really, it's a three-way shirt. As Yuka goes down with a smile on her face. And the clock continues to run as we continue to march on towards either completion or at least the time cap, as we've got a lot of athletes that have actually done quite a bit of work to this point. Moved on, finishing workouts, doing a good job here as in the middle of the floor, continuing to try to kick up in our 60 to 64 division. Coming up on 45 seconds remaining for the ladies on the floor. Boy, a nice balance there. So I don't know if I've ever held a handstand that long. I think the only times I ever have are when I've been trying to do a handstand walk and I get stuck. Then all of a sudden I'm the greatest handstand holder on the face of the earth. As with a couple seconds left, continuing to try to do this. But as we find out throughout this weekend, we'll hear that this may be the most handstand walking that some of these athletes have ever gotten, as continue to push to the limits of their physical abilities. Yuka Miller moving into some more deadlifts. Colette Cowan down on the floor with their handstand walk. Stephanie Russell, nice job for the ladies in the 55 to 65 plus division. As we're gonna move on to the women 50 to 54 and 45 to 49 RX divisions right here on the Bear Complex live stream of the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship programmed by Mayhem Athlete. Hey, we'll step away for just a minute, reset the floor, and we'll be right back. back into the RX competition, the Masters Fitness Championship, as the RX women 50-54 and the RX women 45-49 on the floor, taking on full court press, a combo of deadlifts and handstand walk for our 45 to 49-year-old ladies. They'll be taking on a 155-pound barbell with a 15, 30, and 60-foot handstand walk. Half of the floor is 15 feet. That's going to be 3 links. You've got a yellow, a white, and then a yellow. They got to get to that second yellow for 15 feet. They're going to down and back for 30, down and back to the 15 mark for 30, down and back to the red line for 60. As the ladies in the 50-54 category will be doing the same thing. And so a couple of different divisions on the floor. In lane number 3, Tara Woodlard. Lane number 4, Christine Calvanese. Lane number 5, Jennifer Yamakowski. Lane number 6, Kristen Johnson. Lane number 7, Sonia Ham. Lane number 8, Beth Mitchell. That is your women's 50-54 division. In the 45-49 division, lane number 12, Stephanie McGee. Lane number 13, Clara Iori. Lane number 14, Rana Pollock. Lane number 15, Laura Mole. Lane number 16, Shauna Norton. Lane number 16, Nicole Serrett. Lane number 18, Andrea Stempen. As we are well into some of the handstand walks now, ladies taking it nice and smooth on the deadlifts as they're going to move on to the handstand walks. Boy, nice job with the handstand walk in lane number 4. It's Christine Calvanese. As well as Tara Woodlard in lane number 3. Moving down the lane, creating some space. Hey, and using the good split technique at the top of the screen. Well, we'll try and get you a lane number on that. That might be Laura Mole. Not positive just yet, though. As boy, having that real nice balance look, the 45-49 ladies, at least as you're looking at your screen now, on the farther side of the floor, the 50-54, closer to you. So right now in the 50-54, just got a couple of ladies out there pushing forward into the handstand walk. So it's definitely going to be a separator here for the 50-54, 45-49. Hey, how about a big, huge celebration? Who is that in lane number? Boy, is that lane number 8? Beth Mitchell, perhaps. Again, we've said it, man. We have so many athletes, these Masters athletes that show up and push to the capacity they didn't think they had. Looks like she might have just gotten her first round of handstand walks. She was jumping up and down and celebrating, a fun moment for her to remember. And 15 handstand walks down. So moving back in to the deadlifts. Boy, a good job. As here in round number 2, plenty of time left on the clock as she moves forward. Quick deadlifts now coming from Tara Woodlard, especially. Tara Woodlard very strong on these deadlifts. Jennifer Yamakowski finishes 15 feet. She's trying to get to 30 feet now. Finishes 10, trying to get to that 15th foot. As she's going to cross. And then she's going to turn around here on her 30 feet of handstand walking. Christine Calvanese just a little bit stuck after a couple of steps. Yamakowski up and moving. See her moving back towards the barbell. Yamakowski doing a really good job with her positioning. Feet leaning a little bit forward, but boy, doing a good job as start to see she leans back. Again, it's the announcer's curse. Every time I talk about someone doing something really well or how far out in front someone is, they get a no rep or I immediately put a curse that prevents them from taking one more step with their hands. So I'm going to do my best to avoid talking about how well somebody's doing now. Continuing to move through far side of the floor, 45 to 49 ladies, with Stephanie McGee, Clara Yori, Rana Pollock, Laura Mole, Shauna Norton, Nicole. I'm going to go with Nicole Saray and Andrea Stimpen as with the ladies in the 45 to 49. Working hard, trying to finish off their workout as we're well past the halfway mark now, trying to move into the back half of this workout. Yamakowski in the lead currently. Christine Calvanese trying to catch up to her as onto her final set of deadlifts is Yamakowski. Christine Calvanese getting stuck on the handstand walk. As looks like Clara Yori is in the lead, turning it around on the far side of the floor in the 45 to 49 category. Yori about to get started on her way back to the bar. So Yori moving back. Yamakowski kicks up. Little too much momentum on those legs as she throws those things forward. Largely a 3-horse race in the 50 to 54. And Tara Woodlard, Christine Calvanese, Jennifer Yamakowski, as they've been moving forward. Yamakowski firmly in the lead. Far side of the floor, Clara Yori working through her handstands. Stimping, kicking up, trying to get a handstand here as we get a chance to talk to her on social media a lot. Boy, she's always posting. Love to watch her fitness and workout journey. There's a lot of kicking up and coming back down. I tell you, if you've ever done just a donkey kick where you just put your hands down and try to kick up to a handstand and come down, you can use that as a full workout. If you wind up doing that for about 9 minutes like some of these ladies are doing, you're going to leave here and you're going to be quite toast, physically exhausted from it. Well, his excitement here from Tara Woodlard is Woodlard almost gets to the end. Turning around now is Jennifer Yamakowski. Yamakowski turns around, starts walking on her way back, and Woodlard finishes it off as Woodlard's going to come back down. Oh, Woodlard throws the belt. Nice job from Woodlard as the RX ladies in the 50 to 54 and the 45 to 49 category are complete. We're going to move on, set up the floor for the 40 to 44 ladies. We're going to step away for a moment. We'll be back to bring the ladies onto the floor. off and running with the 40 to 44 RX ladies, as the RX ladies taking on full court press here at the Masters Fitness Championship. The RX ladies taking on a 21-15-9 deadlifts at 185 and a 15, 30, and 60-foot handstand walk, as a 9-minute cap here on the workout. In lane number 3, Amy Dempsey. Lane number 4, Bethany Oxendine. Lane number 5, Lindsay Daughtery. Lane number 6, Katie Weber Plank. Lane number 7, Denise Stayert. Lane number 8, Allison Gibson. Lane number 9, Sarah Appleton. Lane number 10, Kristen Lubke. Lane number 11, Jamie Birdsall. Lane number 12, Kara Coco. Lane number 13, Natalie Esposito. Lane number 14, Kathy Paulson. Lane number 15, Heather Shikaney. Lane number 16, Amy Sheely. Lane number 17, Layla Bartroff. And lane number 18, Danielle Messer. Up and on to the handstand walks. As 15 feet down, these ladies move back to their barbells. Moving into these 40 to 44 RX ladies, going to start seeing some more ability with the handstand walks and really start seeing a lot more ladies completing this workout, as the weight on the barbell, does go way up here to 185. Was it 155 for the last group? Moving to 185 now. As now, looking at these ladies pulling on the deadlift, just taxing the midline, making it difficult. When you go upside down, obviously the barbell volume is going to go down, but boy, the handstand walk volume is going to go way up as you move through this, and the build is going to make those final 60 feet a difficult 60 feet to get. In lane, I believe that's number 11, Jamie Birdsall. Birdsall moving back down the lane, as looks like she's going to move into her, is that her final set of deadlifts? As we get another celebration on the handstand walks. Gotta love the celebrations that we're getting out here at the Masters Fitness Collective. Lots of ladies kicking back up as ladies moving into the deadlifts. In lane number 5, Lindsay Doherty. As Doherty wrapping up those deadlifts, well, you see the fatigue that you're starting to have with Doherty. Lane number 4, Bethany Oxendine. And now right in the middle of the floor, trying to keep that good form in their handstand walks. Lots of ladies facing lots of different directions, trying to move through this difficult workout, as it's a grueling workout that is their second workout of the day here at MFC in Fort Wayne. Just waiting to see if ladies are going to start making their way back into those 60-foot handstand walk. Haven't seen anybody just yet. Boy, moving really smooth in the little middle, though. Lane number 7, Denise Stayert. As Stayert working her way back, 30. She's moving her way back down for that 60-foot handstand walk as she's trying to wrap up her workout. Stayert. Well, Stayert has to come back, as now finishes off and wraps up a victory. Stayert throws the hands in the air, gives it a stomp of excitement. Great job from Stayert. And lane 13. How about Natalie Esposito crossing the line? Great job from Natalie Esposito. And how about Jamie Birdsall? Lane number 11, Jamie Birdsall wraps up her workout. In lane number 9, Sarah Appleton turns it around at 30 feet. She's trying to finish off this workout as well, as Appleton trying to shake out the arms in lane number 3, Amy Dempsey. Dempsey shakes out her arms, has a good position as she's moving back. Trying to work back towards that red line where she's going to finish this off. Starting to see a lot of ladies finishing this off in a great amount of time, actually. Still about 3.5 minutes left to go on the clock. Dempsey is going to get all the way over the line, finishes up her workout. Moving back in lane number 9, Sarah Appleton. Appleton about halfway, has to come back down as a planned break from Appleton. Lane 10, Kristen Lubke, CrossFit Orangeville, making her way down in her 60 feet of handstand walks. Katie Weber Plank goes down. She's going to take a seat and say, I'm just going to hang out here for a minute, take a breather. As she's kind of going to get reset. Boy, those arms really feeling it at this point. Shoulders fatigued, core, midline, everything is fatigued. Still more than 2 minutes left. So there's a lot of time left in this event to continue to work through, and a lot of placings left as well. As moving into this workout, a long weekend, lots of things can happen. Day one, you kind of try to set up yourself well, but if it doesn't go well, you have Saturday and Sunday, lots of days left. As in lane number 4, Bethany Oxendine. Oxendine just giving it the old shuffle step, getting there. The 1-2 back and forth. Boy, lane number 8, Allison Gibson. Gibson with the bright orange shoes, black top, black bottoms, bright orange shoes. She's up and going, hard to miss as she's moving 5 feet at a time, working her way down to that finish line. And Gibson almost there, Judge, with keeping an eye on. Hey, thank you to all of our judges and quite frankly, all of those that allow our judges to be here. If you're back at home taking care of house, dogs, whatever it is you're taking care of, thank you so much. As we love our volunteers, equipment, judges, medical, athlete relations, scoring. I don't want to leave anybody out. I'm sure I am, but trust me, we love every one of them. Under a minute left. They got about 30 seconds. Everybody fighting for just a couple more reps. Lane 15, Heather Chicaney. Heather Chicaney with a nice turn moving down the lane. Lane 16, Amy Sheely. Lane 17, Layla Bartroff, all moving back down to that red line, trying to finish off this workout. As, well, it looks like Bartroff may have an opportunity. Actually, excuse me. Yeah, that's Bartroff. Well, I was arguing with myself, a little bit of a side angle here. And that wraps up the individual ladies in the 40 to 44 division. Well done to them. Hey, we're going to turn it over to the 35 to 39 RX division here for the Masters CrossFit Championship. We'll be right back. 35 to 39-year-old ladies on the side floor here at the Masters Fitness Championship. Thanks for watching on the Bear Complex live stream. Taking on full court press. The workout is a 21-15-9 of deadlifts combined with 15, 30, and 60 feet of handstand walks. These ladies going to be deadlifting 185 pounds combined with the handstand walks. Hey, let's set up the floor for you. Lane number 2, Alyssa Sanzari. Lane number 3, Angie Mays. Lane number 4, Gina Trebbiani. Lane number 5, Megan Davis. Lane number 6, Michelle Bergy. Lane number 7, Sienna Sears. Lane number 8, Carrie Beamer. Lane number 9, Ashley Palmer. Lane number 10, Emily Egan. Lane number 11, Jennifer Hewling. Lane number 12, Andy Jeffries. Lane number 13, Maria Guzman. Lane number 14, Maya Zomer. Lane number 15, Brooke Armstrong. Lane number 16, Amanda Miller. Lane number 17, Cami Mann. Lane number 18, Danny Bowers. And lane number 19, Lindsay Siolka. As ladies already working back to their second set of deadlifts. 15 feet of handstand walking is halfway down the floor. 21 deadlifts into 15 feet of handstand walking. Now back to the 15 deadlifts. This is where we've really seen the workout slow down on these 15 deadlifts. I think people realize they need to not blow through these, as blowing through these 15 deadlifts is really going to leave you toast, because not only do you have 15 deadlifts, now you've got your 30 handstand or 30 feet of handstand walking, as they've got to go from that red line all the way down the floor to the other red line. You may want to rush it because you're like, man, I really just want to get back to these deadlifts and get those things over with, but you've got 60 feet of handstand walking waiting on you, and going upside down, once you're toast, you're toast. So making sure they pull back as much as they can early on and finish strong. The strong finishers have been the ones that have typically taken the victories in these events. Those that come out really fast have really slowed down quickly. Lane number 3 turning around, Angie Mays. Here in her second round, Mays does a quick turn. It's going to step back and maybe take a little bit more time to breathe now, as she tried to turn it around very quickly. Lane number 9, Ashley Palmer. Lane number 8, Carrie Beamer. Both turned around, heading back this direction. Lane number 16, Amanda Miller, heading back towards her bar. So we're going to start seeing in a minute, after we get off of some of these deadlifts, we're going to start seeing people heading down to that far lane, a 9-minute time cap. Not even near that yet, though. As we've already had a finisher, 3 minutes and 10 seconds, where they saying Lindsay Siolka. They did. Lindsay Siolka finishes in 3 minutes and 10 seconds on the far side. Didn't even see her as she flew through that workout. Definitely a workout that Lindsay was excited about this weekend, as now we got lots of ladies down there. Lane number 5, Megan Davis. Turning around, Megan is on her hands and really moving quickly and well. Lane number 7, Sienna Sears, turning around, as Megan actually is going to get a no rep, has to come back. Is Sienna going to move past? Maybe, I believe Megan stepped out of her lane. Sienna winds up having to come down. Sienna, though, comes down now, back up again. So Sienna maybe feeling a little bit of the pressure from Megan. She started to take advantage, but Megan is going to wind up coming down too. Sienna finishes. Sienna Sears taking the second place. Nice job from Sienna, as lane number 5, Megan Davis. And Davis finishes. She got some bad coaching down on her end of the floor. They said turn around and run the other way. Her judge is like, no, you're good. Moving back now in lane number 9, Ashley Palmer out of 460 Fitness. Next to her is Emily Egan out of Kensington Valley CrossFit. So those two ladies back and forth in lane number, is that 14, I believe? Maya Zarmer. Zarmer finishes off. possibly Maria Guzman, is now back and forth once again. Palmer and Egan. Who's going to get across? Palmer gets across. Palmer steps over just before Egan. And lane number 6, Michelle Bergy. Bergy trying to make her way down the lane as she's heading back towards her finish mat. As Bergy a little bit stuck in lane 17. Looks like Cami Mann with just 5 feet left trying to finish this workout out. Cami Mann stands up, takes a big breath. Not really being closed down by anybody just yet. And she got Amanda Miller, Brooke Armstrong coming up, but they're still about 10 feet away. But all of a sudden, Cami Mann now being closed down. Cami Mann finishes off. Brooke Armstrong also finishes off. Amanda Miller Amanda Miller, and that's going to be Cami Manning and Amanda Miller kind of neck and neck now. I believe I might have been seeing Danny Bowers possibly is maybe who I was talking about. Somebody is still deadlifting on the far end. I'm kind of blocked off by a lot of spectators, so can't see who that is that's still deadlifting. But moving down the line in lane number 2, Alyssa Sanzari. I believe that's lane number 13, Maria Guzman. So I think I'd possibly thought maybe Maria had finished. Maria has not. In lane number 4, Gina Trebbiani. As I both am sure that Gina has heard all the jokes, but I also know my wife would be horribly disappointed in me if I did not make a Friends reference at some point. So I'm going to try and walk the line, at least by acknowledging that we all know what Gina's last name is. And try not to fall into the same trap that I'm sure millions of people fall into every time they meet Gina Trebbiani. As, boy, trying to wrap this up. Just a few ladies left on the floor, working bit by bit as one athlete trying to start into her 60 feet of handstand walking. 2 athletes trying to finish off their 60 feet of handstand walking. Boy, and trying to finish off. Gina Trebbiani is going to go 10 feet to finish. What a great job by Gina Trebbiani as she finishes off. Maria Guzman finishes just behind her. I saw Maria take a look over to her right to look at Gina, thinking maybe Gina was only going to go 5 feet at a time. She didn't. Gina said, I'm up, I'm going to stay here, finishes it off. So just one athlete left on the floor as they're trying to wrap this up. As potentially Danny Bowers, I believe, far side of the floor from me, as we're set up near camera. With 15 seconds left to go, we're going to start getting set up for our next heat. Our next heat is going to be our 30 to 34 ladies and our 60 to 64 men. So we're going to have a little bit of an equipment change. We're going to step away for just a minute here at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship presented by Mayhem Athlete. We continue on here at the Masters Fitness Championship on the Bear Complex live stream with full court press. Both the 30 to 34 ladies and the 60 to 64 men on the floor. The 30 to 34 ladies is going to be doing 21-15-9 deadlifts at 185, a 15-30 and 60-foot handstand walk. Your 60 to 64 men will be doing 21-15-9 deadlifts at 185 as well. They'll be doing a 15-30-60 overhead carry with two 35-pound dumbbells. Then they're going to finish it off with a 15-foot handstand walk cash out. So they still looking to obtain that skill set here, even at 60 to 64. Get them doing the overhead walking lunge. Hey, we'll set the floor for you, starting off with the men. In lane number 1, Greg Smith. Lane number 2, Kurt Gaughan. Lane number 3, Michael Taylor. Lane number 4, Oliver Rack. Lane number 5, Ralph Radcliffe. Lane number 6, Scott Wampler. Lane number 7, Tom Vickers. Lane number 8, Todd Nordby. Lane number 9, Michael Beamer. For the ladies, in lane number 12, Natalie Rowe. Lane number 13, Brittany Bowers. Lane number 14, Cosette Hodges. Lane number 15, Giovanna Bodner. Lane number 16, Brittany Maximowicz. I had to read through that in my head a couple of times. Brittany Maximowicz. Lane number 17, Diana Savosh. Lane number 18, Cameron Huddle. Lane number 19, Tessa Hecton. Lane number 20, Cynthia Lalonde Turpin. As we've got gentlemen turning around. So gentlemen already on their 60 feet of the overhead walk. Going to have to move now as guys moving into their deadlifts, so the 15. So they're in their 30 feet now, going to move into, there's Beamer picking up those dumbbells. He's got some carries left to do. Handstand walking down in lane numbers at 19 from Tessa Hectone. As Tessa up and walking on the hands. Tessa finishes it off. And Tessa back to her deadlifts now. Excuse me, no, that was Cameron Hoddle. Cameron Hoddle now on the deadlifts. As handstand walking, boy, just doesn't quite get it on the nearest side. And Natalie Rowe, Natalie trying to get over that line. As these lines in 5-foot increments, you got to get your hand all the way over the line in order to be able to count those 5 feet. Natalie Rowe, Brittany Bowers coming up on the far side of Natalie Rowe. Bowers gets 15 feet. She's going to come down. She's moving towards 30 feet as she's going to take a break. For our fellas, man, how about a couple of gentlemen right here in the middle of the floor doing a great job. As lane number 3, Kurt Gaughan. Lane number 2, Kurt Gaughan. Lane number 3, Michael Taylor finishing off with the handstand walks in a very short amount of time. Really nice job. As lane number, I believe that's 13, Brittany Bowers. Bowers wearing the all red, trying to move back down towards the line. Boy, is that Brittany Bowers? Maybe Cosette Hodges. Trying to move back down for her 60 feet of handstand walk. However it works, we're going to have a finisher as she's going to step across and moves into the deadlift. So I guess I was incorrect in the amount of feet that she had to walk here. She's got, must have been coming back from the 30-foot. Attempting the handstand walk. I believe that was lane number 8, Todd Norby. Norby gets up, has to come back down. Near side. Lane number 2. Oh, and lane number 3, excuse me, Michael Taylor. So is Oliver Rack and Ralph Radcliffe. I apologize. We have a couple of empty lanes I didn't see. Oliver Rack, Ralph Radcliffe finished their workout in a pretty tight race early on, as the ladies in the RX division all moving their way back. Still 3 minutes left to go in this workout. Several male finishers. Oliver Rack, so I thought Oliver Rack had finished. I think Oliver Rack was just celebrating with somebody. Oliver Rack up, trying to get his handstand walks, struggling with those a little bit. He's doing a good job of getting vertical, just having a hard time getting forward. I'm not going to pretend that I am a gymnastics expert to talk about how to get that done. As big smile on his face as he's still trying, still giving it a shot. Gotta love the effort. Moving down is Brittany Bowers, once again in the all red, maybe pink. As the old eye is getting hard to see color from here. Lane number 12 is Natalie Rowe. Natalie Rowe moving back. Hey, on the far side, is that Cynthia Lalonde Turpin? It looks like Turpin really a good position now, trying to hold her balance. And Turpin trying to turn it over in lane number 20, as Turpin trying to finish off 60 feet. She's going to finish. Nice job from Cynthia Turpin as she finishes off her workout early on in this time cap. Still about 2.5 minutes to go. Lots of ladies on the floor looking to wrap it up. Brittany Bowers, Giovanna Bodner. Lane number 6, Scott Wampler still attempting to get those handstand walks. Not quite there just yet, still working at it though. As athletes, that's going to be in lane number 17, Diana Savosh. Has to get brought back just a little bit over the line when she kicks up. Lane number 18, Cameron Hoddle. I believe that's actually lane number 19, Tessa Hectone. As Tessa trying to work her way back down to her bar. Down goes Oliver Rack. Oliver lays out on the floor. He's got a smile. Judge has a smile. Everybody working hard, trying to move towards these. As Natalie Rowe was almost there. Could only get one hand to the tape. The other hand unable to get there. Has to back it off and go back 5 feet. Does it once again. Ladies trying to come across and trying to finish off their workout here on Friday afternoon, 3 o'clock local time. Full day for the athletes. Checked in yesterday. Athlete check-in, athlete briefing, get settled, all the excitement. Show up today and work. Doing a great job. Just a few seconds left. And the RX ladies are done for full court press. Hey, we're just getting started in the RX men. We're going to adjust a few weights, change some things out as we move forward. We're going to step away for a couple of moments here at the Masters Fitness Championship. RX men. Got a couple of divisions on the floor for you. Individual 55 to 59 and the 65 plus gentlemen. As we got a floor full of incredible athletes out here at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athlete. Hey, let's set up the workout for you first. On the floor, guys are going to be taking on full court press. Our 65 plus gentlemen will be doing a 21-15-9 deadlift at 115 pounds, followed by a 15-foot, 30-foot, 60-foot overhead carry. Their cash out is going to be a 15-foot handstand walk. We've seen if you've got the handstand walk in your bag in these divisions, you're going to do well. The 55 to 59 gentlemen will be doing a 185-pound deadlift, 21-15-9, followed by 15-foot, 30-foot, and 60-foot handstand walk. We'll set up the floor for you. In lane number 3, Stephen Albright. Lane number 4, Richard Whitaker. Lane number 5, Jason Dodd. Lane number 6, Steve Gibson. Lane number 7, Mark Pino. Lane number 8, Nate Gordon. Lane number 9, Jason Kerr. Lane number 10, Todd Merrill. Lane number 11, Alex Munoz. Lane number 12, Dale Smith. Lane number 13, Jack Wells. Lane number 14, Lonnie Bumgardner. Lane number 15, Andy Davis. Lane number 15 begins the 65 plus men. Lane number 15 is Andy Davis. Lane number 16, Bradley Mosher. And lane number 17, Greg Petro. As we continue to see a lot of familiar faces, love to see our returning athletes at the Masters Fitness Championship. Hope that everybody who's here will return. Hope that one day you guys listening will be returning athletes as well. As these gentlemen working through their handstand walks and deadlifts. An absolute midline crusher with the heavy deadlifts and the handstand walks, having to stabilize yourself after the heavy deadlifts. And the question becomes, how are you going to break up your first set of 21, as that is a huge determining factor, because everybody that's coming out really fast out of the gate are slowing down. You feel good, you're excited. It's a weight that if you are okay with deadlifts, you can handle it okay, and then wind up in problem city as you all of a sudden realize you can't stabilize your midline anymore. You start having troubles moving forward. So 15, 30, and 60 feet. The 15 feet, they've just got to get halfway down the floor. We're going to start seeing a little bit of separation as they move into that 30-foot space, and we start seeing some guys turn around coming back towards their bar. As right now, it looks like your current leader in the 55 to 59 division is lane number 8, Nate Gordon, Tough Temple CrossFit. As Gordon appears to be the only man moving back. The only question I have at the moment is Richard Whitaker. Where is Richard Whitaker at? Is he may be in his second set of deadlifts here, trying to catch up to Nate Gordon, as Gordon's going to move into his third set of deadlifts. With his third set of deadlifts, he's got 60 feet of handstand walking. That's one length down the floor and one length back. As waiting to see the gentleman on the far side, our 65 plus guys. I see Greg Petro, big tall Greg Petro, walking down and back with those overhead dumbbells. And still waiting to see, as swinging his arms out, Nate Gordon. So your current leader in the 55 to 59 division on this workout, Nate Gordon, swinging his arms back and forth, trying to get in position, raises those arms up now. Nice handstand walk, great positioning from him. As Gordon's going to get 30 feet unbroken, 55 to 59. Nate Gordon goes unbroken on the handstand walks. As lots of these guys continuing to move through in their handstand walks. Is that lane number 13, I believe? Jack Wells. Wells looks like he's trying to finish off his set of 30. But Nate Gordon is moving through this. Is Nate going to go unbroken all the way back as well? Starting to slow down a little bit. Those hands may get a little bit heavy. He powers through, says, no, thank you. I'll go ahead and take the victory. 3 minutes, 43 seconds left on the clock. Great job from Nate Gordon as Nate Gordon wraps it up. And on the far side in our 65 plus division, I believe that's Greg Petro has gone shirtless. Petro said it. We all know that upside down is easier without a shirt on. So he pops the top. He's handstand walking now, trying to move through his 15 feet of handstand walking. As they're trying to cash out in that 65 plus division, you got to finish off those handstand walks to be able to finish this without a cap. Our gentleman now, lane number 6. How about Steve Gibson? Steve Gibson out of 360 CrossFit, moving his way back down the lane towards his bar. Jason Dodd in lane number 5 out of Stability CrossFit. And working at his deadlifts, lane number 4 is going to be Richard Whitaker. Two and a half minutes left to go. Still a lot of work to be done for these gentlemen as they continue to move forward, continue to work on these handstand walks. Our 65 plus men continuing to try to finish off as well. And everybody taking a little bit of a breather now. You think about it, if you're still working out at this point, you've done 7 minutes. Most of it has been trying to work on your handstands when your core is shot from the deadlifts. 185 pounds is a heavy weight, especially in the middle of a workout like this for your second workout of the day. Trying to, boy, couldn't tell if that was Andy Davis or Bradley Mosher up on their hands. And the bright yellow shoes, trying to get those feet going, to get those hands going. Boy, almost to 15 feet, boy, really close was Jason Dodd. Dodd trying to get there. Body winds up getting a little bit turned on him as he's moving forward. Steve Gibson, boy, fighting so much strength from Steve Gibson. You see in the orange shirt, he gets upside down, those arms start to buckle. He holds his balance. But a great effort as a couple guys lay out flat on the floor. And that's the time. Really nice job from our 55 to 59 and 65 plus gentlemen. Hey, we're going to step away. In a moment, we're going to bring onto the floor your 50 to 54 RX men.
of dominance, and he has brought a whole community along the ride with him.
We know why we do this. What about you?
I'm just trying to keep up with them.
When there's a difficult task at hand, I can always tackle whatever that is.
We're choosing to build a better future.
Yeah, Mayhem athletes are fit, but that's only one part of who we are.
Their values and my values align with each other.
I follow Mayhem because I know it'll get me ready.
When I couldn't do anything at all, Mayhem helped me start.
If you're ready, there's a spot for you.
Back for the 50 to 54 men as they take on full court press. Full court press, 21, 15, 9, deadlifts, 15, 30, 60, foot handstand walk. As the gentleman, a 185 deadlift for the gentleman, and the handstand walks. Hey, we'll set up the floor for you as men already moving on to their second set of handstand walks. Hey, let me do this real quick as gentlemen doing a great job here. Programming by Mayhem Athlete. Thanks to all of our sponsors, RX Smart Gear, Virus Clothing, as boy, they would provide our athletes, our judges, our staff with some amazing clothes, Yeti and Bear Complex. Hey, setting up the floor for you in lane number 2, John Ioannis Panousis, Jeff Blasco in lane 3, lane 4, Daniel Maya, lane 5, Michael Bedsall, lane 6, Patrick Owens, lane 7, Anthony Duran, lane 8, Derek Mason, lane 9, Michael Johnson Munzingo, lane 10, Danton Alba, lane 11, Jay Scott, lane 12, Phil Sawyer, lane 13, Yuli Rubiero, lane 14, Rob Sainto. Lane 15, Jason Newman. Lane 16, Alexandre Kazi. Lane 17, Jason Unteriner. Lane 18, Steve Griffin. As we see gentlemen moving into their second set of handstand walks. Trying to get back through this workout in lane number 10. Danton Alba out of Centered CrossFit. Danton, I believe, wearing the black cap. As stepping onto his mat for what I believe is the last set, Anthony Duran stepping on for his last set of deadlifts. Going to be 9 deadlifts here, 21, 15, 9 at 185. And now, hands up as these gentlemen are finishing off their last set of deadlifts. 9 deadlifts. 3 hands up for Danton, or 3 fingers up. Not 3 hands. That would be an unusual judge, to say the least. One finger up now for Danton. 10, in lane 10, Danton Alba, should be. So Danton Alba, boy, taking off his belt, getting ready for the handstand walk. In lane 7, Anthony Duran. Lane number 8, Derek Mason. I'm going to see as they turn around where Derek Mason, if he's in lane number 9, Michael Johnson Munzingo. I believe Michael Johnson Munzingo in the lead right now. He is 30 feet down. He's got 30 feet to go. Boy, Danton Alba lands hard on his back, holding his back a little bit. He's got the cap on, the black shirt. Hopefully he's okay. He's laughing with his judge, so hopefully that means he's okay. There's been a couple of times I've fallen and laughed at myself and wound up not okay. As Danton Alba making his way down the floor, lane number 9, Michael Johnson Munzingo looks to be your leader, though, as he looks like he's trying to finish this off. Yeah. Derek Mason. Mason's sitting on his weights, so I'm not sure if maybe he's had to call it for an injury or if he is finished. I don't believe that he finished, though. Michael Johnson Munzingo is going to finish it off. Great job from Johnson Munzingo. Boy, and who is this absolutely moving in lane number 6, Patrick Owens. Patrick Owens out of Moonshot CrossFit. Boy, shot out of a cannon, not just out of a moon there in lane number 6. He's going to turn around and come back this direction. In lane number 7 is Anthony Doran. Patrick Owens, boy, taking really big steps too, confident steps. He's moving well down the lane. He's going to go unbroken all the way back, and he's going to finish off. What a great job. Patrick Owens, exactly the way that we've talked about it. Owens does a good job of just staying in the middle of the pack and then finishing strong. That last 2 sets of handstand walk were really, really impressive. Still 3 minutes and 15 seconds to go. As athletes making their way through. And finishing, that's going to be lane 10, Danton Alba. Alba finishes. As most of the gentlemen in the middle of the floor are finished. Sides of the floors are the ones competing now. As in lane number 4, kicking up, trying to come back, Daniel Maya. That's lane number 3. So lane number 3, Jeff Blasco. Blasco doing his best to make his way back down the floor, back to his barbell. Blasco working hard. Panousis in lane 2, wearing the good-looking virus gear, trying to make his way down the lane as he's trying to get to 30 feet, turn around, and come back. Blasco is sacrificing his body to get these handstand walks. He's getting those hands out so that way he can try and get them across the line. In lane number 5, you got Michael Bedsaw. Bedsaw got stuck standing straight up and down. As I get a wonderful delivery, thank you, my friend. I get a wonderful delivery of some hot tea and a wedding invitation at the same time from my buddy. So excited that both of those have come in now. Finishing off the workout. Boy, who is that in lane number 13? Is it Yuli Rabiero? Is Yuli Rabiero trying to finish back down? Yeah, it looks like they're having a conversation with medical for Derek Mason. I'm afraid Derek Mason, I think they were talking something about the shoulder, so I'm afraid Derek Mason wasn't able to finish competing that event if he started. So glad we got a great medical team on site here, though. They're having a conversation with him now. Check him out, make sure everything's going well. Yuli Rabiero trying to finish off. He's going to come across the line. Well done for him. As still with more than a minute left. Really fast heat from the gentleman. As a quick heat. And now working back through at the Masters Fitness Championship. Well, I got some of my buddies that I've been talking to over the weekend coming in. As we got some Australians coming in, we got guys from all over the world. Pretty fantastic event here at the Masters Fitness Championship, bringing the world to Fort Wayne. 30 seconds remaining on the floor. Everybody just trying to work their way up and down the floor for as many reps as they possibly can. Boy, finisher down there, lots of celebration. Is that lane number 15 maybe? Jason Newman possibly? Can't quite tell. Nah, probably closer to Rob Sanito. As we're about to finish up here in just a couple of seconds. 3, 2, 1. And we're finished here on the side floor for full court press with the 50 to 54 men. Hey, we're going to bring on the 45 to 49-year-old men next. We're going to set up the floor, and we will return. Getting started with our 45 to 49-year-old men in the RX division, as taking on full court press for the 45 to 49-year-old men, 21-15-9. Deadlifts at 225, 15-30, and 60-foot handstand walk. As the reps for deadlift go down, the length for handstand walk goes up. Hey, let's set the floor for you. In lane number 2, Dan Winning out of Australia, CrossFit Chatswood. Not sure if anybody from Australia is watching, if they're awake, but hey, hello everybody in Australia. Hope you're cheering for Dan Winning. I got to meet him yesterday. I'm certainly cheering for him. What a great guy. Lane number 3, Justin Farah. And by the way, all these guys are great guys. I don't want to downplay the fact that Dan's a good guy, but they are too. Lane number 4, Robbie Williams. No, not that Robbie Williams, but we still love him, Sugar Creek CrossFit. Lane number 5, Kyle Stepp. Lane number 6, Jeff Rothmeyer. Lane number 7, Brian Petroro. Lane number 8, Zachary Cantrell. Lane number 9, Tommy Kusgard. Lane number 10, Jorg Butler, as Jorg from Germany out of T2 CrossFit. In lane number 11, Brett Lurs. Lane number 12, Stuart Wilson. Lane number 13, Roland Maicha. Lane number 14, Brian Pieper. Lane number 15, Josh Elliott. Lane 16, Stephen Causey. Lane 17, Ronis Gutierrez. Lane 18, Eric Noonan. And lane number 19, Scott O'Neill. As Dan Winning is going to finish off his second set of deadlifts right here in lane number 2. Quickly up and onto the handstand walk. Gets stuck a little bit, but he's moving through it. As that's 15 feet down, he's going to step down for a break, turn around for 30 feet. He's also joined in lane number 4 by Robbie Williams. Justin Farrell right in between those two is moving down for 15 feet. He winds up not quite getting there. As taking a look, we're going to see who moves to that far side. 60 feet at the end, the real test of who's in front is by the time you wind up getting to the far side of the floor, means you're 30 feet from finishing this workout. So lots of guys kicking up, taking a look at the middle of the floor, seeing if we're going to have anybody move to that far side. Not quite yet. As Dan Winning makes quick work of those 9 deadlifts. Dan now might be our leader out of the gate. Dan Winning he's our leader. He's going to move down. Lane number 2 in the blue shirt. Dan out of Australia. Just found out he was coming 2 weeks ago from the CrossFit Masters competition down in Australia. We got some good friends down there. They get a direct invite. He wins it. Now he's going to show up. He's going to dominate a workout. He's going to take first place. Dan Winning says, I'm going to live up to my name. As Winning comes down, Winning just a couple of feet. Boy, he's actually racing somebody from the middle of the floor, I believe. Winning finishes it off. Dan Winning with the win. And a great job from Dan Winning. Nice job for Dan Winning. And see who else is moving down in lane number 11. How about Brett Lurs? Brett Lurs coming down this direction. Lane number 10, is that Yogi Butler? And Butler now moving his way down. York says, I came a long way as well. That's about a 9-hour flight. I've made that a couple of times into Frankfurt. I believe Butler's going to wind up finishing it off. In lane 17, Ronis Gutierrez. Ronis turns it around as looking to move his way up the leaderboard as well with a really good finish. In lane number 7, Brian Petroro. Petroro turns around. He's got 30 feet remaining. As Petroro up on his hands, moving back down the lane. Petroro, is he joined in lane number 16? Is that Stephen Causey that's trying to join him, I believe? Causey, Ronis Gutierrez. Boy, Gutierrez with a long unbroken streak. And Gutierrez is going to finish it off. Great job from Ronis Gutierrez. I believe that's who that is in lane number 17. If it's not, man, I really apologize. I want to make sure I'm trying to get names right for you and let you know that who's doing well. Please know if I mess it up, I sincerely apologize. As now moving back in lane number 7, Brian Petroro. Petroro gets across the line. He finishes. Boy, in the white shirt down at the far side, still moving through his workout. And now waiting for the next wave of athletes that are trying to make their way back down to the bar. This has been a fast heat. These guys have been flying through it. In lane 3, Jeff Farah. Farah working 5 feet at a time. Finishing off his workout, I believe that's lane number 5, Kyle Stepp. No, excuse me, Stepp's going to move back to his... Stepp moves back to his bar for the deadlift, so Stepp continuing to work. As down at the far side, lane number 14, I believe it is. Lane 14, Brian Pieper. As Pieper, we're trying to kick up, has had to come down a couple of times. Shaking out his hand now, good to take some time. We talked about it on the broadcast. If you just keep trying to push through that, you're going to get into fatigue so quickly. You don't think kicking up is all that fatiguing, but boy, it really is going to mess with the cardiovascular system and your exhausting muscles that aren't used to being exhausted in the trying to rotate up. So still moving forward in lane number 11. Is that Brett Lurs? Brett Lurs maybe 5 feet away. Lurs is going to get across the line and crawl onto his starting mat. So really nice job from Brett Lurs. Lane 6, Jeff Rothmeyer trying to hop those hands, just can't quite get there. He's got to finish off. He's got 5 more feet. Only one person coming up behind him. Rothmeyer is going to stumble once again as a no rep from, is that in lane 8, Zachary Cantrell. Rothmeyer once again with the no rep. Boy, he can smell how close he is. He's 5 feet away. He just needs one more step, and he just keeps falling. Oh, man, is Cantrell. And they actually, no, he made it this time. So Rothmeyer winds up finishing as Cantrell trying to come across and finishes himself. Cantrell has 5 feet remaining. And in lane number 12, that's Stuart Wilson. Wilson with a great job finishing off. Still over a minute left to go in this workout. 6, 7 gentlemen on the floor. Cantrell's going to finish. Lane number 5, that's going to be Kyle Stepp. Stepp gets another 5 feet. Now it's just all the guys are bunched up in basically the same area. They're spread out throughout the floor. But they may be spread out throughout the floor, but they're all relatively the same distance down the floor. If anybody takes a look to the left and right, they're going to realize another 5 feet may make a world of difference. They got to keep pushing here, especially early on in the weekend. Stepp turns around. At the same time that Stepp turns around, Zachary Cantrell. Okay, so excuse me. So it was Tommy Kusgard. So Tommy Kusgard was the athlete. Every time I called Cantrell, it was Tommy Kusgard who I was actually meaning. So to the Kusgards, I apologize. And that's going to be time as we finish the 45 to 49. We're going to step away and bring on the 40 to 44 here on the Masters Fitness Championship live stream presented by Bear Complex. And we're back with the 40 to 44 RX division here at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athletes. The 40 to 44 men taking on Full Court Press. 21, 15, 9, deadlifts at 275, a 15, 30, and 60-foot handstand walk as the gentleman en route for a great workout. We've had some amazing battles to this point. On the floor, let's set it up for you. Lane number 2, Rob Borowski. Lane number 3, James Mobus. Lane number 4, Daniel Cota. Lane number 5, Billy Bourgeois. Lane number 6, Jeremy Brush. Lane number 7, John Arnold. Lane number 8, Chris Manville. Lane number 9, Justin Horrigan. And let me say, Indiana's finest walking past me. A couple of masses of humanity. Good-looking fellows right there. Somebody put a barbell in their hands. As lane number 9, Justin Horrigan. Lane number 10, Dustin Trimble. Lane number 11, Chris Garand. Lane number 12, Doug Lavin. Lane number 13, Sean Skelly. Lane number 14, Brian Tebow. Lane number 15, Gary Sampson. Lane number 16, Nathan Chu. Lane number 17, Dustin Koffenauer. Lane number 18, Michael Jones. Lane number 19, Tom Hale. Lane number 20, Colin Kirshner. As gentlemen working now on their handstand walks and deadlifts. And if you've been with us for any part of the afternoon, we've talked about those that come out early and fast usually do not finish in the same manner. This first set, how are you going to break it up? And then as we move into sets number 2 and 3, can you maintain your own pace, not try and keep up to somebody else's pace? As if you come out too quick and you start failing on the handstand walks and you have to kick up over and over and over again, it gets very, very difficult. We're going to start seeing the separation and know who your leaders are when we have somebody moving all the way down the floor into the red line. As I can already tell you, lane number 3, James Mobus, is certainly one of those guys that we're going to see coming out really early. Mobus onto his third set of deadlifts, may be one of the first people onto his third set of deadlifts. In lane number 14, Brian Tebow he goes all the way from, okay, so he just goes down to the 30, so he still has his 9 deadlifts left. James Mobus out of Moonshot CrossFit. Mobus is up and walking quickly. The confidence in the handstand walks for people that do the deadlifts, don't take a lot of time and just go straight in the handstand walks. Pretty consistent for those that are winning. As Mobus up and walking, he's going to get 25 feet before he's got to come down in the middle of the floor. In lane number 9, that's going to be Justin Horrigan. Horrigan turns around, comes back for his 30 feet, and Mobus is well in the lead. Mobus, gray shirt, blue shorts. He's got the calf sleeves on. Mobus, the only person who is on the back half of the handstand walk, as he's going to get 10 feet. Can he continue this? Even 5 feet at a time. He's got such a big lead that nobody's going to catch him as long as he continues progressing. If he overdoes it and starts failing, that's when issues happen. Boy, he's going to get no rep there. He gets 4.5 feet, only gets one hand across the line, doesn't get the other hand across the line, so he's got to come back. As now being joined in lane 12 by Doug Lavin. In lane 14, Brian Tebow. In lane 13, Sean Skelly. And there's your victor, James Mobus. Nice job from James wrapping up that heat victory. Lane 14, there's Brian Tebow. As Tebow, boy, straight up and down. And we're going to get a finisher. Boy, really nice job. Didn't get a chance to see who that was on the far side. Maybe Nathan Chu, maybe Gary Sampson. It was definitely on the far side of the floor. As we've got guys finishing in 4:53, 4:60, which would be 5 minutes. Boy, what am I saying? Well, a really great job from these gentlemen finishing out across the floor. Turning around in lane number 10 now is Dustin Trimble. Lane number 2, Rob Borowski up and moving down the floor. as Doug Lavin, one of the early finishers. Lavin might have taken second place. Talked about him as they were trying to give Mobus some company, but Mobus did a great job finishing off that workout strong on the handstand walk. Lavin with a finisher. Sean Skelly, Chris Garand. As this is a very fast group. Still 3 minutes to go in this heat. Looks like most athletes are heading back to their final handstand walk. Looks like Chris Manville is going to finish it off. Lane 6, Jeremy Brush is going to finish it off. Excuse me, is that lane? Yes, lane 6. Lane 5, Billy Bourgeois is methodically making his way down the floor, far into the floor. Colin Kirshner. Kirshner is trying to finish it off. As Brush turns and runs the other way. No, Billy. The other way, Billy. This way. Oh, he goes to get his shirt before he comes back and actually finishes the workout. All right, Billy. There we go, buddy. Kirshner finishes at the far side. Just inside of Kirshner, Tom Hale. Hale finishes it off. Oh, no, excuse me. Kirshner had to go back. Hale finishes in front of Kirshner. Working his way down the lane in lane number 7, John Arnold. As Arnold steps across for the finish, one athlete left on the floor is that number 18, Michael Jones. Jones at a CrossFit Wheelhouse. 2 minutes remaining. Boy, how about a fat, well, excuse me, Rob Borowski also on the floor. Rob trying to finish up. As Rob stepping back, taking a breather. There's still 2 minutes to go. If that tells you how fast this heat was. Most people to this point in the day have been time capped. We've had several that have had many of, if not most of the athletes finish. No heats have had no athletes time capped. This may be the first. As Rob Borowski really fighting at the fatigue here in these last 5 feet. Kind of see it on his face as he's working, trying to maintain balance. Boy, he gets some momentum, but he's not getting that body vertical enough to actually be able to maintain that positioning. As Borowski unfortunately gets no rep again. Kind of a hopeful look over his shoulder. He kind of got one hand and then collapses, looks over his shoulder like, please call that. And on the far side, lane number 18, Michael Jones. Jones working his way down the floor. 48 seconds remaining. As Michael Jones getting as far as he can. Borowski not in danger of being caught by Jones, but still trying to finish his workout out. And he gets it, Rob Borowski, and everybody celebrates as Borowski comes across. Everybody excited for him. Michael Jones got a cheering section himself, trying to finish off down on the far side of the floor. Jones looks like he's going to get all the way for the 30-foot mark, and I think he's just going to say, I'm going to walk back this way now. As we're going to wrap it up. Nice job to the 40 to 44 men. We're going to move on to the 35 to 39 RX men. They just walked past me. Let me tell you, ladies and gentlemen, there is some beef coming onto the floor. We're going to step away for just a minute. Make sure you come back here on the Bear Complex live stream. 10 seconds before we get started with the 35 to 39 division here at the Masters Fitness Championship as we are underway, the 35 to 39 on the side floor here as they're going to be taking on full court press. Full court press is 21, 15, 9. They have a deadlift at 275, 15, 30, and 60-foot handstand walk. As these gentlemen have a battle ahead of them, we're starting to see faster and faster times and more bunched up times as well, not quite as spread out. Hey, starting off, let's set the floor for you in lane number 1, Joe Tolles. Lane number 2, Keith Kinter. Lane number 3, Owen Thomas. Lane number 4, Mike Walters. Lane number 5, Luke Henson. Lane number 6, Jeremy Gardner. Lane number 7, Richard Hernandez. Lane number 8, Chase Taylor. Lane number 9, Latrell Keys. Lane number 10, Michael Rosa. Lane number 11, Armando Barrios. Lane number 12, Matt Chatham. Lane number 13, Brandon Hilger. Lane number 14, Justin Cannon. Lane number 15, Kyle Johnson. Lane number 16, Zachary Malito. Lane number 17, Bernardo Gonzalez. Lane number 18, Bryce Warner. Lane number 19, Matt Douglas. And lane number 20, Brad Rode. As we have a full contingent of athletes here in the 35 to 39. As these gentlemen slowly working their way through the beginning of this workout. I say slowly. If I were doing it, I would be working my way slowly through this. They are way ahead of where I would be. As these gentlemen working through their deadlifts here, the second round of deadlifts. They've already done their 15-foot. Now they've got their 30 feet of handstand walks. 15 deadlifts, 30 feet of handstand walking. As your leader right now in lane number 11 is Armando Barrios. Armando at a CrossFit KFG in Puerto Rico. As Barrios quickly back to his deadlifts. He's trying to create some space as nobody else, there's only one athlete. Michael Rosa is coming back to his barbell. Rosa trying to keep up with Barrios. Now coming back in lane number 7 is Richard Hernandez. And actually, boy, I am behind. How about in lane number 17, Bernardo Gonzalez? Gonzalez is your current leader. He's 30 feet from finishing. This workout has not even been going for 3 minutes. Is he going to finish under 3 minutes in this workout as Gonzalez came out, shot out of a cannon, and continued that velocity the whole time? Gonzalez is going to walk back. He's going to step onto the floor with a victory under 3 minutes. Unbelievable for Gonzalez. Boy, is Gonzalez with a great job. 2:47 for Gonzalez. Armando Barrios looking to finish second. Boy, and I thought Barrios was way ahead. Rosa now coming up behind Barrios. But Gonzalez absolutely destroying that workout. Barrios and Rosa neck and neck. Rosa's walking faster. Rosa's going to beat him, steps on the mat. Rosa followed by Barrios. Boy, impressive because not only Gonzalez looks great, those two guys had amazing times as well. So to see all of those times in one heat, you certainly see the trend of what's going on as we get another finisher. I believe that's lane number 7, Richard Hernandez. As Hernandez comes across. And looking for more finishers as we got lots of guys turned around heading back in that direction. Lane number 9, Latrell Keys. Keys heading back that way. Lane number 13, Brandon Hilger trying to make his way. Keys trying to stay in front of Hilger. Has got to finish down on the end. Is that Matt Douglas potentially finished at the far side? Keys is going to wind up finishing it off. Boy, as a great race. And I don't think anybody in this is going to need anything near the time cap, actually. Finishing off, how about lane number 6 for Jeremy Gardner? Lane number 3 for Owen Thomas. Lane number 2 for Keith Kinter. Lane number 1, lane number 3, Joe Tolles, Mike Walters, far in, lots of finishers down there. As I think Matt Douglas was the one who finished earlier. I believe Brad Rode is on the far side of the floor. Turning around in lane number 5 is Luke Henson. Boy, so much speed in this division. Luke Henson and Brad Rode are the only two men. Excuse me, there's one at lane number 15, Kyle Johnson. Johnson, Rode, and Hinton, the only three guys left on the floor. Rode trying to finish up. Rode getting close. Boy, Rode just got, his feet got a little bit ahead of himself. He lost his balance. Here comes Johnson now. Can Johnson stay on his hands, stay in front of Rode? He's going to try and go unbroken the whole way. He does. He gets it across. Johnson finishes up. As now Henson and Rode starting to struggle. Short steps, but I think he's going to get it this time as Rode is going to get across and finishes. Nice job from Rode. And let me say this. Henson is the last man on the floor. There's still 3 minutes to go in this workout. Henson is actually doing far better at this workout than most people today have done, and he's going to get it, and the entire heat is completed. Just under 3 minutes left to go in the event. Nice job for the 35-39 RX men. Hey, we're going to step away for just a minute. We're going to bring on the 30-34 men. Boy, if you thought that was fast, wait until what you see next here at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athlete with a Stream, brought to you by Bear Complex. Back at the Masters Fitness Championship for the 30-34 men, taking on full court press, 21-15-9 deadlifts at 275, 1530, 60 feet of handstand walking. As on the floor are 30 to 34 men, and already flying through 15 feet of handstand walk right in the middle of the floor. Hey, we'll set up the floor for you. Lane number 1, Michael Moore. Lane number 2, Traylon Taylor. Lane number 3, Spencer Loudon. Lane number 4, Carl Christensen. Lane number 5, Brian Quigley. Lane 6, Jacob Anderson. Lane 7, Justin Campen. Lane 8, Andrew Atterbury. Lane 9, Daniel Church. Lane 10, Cameron Lewis. Lane 11, Jeremy McGinney. Lane 12, Josh Smith. Lane 13, Nick Michael. Lane 14, Daniel Drodzowicz. Lane 15, Michael Getze. Lane 16, Thomas Mitchell. Lane 17, Jason Hatchard. Lane 18, Eric Hewling. Lane 19, Justin Kohler. As starting to see gentlemen in turning around for the 30-foot mark at lane number 11, Jeremy McGinney. So McGinney is finishing off his 30. Are we going to see very quickly someone moving into their final set of handstand walks? Keep in mind, in order to beat the time set in the previous heat, they'd need to get on their handstand walks right about now. And it looks like right now most of the people that are on their handstand walks are actually one movement behind where the previous winner was in Hernandez. Now moving down the floor, we're going to know who our leader is the moment we see somebody get to that red tape. When they get to that red tape, they will be our leader because they'll only have 30 feet left to go. As in lane number 11, here comes Jeremy McGinney. McGinney's got 5 feet, and then he's going to turn around. Oh, boy, as a no-rep, when McGinney has a significant lead, can he maintain this pace? McGinney gets all the way across. He's going to be joined by basically everyone in the middle of the floor. Lane 7, Jason Campen. Lane 8, Andrew Atterbury. Lane 9, Daniel Church. Boy, McGinney trying to hang in there and finish it out. Bending over now as, trying to feel his arms again. You get to that point where you can't feel your arms anymore. Lane number 9, here comes Daniel Church. Daniel Church, is McGinney going to be able to stay up? He does, and steps on, takes the event win. Church really pushes him. Church was consistent, came from way behind, pushes McGinney. McGinney paced it perfectly for what he was doing, though, so good job, Church, right behind him. How about in lane number 6, I believe, Jacob Anderson. In lane number 10, Cameron Lewis. Lane number 8, Andrew Atterbury is now moving towards his finishing mat as Atterbury trying to finish this out. Atterbury finishes it out. Lane number 14, Daniel Drodzowicz. Drodzowicz finishes it out. On the other side of Drodzowicz is Michael Getze. Lane number 4, turning around, Carl Christensen. Lane number 2, Traylon Taylor heading back towards his bar on the far side. Lane 19, Eric Hewling. Lane 17, Jason Hatchard. In the middle of the floor, well, that's lane number 12, Josh Smith, moving down the lane. Lane number 3, Spencer Loudon trying to finish off. How far are we going to get into this workout? Are we going to see everyone finish once again? Saw it in the 35 to 39. Are we going to see it in the 30 to 34? And stepping over his bar, there it is for Carl Christensen. He finishes it up. Lane number 3, Spencer Loudon. Loudon is going to step onto his mat. Traylon Taylor steps onto his mat. Michael Moore. Moore's going to bend over and squat down, take a little bit of time here and breathe as he wound up having to kick down a couple of times. In lane 15, Michael Getze. I believe that's lane 15 with Getze. I think I've already called his name once. I believe I probably called it errantly. So if I said Getsy and I meant Thomas Mitchell or maybe even Jason Hatchard, I apologize. Wanting to give everybody their due, and I apologize when I don't. As that is lane number 15, so that's Michael Getsy. Getsy's going to get turned around as in lane number 4. So lane number 4 is Carl Christensen. I believe I called him finishing earlier. I think what happened is I think Carl got back to his bar. So with just over 2 minutes remaining, so I have 3 athletes on the floor from what it appears. If I'm seeing everybody, I might be missing one. Justin Kohler, it looks like, still on the floor. Down on the far side. As now everybody on their handstand walks. Michael Moore trying to move through these a little bit. Getting stuck just a tad. Still 2 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this workout. There's lots of guys taking breaks, and they got plenty of time because now it becomes you versus the other 4 guys on the floor. And so really, why not take a break? Let yourself rest. Give yourself maybe a minute and 15 seconds. If you can get 15, 20 feet of handstand walking, that might be the difference in about 3 different spots. As Michael Moore, oh boy, having to go backwards. Michael Moore was doing a good job moving forward and wound up. We're all at that spot where you hit that, feels like a hill, and you just start kicking backwards. On the far side, I believe is that lane 17, Jason Hatchard, trying to move down maybe lane 19, Justin Kohler. Lane number 3, Spencer Loudon. So Loudon got 30 feet down. Loudon doing a good job with his handstands. He may wind up finishing this workout out. As Loudon's going to get 5 feet, and he's just going to work 5 feet at a time. Hey, look, if you can be consistent with that and not take huge breaks, you're going to be in good shape. Boys, a really good set of handstand walking at the far side from Justin Kohler. As Michael Moore gets a big cheer from the crowd, he winds up being able to get that rep that he wasn't able to get a minute ago. Big cheer coming from the crowd. Big cheer coming from the judge as well. And thank you to all of our judges. We got a head judge stepping in, helping Judge Michael Moore. Thank you to all of our judges, all of our volunteers. Try and treat them as well as we possibly can. Really appreciate them. Spencer Loudon finishes off. Great job from Spencer Loudon. Michael Moore trying to finish at the far side. Justin Kohler. As Michael Moore is going to he's going to get his belt, put his belt back on. He's going to do a couple more deadlifts. As I believe it looks like Moore maybe getting his first handstand walks here. That was 15 feet. I think the celebration is coming from the fact that he's getting his first handstand walks. Congratulations to Michael Moore. Seeing things happening all over the place. People getting new records left and right. We're going to finish this off. 3, 2, and 1. 3 athletes still on the floor, but a good work from all of our RX teams on full court press. Hey, stick with us. We're going to switch it on over to the rig floor as we've got the pairs and the RX wrapping up the day here momentarily. Welcome back to the Chili Goat Cold Tubs Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athlete. Hey, thank you for joining us here on the Bear Complex live stream for the CrossFit Pairs Championship, first ever, and we are excited for it as we've got the older pairs taking the floor. Your team men 50 to 54, 55 to 59, and then your ladies pairs 50 to 54. Hey, starting out in lane number 6, Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair. In lane number 7, Rain Man and Blackout. In lane number 8, No Regrets. Lane number 9, QFE Masters. Lane number 10, Running Miles to Pay the Bills. Lane number 11, The Deputy and the Retiree. On the ladies' side, in lane 15, Par Doctus. In lane number 16, FAAO. As we've got above the rim in our 55 to 54 55 to 54 division, excuse me, is going to be 12 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 95 pounds or 65 pounds, and 30 lateral burpees over the bar. That's partner 1. They're going to tag it out. New partner number 2 is going to go the reverse direction. 30 lateral burpees over the bar, 30 front squats at 95, 65, 12 bar muscle ups. So the teams on the floor doing those divisions, you got Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair, Par Doctus, and FAAO. Teams in the middle of the floor, No Regrets, QEF Masters, Running Miles to Pay the Bills, and the Deputy and the Retiree are going to be doing 30 lateral burpees over the bar, 30 front squats at 80 or 55 pounds, and 10 bar muscle ups. Then they're going to hand it over to partner number 2, who's going to do the exact same workout, 30 lateral burpees over the bar, 30 front squats, and 10 bar muscle ups. Don't let the numbers fool you, though. This has a tight time cap of 8 minutes. So you've got to get moving and you've got to get rolling in a hurry, as these teams already moving through this workout. FAAO onto the lateral burpees over the bar. QEF Masters. Excuse me, not QEF Masters. That's going to be the Par Doctus. As Par Doctus sets up and into a muscle up. They're going to say a no rep, though. I wonder if she got her feet too high on it. But all the men on the floor onto their front squats. We got 3 in one division, 1 in the other division. So Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair. He was working through their front squats. The other 3 in the same division, No Regrets. No Regrets in the white shirts. QEF Masters not here, Running Miles to Pay the Bills, and the Deputy and the Retiree. As only one athlete on the floor for each team. They've got to finish before they tag out. FAAO switches out athletes already. 8-minute time cap, as starting on their burpees over the bar, FAAO. Still working on their bar muscle ups, Par Doctus. No Regrets, boy, No Regrets ripping through these muscle ups really well. Very nice job, as Running Miles to Pay the Bills also doing really well on the muscle ups. Jumping up is QFE Masters. So QFE Masters out on the floor with the muscle ups. So you have your 50 to 54, or excuse me, 55 to 59 division males out there doing their muscle ups. Great Hair Wouldn't Be Fair, not exactly in the same workout because of the 2 different divisions. Is moving through Par Doctus and FAAO. The 2 ladies teams on the floor. Hey, we're going to get a switch from QFE Masters. So QFE Masters, boy, comes out shot like a cannon and burping like a fiend, as No Regrets comes out, does the same thing. Boy, that's a lot of burpees. Got to make sure that you don't come out flying early on. If you come out really fast on the burpees, it's going to really impact the rest of the workout. And again, the competition setting, the competition feel, you're going to get a little boost of adrenaline, but how much can you also hold that back and utilize it and not let it burn you up too soon? As FAAO is going to move on to the front squats. FAAO now on to the front squats. Well, I get to saying that really fast. Is now on the muscle-ups, trying to wrap up the muscle-ups, the deputy and the retiree, and running miles to pay the bills. Muscle-ups a definite separator right here. I think that's why you're seeing in the 55 to 59, it happens at the end. Moving through it now, and QFE Masters, excuse me. Boy, they came out flying on the burpees. He has continued that pace. That's really impressive, the pace he has held the whole time, as No Regrets is just behind him. No Regrets has 4 reps left. QFE Masters goes straight into the front squats, as he's going to have to be able to keep this space between he and No Regrets. As now it's a 2-horse race, and No Regrets is flying on the front squats. If this comes down to a similar ability in bar muscle-ups, this workout is going to go to No Regrets, as that is a great pace. If he can continue that, you got to remember that those burpees over the bar, you wind up having to hinge so much, you actually use your quads more than you would think you would. And so then when you come up and start doing front squats, if you blow those up, you could get really heavy in those quads early on. No such thing happening, though, as this is the CrossFit Pairs Championship. These guys have worked hard to be here, and they are showing their stuff. Running miles to pay the bills really fast on these burpees as well. The deputy and the retirees still trying to work off the first set of bar muscle-ups. Last thing, No Regrets trying to finish off here on the bar muscle-up. He's got 10 bar muscle-ups to try to finish this workout off. There's QFE Masters with him. As No Regrets, boy, made that look pretty easy, almost a strict muscle-up. As that chest stays really up and down. That's 2. He's got 3 reps in the bag before QEF gives it an attempt, or QFE gives it an attempt. And QFE unable to get up to and over the bar. As we got 10 seconds remaining, there's the first rep for Team QFE. Not going to get the second one, so No Regrets is going to take this workout. FAAO takes the workout for the ladies. Great hair, wouldn't be fair. Takes first place in the 50 to 54, and No Regrets first place in the 55 to 59 in this division. Hey, we're going to move it on, and we're going to head over in the pairs division to the men 45-49 and women 45-49. We got some great races coming up for you right after this. pairs, 45-49 for both the men and the women here at the CrossFit Pairs Championship presented by Masters Fitness Championship. As on the 45-49, we've got above the rim. Above the rim, partner one does 12-bar muscle-ups, 30 front squats at 95 or 65, 30 lateral burpees over the bar. Partner two comes and does it in reverse, 30 lateral burpees, 30 front squats, 12-bar muscle-ups. Boy, as a near miss and potentially a problem as we get started off, G-Slay, who has had a great day today and is ripping through these muscle-ups, winds up slipping on the 3 mats they had to stack to get up to the bar. Hey, we'll set up the floor for you. Lane 19 is Milk. Lane 18, NCC Buddies. Lane 17, G-Slay. Lane 15, Low and Joe. Lane 14, Storm Surge. Lane 13, Ponytail Express. Lane 7, We're Okay. Lane 6, Jersey Classics. Lane 5, Angel and Rudy from California. Lane 4, Zero Proof. And Lane 3, The Double Unders. As all but one of the men, We're Okay, still on the muscle-ups. Everybody else onto the front squats. All these guys are in the same division, so they all know exactly where everybody is. And no surprise here, NCC Buddies and G-Slay are off at about the same time. NCC Buddies and G-Slay, this is about the way that this has functioned, as they have been neck and neck the whole time, and right at the end, G-Slay winds up taking over and taking the victory. So see if NCC Buddies, maybe this is going to be the workout that they can finish this out strong and try to even things up a little bit here. As Low and Joe coming off onto their front squats as well. 12-bar muscle-ups is a good amount to start off with. Saw the men rip through it, though. Eight-minute time cap. We're almost 1 minute and 40 seconds into this time cap, so moving very quickly. Now, as NCC Buddies is going to start their burpees first for the ladies. For the men, all four with the exception of We're Okay on the floor. That means the double unders, Zero Proof, Angel and Rudy from California, and Jersey Classics are all on the floor doing their burpees. Now here comes We're Okay. They're about to get started too. G-Slay and NCC Buddies both on their burpees as well. And at the end of this with the muscle-ups and the front squats, you see the burpee pace is a little bit slower here. When the two athletes come out after this, you're going to see a much faster burpee pace. It's going to be interesting to see how that begins to impact the muscle-ups. Now the muscle-ups being at the end for these athletes. Hand in the air for Jersey Classics. As looks like Jersey Classics is going to be the first to transition their partner over and rolling on the floor. There's the first partner man down on the starting mat as Jersey Classics up and trying to create some space. You may be able to create a little bit of space here if everybody else slows down on those burpees a lot. The double unders now switch over, and the double unders moving on. Zero Proof changes over as well. We're Okay trying to get changed over, as is Angel and Rudy from California. Low and Joe on the burpees as well as Milk. And there's NCC Buddies. NCC Buddies switches over. They're going to start their second athlete onto the burpees. NCC Buddies trying to get a little bit of space here with their second set of 30 burpees over the bar. We're Okay now gets a new athlete onto the bar. G-Slay falling a little bit behind here. Looks like these burpees are slowing down for that second athlete. As hand in the air and now heads off and tags out. Still more than halfway, or less than halfway through this time cap. And moving across into the 30 burpees over the bar. Ponytail Express on the front squat, Storm Surge on the bar muscle-ups. Everybody else on burpees over the bar of some sort. Hey, here comes the men of Zero Proof as well as Jersey Classics onto their front squats. Slower, more controlled pace here. We're going to see how this turns out when they head over to the bar muscle ups. Is this going to turn into a bar muscle up race? If so, who's got the cleanest technique? As now moving off is going to be Milk, G-Slay, NCC Buddies, and Milk all have their second athlete on the floor. We're Okay is about to move to their front squats, which will mean all of the men are on their front squats. One burpee left for NCC Buddies. How many front squats can they get in before G-Slay gets onto their front squats? Definitely going to see as that's a 1 rep lead, 2 reps now. 3 reps, 4 reps, 4 reps left for G-Slay. 5 rep lead here. It's going to be 30 front squats. There's going to be about a 10 rep lead as she gets both athletes onto the front squat. So NCC Buddies trying to find a way to get to the bar well in advance and see if they can use some physical prowess here to get in maybe into the lead as we enter day number 2. Lots of bar muscle ups going on. And Angel and Rudy from California flying through these muscle ups. Boy, they are looking fantastic. The double unders, Jersey Classics moving as well, but I don't think anybody's going to catch Angel and Rudy from California as the gentleman from CrossFit Kauai, not as fast in the first set of the athlete, but the second set, once again, very similar to what we saw in previous, as Angel and Rudy from California going to take it. They finish in 6 minutes and 19 seconds. What a great job as taking event victory on the men's side. Who's going to come off of that bar next, though, as the double unders? Should be Zero Proof. I got you a deke at home. I apologize. Zero Proof is going to come off the double unders. Still on the bar. Jersey Classic still on the bar. We're Okay still on the bar. NCC Buddies heads to the bar on the ladies' side, but she's taking a long time to chalk up. Is G-Slay going to be able to catch up? G-Slay with a hand in the air. Jersey Classics finishes up. NCC Buddies still hasn't gotten a rep yet on the bar muscle up, as now she jumps up. Boy, she might have been actually waiting on G-Slay, trying to give herself some time. She comes back down, maybe didn't have a grip that she liked. Now she's up and over as she's got 1. And if G-Slay can get onto the bar quickly, this is going to eat into that lead a little bit, as 2 reps from NCC Buddy before G-Slay hops onto the bar. And G-Slay has that gymnastic look to her. And we're going to see how far G-Slay goes before they drop off of the bar. NCC Buddies has lost the lead now. And G-Slay moving through this very quickly, trying to get back onto the bar is going to be the Ponytail Express. They're working on burpees over the bar. Actually, they're trying to get to the front squats, as is Storm Surge. G-Slay is working through working through the bar muscle ups. G-Slay is going to take first place. NCC Buddies is going to take second place, and a nice job for Angel and Rudy from California out of CrossFit Kauai as they take first in the men's division. We're going to bring out the teams of men 40 to 44 and women 40 to 44. We'll be right back. back at the Masters Fitness Championship as the CrossFit Pairs Championship being hosted here in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Bringing on the 40 to 44 men's and women's pairs to take on Above the Rim. Above the Rim is 15 bar muscle-ups, 30 front squats at 115 or 80 pounds, 30 lateral burpees over the bar for partner number 1. They're going to switch it out. Partner number 2 is going to do 30 lateral burpees over the bar, 30 front squats, and 15 bar muscle-ups. They're going to do all of that in an 8-minute time cap. Boy, it's going to be quick, and I think this is going to be a great race on the floor. Hey, setting up the floor for you. In lane number 4, Overkill out of Mad Apple CrossFit. In lane number 6, Gator Boys. Lane number 7, OG Relentless. In lane number 8, we have the meats. In lane number 13 on the ladies' side, Little Giant. Lane 14, Canadian Bacon. Lane 15, Blacklisted. And lane 17, CrossFit 970. As who's going to come off these 15 bar muscle-ups first? Hand in the air for Blacklisted. Hand in the air for Canadian Bacon. On the gentleman's side, 3 teams off. Only team not off, and now all 4 teams off. As we have the meats going to come off the floor, off the rig now onto the floor. Blacklisted hops off the bar first. Boy, a great set of bar muscle-ups for Blacklisted. Has them way out in front. Canadian Bacon with 3 reps left, but all of a sudden failing a couple of muscle-ups. She's going to have to take a couple of seconds. Well, she just gives her palm a full lick and hops back up there. As wonder if she's struggling with maybe some grip issues, maybe a rip issue. We'll see. Hopefully not this early in the weekend. Meg Garrett from Little Giant now off. Excuse me, that's Joy Rodriguez hopping off of the bar. Joy's going to enjoy the fact that I confused her for Meg Garrett. All of a sudden she thinks that she's that big now. As Joy Rodriguez on the front squats. Rodriguez with a really fast cycle rate. Kevin Jones for Overkill already on to the burpees, as he's going to be joined by Gator Boys. The Gator Boys haven't started off overly fast, but they have really closed hard in each event that we've seen to this point. So we're going to see, can Kevin Jones continue this? And it's been these second athletes that they've really started to see the movement for the Gator Boys. 4 reps left for Blacklisted on the female side. 1 rep, and she's going to turn it over to the next athlete. And a no rep, or excuse me, she's trying to get, as now she's going to not turn over the next athlete, turn it into the burpees. Joy Rodriguez, though, takes advantage of the no rep. They get on the floor at the same time. Now Joy Rodriguez with a really fast pace, back and forth over that bar. Hand in the air on the far side for Overkill out of Mad Apple CrossFit. Overkill and Kevin Jones trying to get on to their next athlete. Gator Boys now with a hand in the air. They're just a couple reps behind. Ryan Anderson takes the place of Kevin Jones. Ryan Anderson starts off in the second round, as now the female athletes are adjusting their risers before they head back with their teammate on the burpee. Boy, the Gator Boys really moving through these burpees very, very fast, as Gator Boys making up a ton of ground. As the Gator Boys of Michael Spinetti and Julian Cerna. Michael Spinetti in 2021 finished 425th worldwide and competed in the 2018 East Regional on a team. So Spinetti, quite the athlete. In 2025, Julian Cerna finished 1,027th overall. So a couple of really good athletes. You're seeing why they're doing so well this weekend. As right at about the exact same time, Overkill and Gator Boys both get onto the front squats. It's going to turn into a muscle-up race, it looks like. 1 rep left for Canadian Bacon as Canadian Bacon now gets their second athlete on the floor. Little Giant turns over to Meg Garrett, so all 3 teams have their second athlete on the floor working through the burpees. Pretty controlled pace on the burpees for these ladies as they're all trying to control themselves, head into those front squats and the muscle ups. Gator Boys and Overkill have basically matched each other on front squats. Gator Boys was a little bit faster earlier on, slowing down just a little bit now, maybe just trying to get their breath underneath them. Casey Bruns for We Have the Meats jumps in. OG Relentless in there as well. As Gator Boys is going to have a slight lead coming off onto the muscle ups. How quickly are they going to get onto the muscle ups? About 2.5 minutes remaining on the clock. And back and forth, Ryan Anderson up on the bar for Overkill. And flying through with Gator Boys. Anderson and Gator Boys back and forth. Looks like Gator Boys rep might be a little bit quicker. As up on the bar, who's going to come off hand in the air for the Gator Boys? No hand yet for Overkill, so it looks like Gator Boys are going to be able to take this. Boy, still, I wonder if he had his hand in the air too early. Hand in the air for Overkill. Hand's been in the air for Gator Boys for a little bit. I wonder if he raised his hand a little quick. Boy, this is just going to turn into a matter of will. A no rep for Gator Boys. Ryan Anderson on Overkill still going. Anderson's got one more. He's got to get up and over the bar. He does, but Gator Boys comes off first. What a race. Boy, as the no rep almost crossed Gator Boys, but they wind up finishing it off. Hey, we come back to the ladies' race. Canadian Bacon, Little Giant, and Blacklisted all are on their front squats. No hands in the air just yet, so not sure where they are. See how they are going to finish this off is, boy, Canadian Bacon with a hand in the air. Canadian Bacon made up a lot of ground, and now on to the bar muscle ups. 4 reps left for Blacklisted, 2 reps left for Little Giant. Canadian Bacon's going to hop up onto the bar, and they're going to have to move very quickly. As when I say quickly, they've got to move smoothly. The other 2 teams need to move quickly to make up some ground. Canadian Bacon looks really consistent at this moment. We Have the Meats up on the bar. OG Relentless looks like they've got 2 reps left, though. Don't know if We Have the Meats is going to catch up. Canadian Bacon having to give a little kip at the top as they're catching really low in that muscle-up position. 30 seconds left. I'm not sure if there's time to catch Canadian Bacon. Meg Garrett of Little Giant up on the bar. Amy Quinton of Blacklisted up on the bar as well. When Meg Garrett's going to step off, she's going to shake out the arms, and now it becomes, can Amy Quinton hang on to the bar long enough to get in front of Meg Garrett? I don't think anybody's going to catch Canadian Bacon, but who's going to wind up in second place here? As Amy Quinton is going to get the last rep. And we're going to wrap up the pairs 40-44 here at the Masters Fitness Championship that is hosting the CrossFit Pairs Championship. We're going to step away for a moment as we bring on the 35-39 teams for what is sure to be an incredible race when we return. CrossFit Pairs Championship here in the 35 to 39 division. Going to take on Above the Rim, as Above the Rim is 15 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 115 or 80 pounds, 30 lateral burpees over the bar for partner 1. Then they're going to tag off. Partner 2 is going to do it in reverse order. 30 lateral burpees over the bar, 30 front squats at 115 or 80, and 15 bar muscle ups. Setting up the floor for you. In lane 4, Double D. In lane 5, Biggie Smalls. Lane 6, Raw Training. Lane 7, B CrossFit. Lane 8, Team Tyranno. Lane 9, Kazakh. In lane 10, SM. Lane 16, Las Gorditas. And lane 17, Team Principal Problems. As 4 of the men's teams all move at the same time. Only Team Kazakh, now 5 teams on the front squat. Team Tyranno actually was the last of the 5 to move to the front squat, but they were the first on the front squat. Team Kazakh came off 1 muscle up too soon. On the ladies' side, SM and Las Gorditas onto the front squats. As now all men on the front squats are going to move to the lateral burpees over the bar after these 30 front squats. 1 minute, 20 seconds gone, 8-minute time cap. As we are moving into their 3rd workout of the day, starting to feel those legs, and especially in a workout like this, the muscle up's going to get the heart rate up. Make sure you're breathing. And then front squats to below the quads. And then up and down. Let's change your elevation. And way more quads than you think there are in a burpee until you do them after a whole bunch of front squats. Or, as the next pair is about to find out, vice versa. 4 teams for the males on the floor for the burpees. SM about to get on the floor for the burpees as well. And now Las Gorditas on the floor for the burpees. To start off, Las Gorditas have a faster cycle rate on these burpees. We'll see if SM can at least maintain their rate, as SM seems to be speeding up a little bit. So Las Gorditas maybe pushing the pace, see if they can drag SM with them, maybe get them out of their comfort zone a little bit, as SM has taken a lot of victories today. Las Gorditas trying to close the gap and catch up. Team Principal Problems, though, has taken a victory themselves. This is shaping up to be a tight race as we're going to move through this weekend. All men on the burpees and burping really fast. Right now, probably the fastest cycle rate is Team Kazakh. But Team Tyranno has a hand in the air. They've got 1 burpee, maybe 2 burpees remaining now. Next to them, Raw Training, as Team Tyranno is going to switch over to their new athlete. He's going to jump on for 30 lateral burpees over the bar. Raw Training is going to switch out. Biggie Smalls is going to switch out. Excuse me, that's not Biggie Smalls. That's going to be Double D. Double D switches out. Now Kazakh switches. And Biggie Smalls switches. Only 1 team remaining. That's going to be B CrossFit. B CrossFit has really been sneaky and taking a lot of points throughout the day, just through kind of hanging out in the back and allowing everybody to kind of burn themselves out, and then you sneak up, take a whole bunch of points. We're going to see who's going to come off of the burpees first, as both the SM and Las Gorditas teams have switched over to their second athlete. Team Principal Problems waiting to switch over to their next athlete. Front squats await these teams after the burpees, as everyone on the floor has their second athlete on the floor. 4 minutes left to go. Devastation for athletes that have come off of the floor, as a shock of pain comes from the starting mats, where the athletes that just did a 4-minute sprint are laying. Front squats now for Team Tyranno and for Raw Training, as well as Biggie Smalls. Biggie Smalls with a quick cycle rate, though. Interesting to see Biggie Smalls here with a smaller athlete. If he can move through these quickly, head over to the muscle ups. How's this going to play out for him? Are they going to give themselves an advantage here? 5 reps left on the burpees for Team Kazakh. Team Tyranno with just a 1 rep left on the front squats, as he's going to move over to the muscle ups. Boy, and how many is he going to get before anybody catches him? And based on that muscle up, I'm not sure he's going to come down. Is he going to be able to get off? He's not going to go before anybody else gets there. Biggie Smalls, and the athlete steps up. Biggie's already gone. Smalls about to get onto the bar muscle up. Are they going to be able to take a second place here? Not sure they're going to be able to catch up for first. Are they going to be able to take a second? Is moving very quick. A couple of really good bar muscle ups. Great form on the rig right now, as Team Tyranno is going to take a victory. Biggie Smalls is going to take second place in something crazy, unless something crazy happens. Double D up on the rig. Tyranno is going to run and finish off. Double D looking to try to take a third place finish here, as Raw Training also on the rig now as well. 2 minutes remaining, waiting to see for the ladies. Boy, a slow cycle rate as they are feeling those burpees moving into the front squats. Is anybody going to move to the rig, or is this going to turn into a front squat race? Boy, I'm not sure I could think of much worse than a front squat race. Hand in the air for SM. Las Gorditas drops the bar. SM is going to move to the bar muscle up. Double D with a hand in the air for Kazakh, hand in the air for Raw Training. Raw Training's going to finish it off. Excuse me, that's not Kazakh, I apologize. It's going to be B CrossFit. So B CrossFit is going to take a few points here as they finish off strong. SM on the bar, SM moving through, waiting on Las Gorditas. Las Gorditas taking a look up at the bar, 1 minute remaining. Not sure they're going to have the ability to catch SM. Kazakh trying to catch Double D. Kazakh moving smoothly, a big athlete, as he's about 6'1", 6'2", moving well though. Double D, like getting a huge kick, really seeing the fatigue as he's throwing himself way up there. Las Gorditas, Team Principal Problems both on the bar. 1 rep remaining though for SM. Kazakh is gonna finish with 30 seconds remaining. SM finishes and takes first place. Las Gorditas and Team Principal Problems, they're trying to finish off. All men's teams have finished up. 4 reps remaining for Principal Problems, as it looks like Principal Problems are going to wind up taking second place. Boy, great race here in the 35 to 39. We're going to bring on the 18 to 34 teams as we continue here with the CrossFit Pairs Championship in Fort Wayne, Indiana. Masters Fitness Championship live stream presented by Bear Complex here at the Pairs Championship in the 18 to 34 division. Above the rim awaits these athletes as they are off and running. Partner 1 has 15 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 115 or 80 pounds, 30 lateral burpees over the bar. They're going to tag partner 2. Partner 2 is going to do the exact same thing, but in reverse, as this turns out to be two very different workouts, even though they've got the exact same reps and movements. Hey, we'll set the floor for you. In lane number 2, Ross and Rob. Lane number 3, the Krieger Boys. Lane number 4, Thick Boys. Lane number 5, CrossFit de l'Est. Lane number 6, Short and Tall. Lane number 7, More Bros. Lane number 8, no lane number 8. Lane number 9, Honky Tonk Hustle. Lane number 12, Mad Apple OGs. Lane number 13, the Quigs. Lane number 14, Breakville. Lane number 15, Let Them Cook. Lane number 16, Flex and Furious. Lane number 17, Big Bear, Little Bear. Lane number 18, Disney Girls. Lane number 19, the Boston Baddies. I'm not going to let the Disney Girls sneak up on me. If you've been watching us today, they have snuck up on me every single time, and they always do great. Not going to let them sneak up on me this time, as all athletes are on to the front squat. 30 front squats for these athletes, 15 bar muscle ups is an annoyance. 30 front squats into 30 burpees. I'm interested to see the pace of the burpees. After they tag and the next partner comes out, the burpees of the second partner is going to look a lot faster, and the front squats are really going to slow down. The Disney Girls first on to the burpees. Well, excuse me, the Disney Girls as well as Boston Baddies on to the burpees at about the same time, as is the Quigs. All of the men on to the burpees, as, boy, there is a race on the far side in these burpees. These guys are flying through them. A lot of fitness on the floor right now. As waiting to see hands in the air. Boy, the cycle rate for some of these fellas, especially CrossFit de l'Est, is really moving. Starting to see slowing as coming off on the far side, Ross and Rob. Boy, as Ross and Rob really, they've got about 4 reps in the bag before the Krieger Boys are going to make a switch over. The Disney Girls they got a hand in the air, but the Boston Baddies are enjoying the the burpees, and a switch in the middle of the floor from Breakville. Breakville heads on. Still got 5 minutes to go. Most of the men have made their switch now, as only one team left, hand in the air for Honky Tonk Hustle. Honky Tonk Hustle is going to switch out now, and they're going to get their second athlete on the floor. As Big Bear, Little Bear is going to switch over to Little Bear. And Flex and Furious. We've seen Flex and Furious has been flexing and furious throughout the day. And they're going to be last onto the burpees. Are we about to see a switch? That is an incredibly fast cycle rate for Flex and Furious. As she's trying to catch up, is she starting too quickly? We're going to see if she's able to keep up this pace. The Disney Girls trying to make a push here. Hand in the air as first up. Boy, that's going to be Short and Tall. Short and Tall goes first to the front squats, joined by the Thick Boys. No, excuse me, that's not the Thick Boys. That's Ross and Rob, joined by Ross and Rob. Boy, less than halfway remaining. 4 minutes, 20 seconds now. As who's going to be the first lady to move up? Ross and Rob, the first on the men's side to move up. Ross and Rob are going to move on to the, that's either Ross or Rob is going to set the pad for his partner. Boy, I was thinking he was heading off already. As Big Bear, Little Bear going to move on to their front squats now. Short and Tall going to be joined by Ross and Rob. They've got 15 seconds remaining. Boy, Ross and Rob really has a fast cycle rate. So does Short and Tall, though. This is going to be a real race. Who's gonna blink first? Is somebody going to wind up getting a no rep because they don't go through the full range of motion? Do they come down too soon? Ross and Rob, Short and Tall. Boy, back and forth. Oh boy, no, excuse me, that's not Short and Tall. Is that CrossFit Deleste? That's CrossFit Deleste, and CrossFit Deleste is going to take it. Boy, after calling him the wrong name the entire workout, at least I got it right at the end. Congratulations, fellas. Ross and Rob is going to take it at the end. CrossFit Deleste, really good job out of France all the way across the pond. And finishing off, boy, really good work from all of these fellas. Two minutes of work left. Who's going to go? Is the ladies? Is it the Disney girls? Told you the Disney girls weren't going to surprise me this time. The Disney girls going to wrap it up and finish, take first place. The Disney girls come out. Who's going to follow the Disney girls? The Thick Boys are going to finish. One finger in the air as Flex and Furious finish it off. Flex and Furious with a really nice job. Boy, Big Bear, Little Bear. Big Bear is cheering on Little Bear. Little Bear's got 3 more reps left. 3 more reps for the Quigs. Who's going to come off first? Big Bear, Little Bear has 1 more rep. The Quigs look like they're going to beat the race to them. As coming off now. Boy, excuse me, that's the Quigs still on. It was Breakville that finished just in front. As on the front squats is the Man Apple OGs. That puts the Quigs on the rig. Boston Baddies only have 2 reps left. Still have 45 seconds. So 3 ladies teams left on the floor. All men's teams finish it up. As well, almost falling off of the pad. 30 seconds remaining. The Quigs with 4 reps left. Boston Baddies with 2. Now 3 reps. This may come down to the last. Oh boy, and falling over. Boy, hitting and falling over, but she's luckily okay. Struggling with the risers that she was using. Looks like the Quigs gonna get their last rep. Not gonna get the last rep in. We're going to get the last rep, not going to get across the finish line, though. As Man Apple OGs finish off their last rep. Ladies and gentlemen, boy, hey, that's going to wrap up the pairs competition for today. We've still got the RX individual competition on our broadcast. Stick with us as we're going to step away for just a few moments, come back to you with the RX Above the Rim. back at the Masters Fitness Championship as we've got the RX ladies 40-44 taking on Above the Rim. In Above the Rim, the ladies have 15 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 80 pounds, and 30 lateral burpees over the bar. As ladies in the middle of the floor working through their bar muscle ups at the edges of the floor, having a little bit of difficulty. So going to see who comes off the floor first. Hey, we'll set up the floor for you in lane number 3, Amy Dempsey. Lane 4, Bethany Oxendine. Lane 5, Lindsay Doherty, excuse me. Lane 6, Katie Weber-Plank. Lane 7, Denise Stayert. Lane 8, Allison Gibson. Lane 9, Sarah Appleton. Lane 10, Kristen Lupke. Lane 11, Jamie Birdsall. Lane 12, Kara Coco. Lane 13, Natalie Esposito. Lane 14, Kathy Paulson. Lane 15, Heather Shikani. Lane 16, Amy Sheely. Lane 17, Layla Bartroff. Lane 18, Danielle Messer. As hands in the air going up already in the middle of the floor. Going to let you know who's coming off of the floor as they, or coming off of the rig as they do. If they're coming off the floor now, that's really impressive. 6-minute time cap. We're 1 minute and 15 seconds in. As moving out onto the front squats, I believe that's lane number 9 and Sarah Appleton. As Appleton working through her front squats. She's going to have a significant lead, though, as moving through the front squats. Maybe a little bit heavy for her, though. Maybe not necessarily the front squats, maybe the culmination of the day. Seeing a little bit of struggle coming right out of the bottom. Now, it may just be a quirk she has with the knees, and we'll see how it functions. As also going to get onto the bar in lane number 12 is Kara Coco. Down on the far end of the floor as well. I want to be careful about who I'm calling out. I was having a little bit of trouble in the teams with this angle. I'm going to let you know as I hear. But in the red, moving well back in the red, possibly Katie Weber-Plank. In the front squat still. Move down onto the floor so that way we can give you guys a certain view of who it is who is on the bar with just a 6-minute workout. Going to be a fast one here. As coming onto the bar in lane number 15 is going to be Heather Shikani. In lane number 13, Natalie Esposito. In lane number 10, Kristen Lubke. Lubke is your leader. In lane number 9, Sarah Appleton. So Appleton just got on the bar. And in lane number 5 is going to be Lindsay Doherty. Kristen Lubke done with her squats. She moves on to the burpees over the bar as Lubke now moving quickly, but she's not alone. She's going to be joined in lane 5 by Lindsay Doherty. So Doherty is going to wind up pushing Kristen Lubke. Got some coaches and supporters right behind me as they're trying to tell her to keep her pace. As they're aware of what's going on in lane number 5. They can see what's going on. They're trying to relay to her in probably the same fashion that Lindsay Doherty has somebody in her lane telling her the same thing. Still only 2 athletes onto the burpees. As trying to get on is Sarah Appleton. She's trying to get onto the burpees as well. Slowing down just a little bit in lane number 10, Kristen Lubke out of CrossFit Orangeville. Boy, they're trying to push her now. Sarah Appleton slowing down possibly as well. You kind of saw her turning a little slow at the top. How much of a lead does Lubke have? Hand in the air for Lubke. Do we have a hand in the air for Appleton? No hand in the air for Appleton just yet. As Kristen Lubke is going to finish this off. And Kristen Lubke takes first place, collapsing across the finish line. Boy, you know she was working hard. Sarah Appleton with less than 5 left. 1 minute remaining. Who else is going to wind up crossing the finish line? Surely Sarah Appleton. Is anyone else? Appleton winds up finishing, Doherty, I apologize, Doherty, as coming across in lane 13, Natalie Esposito. Great job from Natalie. Right in front of me right now, actually, in lane number 12 is going to be Kara Coco. I'm going to give Kara a little bit of room. Don't want to prevent her from, she's going to move on to the burpees. 30 seconds remaining, just 30 seconds left. And now it's just about
15 seconds. 10 seconds.
15 seconds, and it becomes a burpee race. Burpees over the bar race because you don't know where anybody else is, winding up having to push as hard as you can. Appleton's going to come across. Appleton finishes. Really nice job from her. As, boy, devastation on the floor. Finish up with those burpees over the bar, especially 30 of them. What a difficult situation to have to figure out as you're in the middle of that, just pushing. You put your head down and go. And that wraps up the ladies 40 to 44 RX division. As coming up next is going to be our ladies 35 to 39. They're going to do the exact same workout. 15 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 80 pounds, 30 burpees over the bar in a lateral fashion. As just asking for speed in all of these. Hey, we're going to step away for just a minute. We'll be back for the start of the workout. Ten seconds for our ladies 35 to 39 division get started. As 3, 2, 1, and go for above the rim. In above the rim, we've talked about it, 15 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 80 pounds, 30 lateral burpees over the bar. It's only a 6-minute workout, so you better believe this is going to be a sprint, and it's going to be painful. All of these ladies able to do bar muscle ups. Boy, going down in lane number 3, Angie Mays. Hey, let me set the floor for you quick. Lane number 2, Alyssa Sanzari. 3, Angie Mays. 4, Gina Trebbiani. 5, Megan Davis. 6, Michelle Bergy. 7, Sienna Sears. 8, Carrie Beamer. 9, Ashley Palmer. 10, Emily Egan. 11, Jennifer Huling. 12, Andy Jeffries. Lane 13, Maria Guzman. Lane 14, Maya Zamir. Lane 15, Brooke Armstrong. Lane 16, Amanda Miller. Lane 17, Cami Mann. Lane 18, Danny Bowers. And lane 19, Lindsay Ciolka. As first off, all the way down in lane number 2, Alyssa Sanzari. Sanzari, quick work on the burpees and flying through it. Lots of hands in the air. In lane number 5 is going to be, lane number 5 is Megan Davis. Lindsay Ciolka in the far end in lane number 19 was the first off. Boy, Ciolka got me earlier today as well. She was on the far side, never saw her. Megan Davis is going to take a breather here real quick. As Ciolka puts the bar down, she's going to start into her burpees. Boy, Ciolka is way out in front. Alyssa Sanzari's got one left as she's going to come off, and now she's going to head on to the front squats. One left in lane 10, Emily Egan now comes off onto the front squats. Lane number 6, Michelle Bergy comes off onto the front squats, as does lane 4, Gina Trebbiani. All kinds of ladies coming out. Andy Jeffries in lane 16, Amanda Miller. In lane 14, Maya Zamer. Should be Amanda Miller coming off of the burpees here in just a minute, or off the bar muscles just a minute. And the only lady still on, or even on the burpees, is Ciolka. Ciolka is flying through the burpees too. Ciolka making some statements here on day number 1. As now in lane number 5, Megan Davis is going to join her. Second in the heat, but not moving as fast as Ciolka. And Ciolka's been on the burpees for a while. As just waiting for a hand in the air. 3 minutes down, 3 minutes left to work here in this 35 to 39 RX division. Lindsay Ciolka, are you kidding me? Absolutely flying. Right now your leader on the floor is Megan Davis. Ciolka is going to take the victory as Megan Davis trying to finish off here in second place, as not seeing any hands for burpees just yet. 3.5 minutes down, 2.5 minutes remaining. Still no hands on any burpees. Boy, this is a brutal workout that will just tax you early and kill you late. Absolutely crushing. As Ciolka is still hands and knees on the floor, hand in the air now for Megan Davis. Megan Davis in lane number 5. Well, you can hear the fans behind me as just a couple more. Megan Davis is going to wind up finishing this off as Davis takes second place. Boy, in lane number 11, Jennifer Huling. Huling's going to come across. She's going to take third place. Huling with a really nice job coming up, as now in lane number 10, Emily Egan. Egan's going to run across the finish line as well. Emily Egan does a great job. 4 minutes, 30 seconds down, 1.5 minute remaining. 90 seconds left. Who's going to be the next person off of the burpee? It's going to be a race. As we're probably going to go down and actually, I'm going to get a question of Lindsay Ciolka real quick before I catch her. So, Lindsay, by the way, you're live on the stream. Did you know this would be a great workout for you?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I look down as I'm still reading names, and here you are already on the front squats. So you've had 2 really impressive days. You fooled me, or 2 really impressive workouts. You fooled me because you've been at the end both times. Didn't see you coming. Did you know this was going to be such a good day for you?
You know, I knew the row as a 5-foot-tall person was going to be tough. I just knew I had to give it hell in the next 2 events. So I left it all out there.
Nice job. Congratulations, Lindsay. as 30 seconds remaining. And now getting some support from the people behind me. I'm going to get out of her way as Danny Bowers trying to finish this off. 20 seconds left. She's going to come flying over this finish line, going to run me over. I'm going to back out of the way as Bowers got one more to go. As Bowers in a little bit of a race. Boy, Bowers and Cami Mann both finish off with 5 seconds remaining. In lane 13, Maria Guzman also finishes. As the pain face is alive and well here at the finish line. That's going to be the 35 to 39 ladies. Hey, we're going to step away. We'll bring out the 30 to 34 ladies here momentarily. We've got a combined heat here, the men's 60 to 64 RX as well as the ladies 30 to 34 RX. Hey, the ladies going to look the way that it's looked for the last couple of heats. 15 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 80 pounds, 30 lateral burpees over the bar. The men going to look a little bit different though. 28 lateral burpees over the bar, 28 front squats at 95 pounds, 12 chest to bar pull-ups, and 3 bar muscle ups. So the RX ladies off to a fast start. The gentlemen obviously going to start and go the other direction. Burpees, front squats, chest to bar, and bar muscle ups. As moving through the bar muscle ups. In the bar muscle ups, the RX ladies, men moving through their 30 lateral burpees. Well, yes, each are just going to really raise the heart rate, create a lot of intensity early on in this workout, and make the rest of the workout really difficult to hang in there with. As they're doing a great job, though. 3 reps left in lane number 16 for Brittany Maximowicz. As lane number 16 with Maximowicz out of CrossFit Old South. Of course, she's going to do really well in this workout. Make me say her name a whole bunch. I hope I'm saying it correctly. Now moving into the front squats on the men's side, Michael Beamer out of CrossFit Holly Springs. Michael Beamer's got a pretty good lead on everybody. Hands in the air, but nobody else into the front squats yet. I've seen at least 5 front squats from Beamer before anybody else is even considering moving on. Boy, we're now at 7, 8, 9, I believe. Maximowicz now on to the front squats. Quickly into that front squat clean. Trying to keep up with her. Several ladies with hands in the air. 2 minutes in, a 6-minute workout. This thing moves in a hurry. Maximowicz, the only person on the front squat. She's creating a massive gap between her and everyone else. And as we see the 30 to 34 ladies, not quite as adept at the muscle ups as we saw the 35 to 39 ladies. Maximowicz, how far is she going to get in this before anybody joins her? 1 rep left now in lane number 17. That's going to be Diana Savage is going to join. And shortly going to be joined by Tessa Heckerton as well. Excuse me, in lane number 18. No, that's Carmen Hodel. Carmen Hotel, excuse me, as Carmen now with the front squats. Now 3 ladies on the front squats, and now just 2 ladies on the front squats as Maximowicz is on to the lateral burpees. Mike Beamer moves on to the chest to bar. Boy, he looks really good at these chest to bar. Fairly strict on the chest to bar. He's going to move on to the bar muscle ups following that, as he's being joined at the rig in lane number 2 by Kurt Gaughan. Excuse me, no, that's going to be Michael Taylor. As Michael Taylor in lane number 3 onto the chest bars as well. They're going to be joined in lane number 8 by Todd Norby, lane number 7 by Tom Vickers. Maximowicz is now joined on the floor by lane number 18, Cameron Hodel. Boy, who came on and really has moved very quickly into this. Is Cameron going to wind up creating a problem for Maximowicz? Thought that Maximowicz was going to run away with this. All of a sudden, though, Cameron's pace is way faster. And Michael Beamer had a lead. Here's Todd Norby. Todd Norby, he's got 5 chest to bar left. Norby has the butterfly kip down. Beamer now onto his muscle ups. 1 muscle up down, as he's going to wind up catching that chest. There's 1 minute 15 seconds left. Maximowicz is going to wind up finishing the event. Maximowicz, what a great job. Dominates this event. Started from the very beginning with the domination. As Beamer unable to get another muscle up. Chest to bar, and Norby now he needs 2 muscle ups to catch Beamer. Beamer trying to get a muscle up here so that way he can keep a little bit of a lead on Norby. Beamer with a big pull, boy, just still a little bit low. And Cameron's going to wind up finishing, as she's going to take 2nd place. Still only 1 lady on the floor. As Diana on the floor, 30 seconds remaining. Todd Norby with 2. He's tied now with Beamer. Beamer's going to get up and over the top now. Beamer takes the lead. He's going to go for another one and gets the no rep. So he still has a 1 rep lead. 10 seconds left. Norby's going to have to do back to back. I don't think he's going to get it. He's just, best he can do is try and tie. He's going to get up, and with the tie, Beamer, is he going to get it? Beamer winds up locking it out, takes the victory. Boy, tight and good timing as Beamer gets that final rep right after Norby. Great timing from Beamer. As that's going to wrap up the ladies for the day. Hey, we're going to move on to the fellas, 55 to 59 and 65 plus momentarily. Make sure you stay with us on the Bear Complex live stream of the Masters Fitness Championship. 10 seconds before above the rim for our RX men, 55 to 59 and 65 plus. Above the rim for the 55 to 59 is 30 lateral burpees over the bar, 30 front squats at 80 pounds, 12 chest to bar pull-ups, and 3 bar muscle-ups. For our 65 plus fellas, we've got 25 lateral burpees over the bar, 25 front squats at 95, 10 chest to bar pull-ups, and 2 bar muscle-ups. So we've got 2 of our fellas in the 65 plus division. In lane number 18, Bradley Mosher. Lane number 19, Greg Petro. Setting up the 55 to 59 men, Stephen Albright. Lane number 3, Richard Whitaker. In lane number 4, Jason Dodd. Lane number 5, Steve Gibson. Lane number 6, Mark Pino. Lane number 7, Nate Gordon. Lane number 8, Jason Kerr. Lane number 9, Todd Merrill. Lane number 10, Alex Munoz. Lane number 11, Dale Smith. Lane number 12, Jack Wells. Lane number 13, Lonnie Bumgardner. In lane number 14. As for our 65 plus men, Greg Petro's got a hand in the air as Greg Petro about to move on to the 25 front squats. Already on the front squats in the 55 to 59 men. Lane number 6 is going to be Steve Gibson. As now joined by several men. So Greg Petro onto the front squats as now most of the men in the 55 to 59 division in the front squats as well. 2 minutes in, 4 minutes remaining, as we've got a 6-minute workout. Really forces you to push the pace here. With each of these, there's going to be a gymnastic element at the end. The gymnastic element at the end is really going to be a separator. Who's got the chest to bars? Who can do them quickly? Does anybody have a bar muscle up in these divisions? Our 55 to 59 men, I was impressed to see how many were able to do the handstand walk. So going to see if they have that ability here with the bar as well as the gymnastic ability they showed on the floor. Coming up on halfway into this workout onto the front squats. The volume is at the beginning. The skill is at the end. Boy, you really have to earn your skill in this makeup. And heading to the rig now. Lane number 5 is going to be Jason Dodd. So Jason Dodd in lane number 5. Onto the chest to bar. Lane number 6, Steve Gibson's going to join him. Excuse me, that's me, Rich Whitaker and Jason Dodd. Rich Whitaker in lane number 4, Jason Dodd in lane number 5. Actually, no, that is incorrect. I was listening to the wrong floor. We got 2 floors in here. I heard it, so I was correct the first time. Jason Dodd, Steve Gibson. Now, in lane number 11, Alex Munoz. Lane number 10, Todd Merrill. Working on these chest to bars. Greg Petro onto his gymnastic elements. 4 minutes in, there's 2 minutes remaining. As hands in the air for the men in the 55 to 59 division. On the chest to bar, we got 2 chest to bars remaining in lane number 5 for Jason Dodd. As Jason Dodd now looking for his muscle ups and finishing off in lane number 8, Nate Gordon. Nate Gordon finishes off a really good day as Nate Gordon with a great job. Sitting down on his box in lane number 7 is Mark Pino. Hope Mark's okay. Hoping that maybe just doesn't have an element. He's just willing to sit down as he watches it. Lane number 5, Jason Dodd. He's got 1 more bar muscle up. Boy, does he go 3 in a row. He does. Great job from Jason Dodd.
60 seconds left to work.
1 minute remaining as moving through the chest to bar and the bar muscle up. Working hard here is Jason Kerr. Jason Kerr trying to make up some ground here on these chest to bar. He's done a good job, working really hard at it.
5 seconds.
Alex Munoz with his second bar muscle up, trying to get another one here. Oh, as going down, hopefully Dale Smith's okay. He's up and moving again.
30 seconds.
And finishing it off in lane number 11 is Alex Munoz. Munoz with a good job.
20 seconds.
And impressive enough to go down. He's just up and walking around. He's going to grab some water. As just a couple seconds remaining. As you can hear the people behind me, they're cheering on their favorite athletes as they're fighting for points. And that's going to wrap up our 55 to 59 and 65 plus division. As we're going to step away for a moment, we're going to load the floor, get it prepped and ready for the 50 to 54 division coming your way momentarily. RX Men 50 to 54 here back at the Chili Goat Masters Fitness Championship, programmed by Mayhem Athlete. As you're going to see a little bit different look in this heat, as we're going to switch it around. 3 bar muscle ups are going to start off the workout. 12 chest to bars are going to follow. 30 front squats at 80 pounds. 30 lateral burpees over the bar. high skill, and you get to earn your engine. We saw it a little bit different with the older groups. Now you've got to earn your engine with the high skill. As the 50 to 54 men, I'm going to set the floor for you in lane number 2, John Ioannis Panousis. Jeff Blasco in lane 3. Lane 4 is Daniel Maya. Lane 5, Michael Bedsall. Lane 6, Patrick Owens. Lane 7, Anthony Duran. Lane 8, Derek Mason. Lane 9, Michael Johnson Munzingo. Lane 10, Denton Alba. Lane 11, Jay Scott. Lane 12, Phil Sawyer. Lane 13, Yuli Rabiero. Lane 14, Rob Sainato. Lane 15, Jason Newman. Lane 16, Alexandre Kazi. Lane 17, Jason Unterreiner. Lane 18, Steve Griffin. As we've got lots of men onto their front squats. Who's going to move on to the burpees first? How fast are you willing to push the front squats to get to the burpees? This is certainly a workout that you could test, as it's not going to leave a lot of muscular issues, but boy, it's going to mess with your CNS. Your central nervous system is going to get fried if you do this too much. So here at the workout, how are you feeling? Your leaders in lane 9 and 10, Danton Alba in lane 10, Michael Johnson Munzingo in lane 9. This is going to be a battle between these two right in the middle of the floor, as they are the only 2 men on the burpees now. They're going to be joined by Derek Mason in lane number 8. And it looks like maybe 2 lanes down. Lane 6 is going to be Patrick Owens. Now lots of men on the floor doing the burpees. When are we going to see hands going up? Still several guys stuck on the rig as they're trying to work through that. Boy, but now the gentlemen that are on to the engine portion of this workout firmly in the middle of the pain cave, as they've just got to go dark and just keep burping. If you've CrossFitted, you kind of understand that part where you just kind of decide that you're going to go ahead and figure it out and just keep moving. Well, as these guys back and forth over the bar, not sure how far they are yet, as we've got almost a hand in the air for Michael Johnson Munzingo. There it is. Excuse me, that's Danton Alba. Danton Alba with the hand up in the air. Michael Johnson Munzingo behind him. Johnson Munzingo can see him, but doesn't have a hand yet. Danton Alba is going to come across. He's going to take, oh boy, and how about that? Never even saw the hand for Michael Johnson Munzingo. How about a dead heat? Wow, that was really impressive. As look out for Bella Martin, our excellent MC. Bella Martin almost got taken out by that foot race. Boy, really close and tight. Nice job from those 2 athletes in an absolute battle. Derek Mason is going to finish. Boy, and we are just over halfway. Following in lane number 6 is Patrick Owens. Owens wraps up his evening. What an absolute race. As still have 2 minutes remaining. There's still a lot of work to go. The fact that it was done so quickly throws off a little bit. Lane number 18, Steve Griffin is going to come across. This is a workout that has been taking people 5 and 6 minutes, as continuing to come across is, I believe that's Michael Bedsall. Bedsall comes across in lane number 13. How about Yuli Rabiero? Yuli Rabiero with a great job there. A minute 30 seconds remaining. Still 90 seconds left. Lots of work to do. As these burpees just continue to mount. Gentlemen chipping away at it. Just lay down, stand up, hop over, lay back down. It sounds so simple, yet so difficult to do. With 1 minute remaining. As kind of want to grab Michael Johnson Munzingo, have a conversation with him after this. Ask him if he knew where Danton Alba was in that workout. As moving in about a half a minute remaining. Boy, the gentleman in the 50 to 54 trying to finish off this workout. As no hands in the air just yet for guys that are working. Just a couple moments left. 10 seconds remaining. As no hands in the air. Not sure we're going to see any more finishers, but quite a bit of finishers already. And time. And bring out the 45 to 49. Boy, and a great race there at the end. As we're going to grab Michael as we walk off. Hey, Michael, as we walk off, I don't want to keep everybody late. So you were following Danton Alba. Were you aware of where he was in front of you?
Slightly aware. All I heard was pick it up, Michael, pick it up. And then I launched myself at the end. I fell, I tripped, I couldn't move. So that's it.
So as you took off running, had he already left his bar when you took off running?
You know, I didn't even catch that. I just knew to go. That's all I did was say just go, go, go.
Nice job. Congratulations. Well done. As we're going to step away, we've got some weight changes here as we move on to the next heat. We'll be right back. Masters Fitness Championship with some of the best sponsors you could ask for. RX Smart Gear, bringing great ropes, sponsoring events, sponsoring prize packages. Virus giving us great uniforms for athletes, for volunteers, for everybody you see on the floor as we're getting above the rim started with the 45 to 49 men. Going to start off, we're going to change it once again so that we continue to test exactly what it is they're shooting for with Mayhem Athlete. 12 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 95, 30 lateral burpees over the bar. As we'll get you set up on the floor in lane number 2, Dan Winning. Lane 3, Justin Farah. Lane 4, Robbie Williams. Lane 5, Kyle Stepp. Lane 6, Jeff Rothmeyer. Lane 7, Brian Petroro. Lane 8, Zachary Cantrell. Lane 9, Tommy Kusgard. Lane 10, Jörg Butler. Lane 11, Brett Lurs. Lane 12, Stuart Wilson. Lane 13, Roland Mecha. Lane 14, Brian Pieper. Lane 15, Josh Elliott. Lane 16, Stephen Causey. Lane 17, Ronis Gutierrez. Lane 18, Eric Noonan. And lane 19, Scott O'Neill. As you can see how many guys have already moved through those 12 bar muscle-ups onto the front squats, as these front squats are continuing to mount. Front squats building up on these guys, moving quickly though. We've seen a quicker pace on the front squats than we've seen in previous heats, as they've got the burpees to follow. Seen some incredible races on the burpees. Starting to wonder how much of this time cap we're actually going to wind up using for most of this heat. As first to the burpees is Dan Winning. Winning won an earlier event today. Is he going to try and win another one? Dan Winning, my buddy from Australia that I met yesterday. What? Boy, as now in the middle, lane number 12, Stuart Wilson. In lane number 10, Jörg Butler. Lane number 9, Tommy Kuskard. Lane number 8, Zachary Cantrell. And then down in lane number 2, Dan Winning. In lane number 15, Josh Elliott. As lots of men on the burpees. Are we going to see a hand in the air for these men? Hand in the air is all we're waiting on. 30 burpees, though, takes a little bit. 2 minutes, 47 seconds down on the clock, coming up on halfway through. Looking for hands in the air on the burpees. We got a hand in the air in lane number 10. How about Jörg Butler?
I believe currently in the lead.
Out of Germany. As one burpee, he's going to run across, and boy, a great job from Butler. As now Dan Winning's going to take second place. He says if you ain't first, well, you're still second. And got it ahead in lane number 12, Stuart Wilson, who's going to go across as Wilson. Boy, it really looks like Wilson over Brian Petroro. Wilson with Brian Petroro comes in. Lane number 8, Zachary Cantrell. Lane number 9, Tommy Kuskard. Boy, after all that action, I kind of looked around. I thought I was going to see a whole bunch more. Lane number 17, Ronis Gutierrez has a hand in the air. Lane number 15, Josh Elliott has a hand in the air. And there's Gutierrez. Gutierrez finishes as Josh Elliott finishes across. Josh Elliott has a striking resemblance to Ryan Fitzpatrick, former NFL player. Thought it was him for a minute. In lane number 6, Jeff Rothmeyer comes across. About 90 seconds left to go. In lane number 11, Brett Lurs. Lurs comes across. Boy, as gentlemen continuing to walk around, congratulate each other on the finish. Still some guys that are on the floor. Lane number 18, how about Eric Noonan? Noonan is about to finish up. 1 minute remaining. You can tell how many men are already completed. What a fast heat. As Noonan's going to come across. In lane number 14, Brian Pieper. Pieper trying to finish this off. 45 seconds left. They're going to have an opportunity to finish this off. Brian Pieper is going to finish this off as lane 14. He's going to come across. And 1 rep remaining for Justin Farah. Farah finishes it off. As 2 men left on the floor here in lane number 13, Roland Maicha, as well as, I believe that's Scott O'Neill. Scott O'Neill in lane 19. As 10 seconds remaining. And that's going to be a good finish for Roland Maicha. Roland does a good job finishing it off. As Boy, these guys toast as they come off. That's some hard work for these fellas. Hey, we're going to reset the floor for the 40 to 44. We'll be right back. Getting underway on the rig floor for the men's 40 to 44 RX competition here at Above the Rim, as these gentlemen about to take on 15 bar muscle ups. I was trying to make their life easier. 15 bar muscle ups, 30 front squats at 115, and 30 lateral burpees over the bar. Piece of cake, right? Well, you've only got 6 minutes to do it in. It is a dead sprint, and these guys are destroyed when they come off of the floor, showing they're working hard, doing exactly what we are hoping to test them in. Who is the fittest? Hey, I'll set up the floor for you. In lane number 2, Rob Borowski. Lane 3, James Mobus. Lane 4, Daniel Cota. Lane 5, Billy Bourgeois. Lane 6, Jeremy Brush. Lane 7, John Arnold. Lane 8, Chris Manville. Lane 9, Justin Horrigan. Lane 10, Dustin Trimble. Lane 11, Chris Garand. Lane 12, Doug Lavin. Lane 13, Sean Skelly. Lane 14, Brian Thibault. Lane 15, Gary Sampson. Lane 16, Nathan Chu. Lane 17, Dustin Koffenauer. Lane 18, Michael Jones. Lane 19, Tom Hill. And lane 20, Colin Kirshner. As all but one athlete now off the rig. 15 bar muscle ups, a piece of cake for these gentlemen as they're on to the front squats. How are they going to move through as these front squats into the burpees? We've seen the devastation that has happened on these after these burpees. Is anybody willing to push the front squat, continue to move through onto the burpees? As waiting for hands in the air, I see hand in the air in lane 15 for Gary Sampson. Sampson is going to move on to the burpees, as is lane number 13, Sean Skelly. Skelly on to the burpees right in the middle of the floor. Is that lane number 10 with Dustin Trimble? As now starting to see a lot of bars hit the floor, a lot of bodies on the floor for those drowning pool fans out there. Lane number 19, Tom Hill. As starting to see the way things are shaping up a little bit. Lane number 12, Doug Lavin. 2.5 minutes down, still most of this workout to go. Is the rest of the workout going to be burpees for you, or are you going to finish in time? Brian T-Ball. Back and forth across that bar with 30 burpees back and forth over the bar. Can you just put out of your mind how many you have left? Because I'm telling you, if you're already counting and you're on 6, at this point, you're going to have a long day. 3 minutes remaining. Now with a hand in the air, we got a couple of hands in the air. Hand in the air in lane number 13 for Sean Skelly. Hand in the air for Doug Lavin. Coming across in lane number 10, Dustin Trimble is going to take the victory. Sean Skelly is going to finish second place. As another hand in the air in lane number 15. Actually, in lane number 12, Doug Lavin. Lane number 15 is Gary Sampson. Well, I saw a judge coming across, thought it was an athlete for a minute. Trying to figure who that was here in lane number 14. Brian comes across, really nice job. As a hand in the air for lane number 8, Chris Manville. Hand in the air in lane number 5, Billy Bourgeois. Whereas lots of hands now in lane number 8. That's going to be Chris Manville. In lane number 5, Billy Bourgeois. A race in lane number 7 and lane number 4. John Arnold finishes just in front of Daniel Cota. As a hand in the air now in lane number 9 is Justin Horrigan. 90 seconds left. Hands in the air. I think everybody is going to wind up finishing this workout under the time cap. In lane number 20, Colin Kirshner. In lane number 18, Michael Jones. Kirshner finishes. Coming across in lane 9, Justin Horrigan. In lane number 6, Jeremy Brush. As Brush is the last athlete. If Brush finishes, everybody finishes. He's still got 1:05, and he's got a hand in the air already. How about all athletes probably going to finish under 5 minutes? Not quite under 5 minutes, but a 6-minute time cap. Hey, who needs a time cap when you got these athletes out here? As that's the heat for the 40 to 44. Stick with us. We're going to step away. We'll be right back for the 35 to 39. Men's 35-39. RX on the floor. Second to last heat of the day, and boy, it's going to be a good one here in Above the Rim, as these guys are going to be taking on 15-bar muscle-ups. And let me tell you this, as you're watching this, this is not going to be a problem for these guys. These guys are fantastic, had to qualify to be here, and they are crushing it already. After this, they're going to move on. They've got 30 front squats at 115, followed by 30 lateral bar over burpees. Already a lot of hands in the air. Guys are going to be moving in unison onto the floor, as you're already seeing judges start to make their way backing up, make sure they're going to give themselves some time. And here we go. First person is Higler onto the floor, or Hilger, excuse me. It was good communication here from the judge, letting her athlete know which way she's supposed to be facing. She's right in front of me, and almost everybody's on the front squat. We've got a couple of guys just now coming off of the muscle-ups. Only one athlete remaining. Boy, everybody is, repping these out like crazy. I'm not even sure I've got time to read off who's on the floor right now. I'll try and let you know as guys are finishing who it is that's in the lead. Boy, as these guys have some fast cycle rates, strong legs right now. These guys are crushing it. As hand in the air here in lane number 20 for Brad Rode. Lane number 12, Matt Chatham. As going to see in lane 13, Brandon Hilger. Lane 12, Matt Chatham. Lane number 10, Michael Rosa. In lane number 7, that's going to be Richard Hernandez. Now we're starting to see a lot of guys on the burpees. Can you keep your pace going on the burpees? That's the big question. Did you start too fast? We're only 2 minutes into this workout. There's still 4 minutes left. I'm not even sure we're going to need 5 minutes in this workout, to be honest with you. As we saw the last heat, was able to finish this before the 6 minute cap. I'm going to say this heat finishes it before 5 minutes. As taking a look now, boy, there's a lot of really fast burpees. No hands in the air for burpees just yet. As we have a hand in the air. Thank you to my friend from Australia behind me. The winner himself is, and that's going to be Matt Chatham. Chatham takes the victory. My goodness, didn't even see that. It was right under my nose. Chatham with a massive victory. As fast as this heat is, I'm amazed that he's so far out in front of everybody else. In lane number 20, Brad Rode. We also have in lane number 18 is Bryce Warner about to come. Bryce Warner about to finish off. Bryce Warner finishes. Is he going to come across the line is what I was meaning. In lane number 11, Armando Barrios. In lane number 7, Richard Hernandez. Lane number 17, Bernardo Gonzalez. In lane number 13, we're about to get Brendan Hilger to finish off. In lane number 9, how about Latrell Keys? In lane number 14, Justin Cannon. Cannon finishes off wearing the jorts and looking fantastic while doing it. As in lane number 8, that's going to be Chase Taylor. Lane number 15 is going to be Kyle Johnson. Lane number 16, Zachary Malito, probably going to be next. Luke Henson comes in lane number 5. As 4 minutes down, we've still got a full minute to go, or full 2 minutes to go. We've got a full minute to go until my personal time cap, as I didn't think we were going to need 5 minutes. As we've got 50 seconds left till 5 minutes. These guys are going to get these burpees done. The question is how much suffering are you going to do while it? Pain is inevitable. Suffering is a choice. Lane number 4, Mike Walters. Lane number 1, Joe Torres. 90 seconds left. Keith Kittner, Owen Thomas. As Owen Thomas is going to wrap it up. Keith Kittner, the last man on the floor. Is he going to finish under 5? He's got a hand in the air. Kittner's going to finish under 5. As what an impressive heat from these gentlemen. We've got the 30 to 34 coming next. And that is everybody. What a great Great event for these men as nobody's on the floor, and we are done. We got one more heat left. The 30 to 34 men will be back momentarily. Final heat of the day, Masters men 30 to 34 here at the Masters Fitness Championship. As we head in to what is bound to be a fast heat. Fastest heat of the day was the previous heat. Everyone finished under 5 minutes. Are we going to see that once again? Above the rim is going to be 15 bar muscle-ups, 30 front squats at 115, and 30 lateral bar over burpees, or burpees over bar. I don't know, bar over burpees doesn't sound very safe. Burpees over the bar. Hey, we'll set up the floor for you in lane number 1, Michael Moore. Lane 2, Traylon Taylor. Lane 3, Spencer Loudon. Lane 4, Carl Christensen. Lane 5, Brian Quigley. Lane 6, Jacob Annison. Lane 7, Justin Campen. Lane 8, Andrew Atterbury. Lane 9, Daniel Church. Lane 10, Cameron Lewis. Lane 11, Jeremy McGinney. Lane 12, Josh Smith. Lane 13, Nick Michael. Lane 14, Daniel Drajovic. Lane 15, Michael Getze. Lane 16, Thomas Mitchell. Lane 17, Jason Hatchard. Lane 18, Eric Hewling. And lane 19, Justin Kohler. As finishing the names, and we've got a couple of men still on the rig. Most of everybody is on to the front squats, though. How fast are you going to push these front squats, and is that going to affect your burpees? This is one of those workouts that you typically need to figure out how it's going to impact, as your muscle up's going to jack up the heart rate. Then you're going to move on to the front squats, blow up the quads. You got to learn to make sure you're still breathing. Stay braced, keep a good position. Positioning is everything in the front squat. But you got to know how it's going to affect. How fast can you do your front squats to be able to move through your burpees well and quickly? As, boy, just over a minute, and McGinney is already on the burpees. Boy, McGinney moving quickly, as is lane number 10, Cameron Lewis. Boy, these guys are flying, as now we've got a ton of men on these burpees. moving very, very fast. And now we're just waiting to see what does it look like as far as hands in the air for burpees. It's hard to keep count and keep track of where everyone is around you when you're doing these burpees, especially when everybody's facing the same direction. So do you have the opportunity and the ability to be able to stay in your own lane and just keep pushing? It's Cam Lewis. Boy, Cam Lewis has a cheering section right by me, and they are pushing him. Cam is responding to him, though, as they yell at him. Cam gets a little bit faster. McGinney, legs look like they're starting to get heavy. Is he going to be able to continue at this pace? He was first to the burpees. As in lane 4, how about Carl Christensen? Carl Christensen finishes first. Hand in the air here in lane number 8 for Andrew Atterbury. Hand in the air, lane number 10 for Cameron Lewis. Andrew Atterbury finishes off and collapses. Number 10, we've got Cameron Lewis. Lewis is going to finish off as he's going to stumble across the line. Lane number 5, how about Brian Quigley? Lane 11 is McGinney. Who else do we have going to come across this line? As waiting for across in lane number 16, Thomas Mitchell. Lane number 6, Jacob Anson. Lane number 7, Justin Campen. As lane number 9 right in front of me, Daniel Church. As Dan's about to come flying across, I'm going to get out of his way so I don't get knocked over. As Dan Church finishing off. Still 2 minutes remaining. Coming across in lane number 12 is Josh Smith. Everybody is working on these burpees. 2 minutes remaining. Are we going to get everybody to finish under 5 minutes again? Hands in the air at the end for Michael Moore and Traylon Taylor. Those are the only hands that I see at this moment. Michael Moore is about to finish off. This is going to be his last burpee. He's got 90 seconds left. He's going to finish. Taylor's going to wind up finishing. 3 more men on the floor. Hand in the air. Jason Hatchard. As Hatchard about to finish off. Excuse me, that's not Hatchard. That's lane 19. I apologize. Eric Hewling. As Hewling, 1 minute left in lane number 3. Spencer Loudon trying to finish off. Hand in the air. In lane. Well, who's this coming across in lane number 17? Jason Hatchard. As final man on the floor is Spencer Loudon. Spencer Loudon working through these burpees. He's got 30 seconds left trying to finish off these burpees and call it a day on a completed workout. As hand in the air, he's got 20 seconds left. He's got 1 more left. And he's going to wrap it up. Finishes under the time cap. And that's the day for day number 1 at the Masters Fitness Championship. And what a great day it has been, as we've had over 400 athletes, an army of volunteers, and a mass of spectators. Hey, don't miss out. Make sure you check our Instagram this evening for all of the action we're going to have on the social media as well as on our YouTube page tomorrow. Masters Fitness Championship brought to you by Chili Goat. Thank you to our sponsors, RX Smart Gear, Virus, Yeti, Mayhem Athlete, and Bear Complex. As I'm Kyle Shipp, it's been an incredible day here at the Masters Fitness Championship. We've had the CrossFit Pairs Championship, the first ever, and it is as advertised, with all kinds of chaos on the leaderboard, with all kinds of chaos on the floor. Boy, you're seeing some of the best athletes in the world go at it this weekend. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you tune in tomorrow starting at 8 o'clock. I'll do a pregame at 7:45. We'll see you tomorrow.